Yo. Yona. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good time zone to all of you. Hello, hello, hello. One of those days where you're so sleepy you forget to put your soul in the body. Hi everybody, welcome in, welcome in. Let me say hi to everybody first. Hey, it's Neo, congrats on first. Hi Darksec, hi Quest. Sorry about Bone Machine not working, I'll add the bones for you later. Hi Bacon, hi King Gemstone, hi Scarf, hi Gamer Boy, hi one Joanna fan, hi Benjamin, hi James, hi Nifty, hi John Zero. Hello, hello, hello. It's Chibi Joe. I'll be Easter Joe again in the afternoon, but for now, I'm Chibi. Hiya Nifty, hiya Benjamin. Hiya Fake Crate, hiya Regular, hiya Alfarius. It's a secret bun street. No, it's not. It's been on the schedule all week. Hiya Fox, hiya, hiya. Hiya Joman, hiya Kami, hiya Regular, hiya Future V. Hello, hello, hello. Hiya Sneo, hiya Moria, hiya Jalapeno, hiya Michael. Hello, hello, hello. Hi Generic, hi Sandwich, hi Galway, hi, good morning. Hi Asil, hi Lucy, hello, hello, hello. Hi Polly, hi Team IG. It's 5 AM and I haven't slept. Oh yeah, get a good lurk. It feels like 5 AM for me. But it is 12. I woke up an hour ago, roughly. It's nighttime in my time zone. Oh, good evening, good evening. Hi Ishido, it's 12:07, that's afternoon. It's morning for me. Hi Echo, hi Eerie. Stream was a secret to everyone that didn't look at the schedule and didn't listen when I mentioned it before. It's 10:07 PM for you. Now that's not morning anymore. Hi Dying, hi, and hi James, welcome in. I've seen you just going back instead of waking up. What sorcery is this? Sorcery that was pre-scheduled. Sorcery that has been pre-scheduled. It's afternoon and just ordered some pizza. I hope all the buns joining having a good day. I hope you enjoy your pizza. I'm not quite awake. I'm hoping to wake up soon. A rare quad greetings. A rare quad greeting. You have way too much straight in our attention span. I mean, to be fair, I've gotten used to at least 5 to 10 people being surprised whenever I do my planned morning stream. Hi, Epion. Hi. This morning so dormant. Thank you. Will you have more than one song in the background? I sure do. 1 second. Let's change that around. Like your chibi form? Thank you. The chibi form is very cute. I like it too. How's that? Now it should be only one song in the background. A gorilla scheduled scream. A scream that was pre-planned. And also not technically a gorilla. How are you all doing? I hope you're less sleepy than I am. I had some wild dreams. But you know, I'll talk about it once we start drawing, because maybe there was a dead game in there. It's an edge case, so you guys will have to decide whether that's a dead game or not. Two Georges might be my favorite though. Oh, thank you. I mean, Chibi Joe is still one of my favorites too, because it's really adorable. Played 11 PM to 11 AM stream. Gorilla, it's me. I know the schedule. It can be helped. Do you update the title? Have I not updated the title? Oopsie. I did type it out. I might have not updated it though. Just get out with the jacket and overalls. Right. That you're playing Pokemon or something. No, I'm doing art. It's a bun drawing stream. I just forgot to update my title. I mean, technically, You know, this is a rare outfit where you do get a peek at the tummy. Just a teeny peek. I mean, for people who have never seen the concept art for it before, I can actually show it off. GB has an alluring wiggle. I mean, to be fair, it's a good little wiggle. Hey, CG, like a worm and a hook? That's not what you're supposed to take away from that. Not like a worm and a hook. You get the peek on 2.0. That's true, that's true. You guys get a lot of tummy peeks, but not a lot of tummy views. Morning peek, hiya CG, hiya Whoopi, welcome in. Here you go, that's the outfit design. For people who have not seen it before, I mean, you can see it here. It's like, you know, it's on the screen. It's visible. So you don't have to go looking, but you can kind of see, like, you know, how the hat looks from behind and that kind of stuff. Hey, Frosty, hey, 41 worm bones, 41 worm bones. The hat seems different, yeah, so like, I think it's the angle on the chibi, but the hat, you know, it looks more like a beret on the chibi, but well, on like the official design, it's more like a fluffy hat. With a rim. Have I ever worn overalls? Well, you see, the cursed story is that I wore overalls the one time because I thought I'd be fashionable. And then my friend said I look like a minion. So I've learned my lesson. I have learned my lesson. There's also stuff that I like. Well, it is. It's not really a beanie. It's like one of those fluffy hats. Otimio is in the sideline ready for drawing the dooms. Of course, how could they? And the worst thing is, she meant it as a compliment because she loved minions. She thinks minions are really cute. So she was saying that, like, you know, I look like a minion. Complimentary. But it's like... Never noticed the necklace? Yeah, it's cute, right? It's cute. A genian. I mean, that's, you know, that's a compliment that has stuck with me for years now. I'm like, oh god, I never want to be told I look like a minion again. Tonight we steal the moon. Had the complete opposite effect. I was like, wait, what? And she was like, oh no, it's because you're so cute. And I'm like, you're saying I look like a minion? Like yeah, no, better, you know, no overalls ever again. Guys in the liar's hat, exactly. Never want to be told again, should not have told you guys. Well, you guys have no excuse though, because you know I don't look like a minion. Like, look at me. This is not what a minion looks like. I may have yellow in my design, but that's not enough of an excuse. I'm just saying, I exude the presence of a minion, positive. See, I don't know how to deal with a compliment like that. It's like I exude the presence of a minion, positive. Like, some of the weirdest compliments I ever heard. Well, you have to consider that minions are very popular in Japan. Like, maybe more popular than you can imagine. They're like the most popular parts of like Universal Studios Japan, at least before like, you know, Mario moved in. And like that friend of mine, she had like a bunch of minion merch. She had like minion cards. She once wrote me a letter on minion paper. So like, you know, in her eyes, looking like a minion was definitely like a big compliment. But to anybody else, it's like, you're telling me I look like a minion? Please take it back. Please. I like Minions the first movie. To be fair, the first there's a Despicable Me is actually pretty fun because honestly, like it's because the movie isn't focused on just minions yet. It's because they're a secondary character, like the plot line with like the adopted children and stuff. It's kind of cute. That's a story for my little trinkets. Which little trinkets? The ones I have in this outfit. They're all like ocean related, you know. So you've got two little shells around my neck and on my overalls. And I've got a little crabby. Steven sees like it's very different from a minion, right? The Ginian is cute. How dare you? How dare you? Wait, oops. You guys got stuck in my hair. That's how mad I was. That's how mad I was. So mad my hair got sticky. Crab, yeah, I mean there's a crab in the background here too. You guys ever notice my crab? That's the crab. He's right there. He's right there. That's just an extra story? No, there's no fancy story behind these trinkets at the very least. They're just cute little ocean trinkets. Hey, Chief. New minions were popular when the mask sells. Yep, they have minion masks. It's true. I can get mad? I sure can. Use mini stationery to write you a letter. That must be high praise to the quality of your friendship. I mean, I suppose so. I suppose so. Oh, is it a bit too late? Oh no, oh no. Sometimes that happens at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, no, I can't just get bad. I can get ditto too. Hi R2, welcome in, welcome in. And I can get blushy. And I can get sad. Monsters Crustacean collab, let's go! Do I know any people who are crab? Do I know crab people? Crab people, crab people. Taste like crab, talk like people. I don't actually know if I know any crab people. From the top of my head, do I know a crab VTuber? There's probably one of them out there somewhere. I was browsing some of the backlog I should write, but one of them was a creepypasta. Oh, I'd love to see a creepypasta featuring me. I don't know, welcome in, welcome in. Oh wait, I know one crab. I know one crab. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I knew a crab. Okay, I know one crab. Poop your fresh with a search for a nose. Actually, Chibi might be the only one who's noseless. Chibi, I mean, there is a nose. It's just hard to find on my Chibi face. But have I seen the PlayStation? Ah, the PlayStation Crustacean. I have not seen it. I have not seen it. Need to get over the crab. The accident wasn't my fault. Wanted to be centered around either Game Boy or PS1 game. I don't know what the challenge should be. I mean, you could go for like a Bone Snatcher kind of sequel. Unless, like, you know, otherwise I feel like RPGs are usually good. Hey, Cerberus. My eyes stopped bleeding and went black and then turned the camera and said the burger words. Waka. Hey, do you know one crab to rule them all? This show doesn't even have a wine grain. Very unprofessional. Or maybe it proves that the rice grain is my nose in that case, huh? Hey, Service, hi Jensen, hi Cass, and hi Starpop. Good morning, good morning. Hope you guys have a good day. Hope you guys have a good day. And hi Phoenix, welcome in, welcome in. Let me take a sip of my drink. I already finished all my melon juice. Kind of blasted through it. I'm not sure what it is. It's been like exceedingly dry lately, so I wake up like super thirsty. I don't know. It's like I don't remember spring in the past having been this dry. It's just so dry. Hey, Chippy Joe. Hello, Irregular. How you, Bluey? Oh, burger and fries? It's still a bit too early for the burger and fries, though I did have yummy breakfast. I did have yummy breakfast. I mean, I actually did have a crispy chicken, but not from the McDonald's, from the Family Mart. So, you know, that's different. That's different. Maybe allergies. Maybe it is the allergies. I do have hay fever, but usually hay fever like doesn't dry me out. It winds up like making my nose really stuffy and my eyes really teary. Like it really like makes the air so dry and like me super thirsty. You know? So which is why I'm like so confused. Hiya Bluey, welcome in, welcome in. Size states, what's the major difference? Well, the crispy chicken at the McDonald's has like a burger bun, while the crispy chicken at the Family Mart is like a crispy chicken. Just like a chicken that is crispy. It's the major difference. It's like, you know, instead of a karaage, the skin is like crispier. So I like them a bit more because I'm not sure if it's actually less greasy, but it feels less greasy to the touch. And like the thing with famichiki, right? When you eat the famichiki, it's like a 50-50 chance for like the hot famichiki juice to go spurting everywhere, making a big mess. Well, crispy chicken never does this. I would love burger and fries, then order yourself some, Yeah, one is like a sandwich and one's not. That's basically it, yeah? But you guys might wonder why we're not on the drawing stream yet. And that is because I kinda finished doing the hairstyles. And I want to show you guys the hairstyles we got on offer for the future. Or maybe should I do it in the evening when like more people will be there? I don't know. Hey, everyone. Hey. I guess I can show it twice. Once now and once in the evening. So let me shuffle over here. Once again, these are all very sketchy on account of I took maybe 30 minutes total to draw all of them. But that's because they're a concept and like my, model mama will be drawing them nicer, once one is picked. Yeah, you guys can have a peek. There we go. There we go. Go. May I order a flapper burger and frill fries? No. Okay, maybe we should go like through them slowly again because there's so many of them. Okay. I feel left out if I'm not on screen. I'll show at least twice. Okay, so some of these you guys already saw yesterday if you were on stream yesterday, but I'll just go over them again. Hey, Matt, welcome in. Okay, so we got Messi, that anime mom, buns, ponytail, short braids, Juni Wang, long hair, short hair, extra long hair, and now we're gonna start hitting some of the new ones soon. And that reference with that anime mom, yeah. There's a lot of that anime moms who look like that. Then we got medium braid, double braid, wet, which you guys requested, which is that I guess somebody throws a bucket of water over me. Loved that anime milk, wish the name was different. I mean, you can just call it like loose ponytail over the shoulder, but it doesn't roll off the tongue. I think loose ponytail works. An option with ears fully uncovered. I mean, not currently actually, no. Not currently. Yeah, we got Unibang too, which is one I covered. I mean, a bucket of water with him? No! Besides, it would have to be picked. Joe Mama, no. I mean, that's only... You see, Joe Mama has very short hair, so she can't do the dead anime mom. Her hair is more like the short hair over here, so she can't pull off the side hair. The wet and braid updo is nice. Thank you. The braid updo, I guess like maybe that one could have like the ears like more uncovered than the others. Because actually, for formal like family gatherings and stuff, like I've worn my hair like that before. For formal events, I actually do the braid updo more or less like this. If it's like a really fancy occasion, I've worn my hair like this before. Basically, you braid your hair back and then you tie it back and then you loop it around in like a little circle. Okay, and then there's Jiaike, as you guys requested. Bucket of water team would not work. I'm always on the water. It's still like I'm still here. I'm still here. Okay, let's go back up here. Twin tails, twin drills, curly, thin ponytail, as well as himacuts. So those are our options. Jackie looks so cute. Thank you. Like I know some of you guys want like the massive twin tails, but I tried to make it work in a way that I think will actually look cute. I guess we can always try going bigger one day, but the very popular weddings, the braid updo. I wouldn't be surprised. Have I been to a wedding before? Now I think of it, I don't think I've actually attended a wedding before. I've been to like wedding anniversaries of like, uncles and like aunts and other family members and stuff. Hey, Yukijiwari, hi, with that anime moncho. I'm not that yet, I don't have the anime hairstyle yet. Mickey Twintos with other Mickey Twintos spreading out. I like Messy Joe. Messy Joe seems to be very popular. I hear bald is getting more popular. Well, I guess if you're bald, you can't die. Because you don't have the dead anime mom look. Needs twin-tail legs like that one Mika meme. Well, then the twin-tails would have to be a lot longer. I mean, I guess the twin-tails could be a longer length, theoretically, but... But yeah, those are some of the options. I'll show them again later today. And I'll like, you know, get a poll going for it at some point. I actually like the wet hair and the tin ponytail too. I think both of them look kind of cute. I honestly wasn't sure if wet hair would work at all. Like when you guys suggested, I was like, huh? Just like what? But it actually turned out kind of cute once I drew it. Like I was skeptical at first, but it did turn out kind of cute, yeah. Similar but messy, bit shorter, yeah, because I tried using like my regular hairstyle and like imagining what would happen if you like threw a bucket of water at me. Joe needs to get married a few times to experience enough weddings. A few times! Wedgies? No, weddings. Which hairstyle will influence me into being a bratty seed bun? All of them. Put the hair on the bun on your head? Oh, give you guys the twin-tails. I think I did that for Miku Day, no? Surprised that you've never been to a wedding, yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised too now I think of it. I think it's because, like, among my friends in the Netherlands, my childhood friends, none of them have gotten married. Honestly, out of all my childhood, late teen friends, I don't actually know anybody from when I was, like, young enough. From any of my late teen friends, only one of them is in a relationship. And all of the rest of them are all still single, so I guess that explains why I've never been to a wedding, huh? Is that twin drill hair? Yeah. That due to the Doom Deathmatch? I guess that might be how I die. I fall into the soup. Being in the soup wouldn't kill me. Being in soup wouldn't kill me. But yeah, no, like... my brother did get married, but it was during the COVID time, so I couldn't go back to the Netherlands to be at his wedding, which is a bit, you know, kinda sad, but... That was the COVID era, you know? Hey, Virtuoso, hey, forced to consume snakes, no! Well, that wouldn't kill me, but I'd be very unhappy. I have cursed my friends with my whistles. Oh, wait, you guys are saying that it's my fault none of my friends are married? Well, I guess it's not entirely incorrect that basically all my friends are girlfriends in their own unique ways, but... Hey, Contra, yeah. It's a bit rough, but guess not far from my friend group. I mean, it's okay. I think it's because, well, basically everybody in my friend group we're all otaku who don't leave the house very much. Except to, like, you know, meet up and talk about anime and games. So I guess it's not like a really big surprise that you know, it is what it is. Maybe one day I'll be able to attend one of them. Like I said, one of them is in a relationship. And I know she is planning to get married. And she has promised that, like, when she gets married, she'll give me ample time to, like, you know, book a trip abroad. So I can be there. But I'm not sure when she's gonna get married yet. The only way to atone is to legally marry all your friends. I don't think that's legal. Can't decide which one is better. It's a hard decision, isn't it? I think a lot of them came out really cute. Reliable friends, quite literally, yeah. The otaku species is dying out. We're doing it to ourselves. But yeah, no, like, I think she said she was either gonna do it in the Netherlands, but she considered doing, like, an abroad wedding, which for me won't make a difference, because I'm gonna have to, like, you know, book a plane flight from, like, Japan regardless. So, you know, if the day comes and I can finally say I've been to a wedding... Buns are gonna have to invite me to their wedding, yeah, so just so I can say I've, you know, experienced one. I have friends in my head. Oh no! I mean, you got friends in the buns too. Hi, Isaac. Hi, welcome in. But yeah, early Joel. But yeah, that's the update on the hairstyles. Who I got married to? Maybe we should do like a random bun wheel. Every time I see TV Tour, I want to see you in the Doom outfit again. Oh, I mean, that's the thing, right? Do you want to see how I dress up 2.0 for Doom, or do you want to see Chibi playing Doom? That's the tricksy part. That's the tricksy part. Convince my friends to have a wedding in Japan. Honestly, she really does like Japan. She's like come to visit me a few times. I'm pretty sure she'd love to have a wedding in Japan if she could, but that would alienate basically the rest of like all the Dutch friends. And should marry each other and invite you. Thank you, thank you. Hey, no, welcome in. Very rare to catch you stream this time. It's indeed quite unusual. Can I marry Joanna so you can attend the marriage? Well, the thing is, if you marry Joanna, I don't think I can come to the wedding. 2 weddings. Oh, 1 in Japan, 1 in the Netherlands. So I can double dip. I mean, to be fair, from what I heard, she might want to do her honeymoon in Japan. So maybe I can attend the wedding. And then like... Well, you shouldn't bother people on their honeymoon, huh? But I can probably say hi to her when she's like in Akihabara or something. Can probably at least say hi. Can I marry 6? 6 doesn't exist and is not being kept in the dungeon right now. Rapunzel Joe, even longer. To be fair, with the extra long, I'm like half tempted to like make it reach the floor. If it gets picked. Joe will be too heartbroken at her report. Oh, she was getting married. That's right. Joanna is married to the job. She's very busy. With the investigations and the reporting and all that. Gmon looks so cute. Thank you. Hey, fucker. Welcome in. Let me think. I think, can you attend if I reluctantly marry RPG Joe? Theoretically, but you shouldn't. No, you probably shouldn't though. That is ultra long. That's super extra long. The dungeons. What about the dungeons? Hey, Volker. Hey. But I think that's all for you guys to see because I think we can chat more once we're on the drawing screen. So let us go to the drawing screen. Ba-bum. Hi, Volker. Hi, Action. Hey. Oh, Char's still here. Hi, Char. You're still here, huh? Let me put you away. I put another condom away. There we go. And there's the buns. There's the current buns. Shouldn't reluctantly marry RPG Joy. Yes, he deserves S rank from True Love. Exactly. Be nice. You gotta be nice. Okay. It does occur to me that maybe I want to have like a little bit more water on hands. So give me 1 second and I'll be right back. It gives me an excuse to use the stupid image. 1 second. There we go. It's this one, isn't it? No, it's not that one. I always get the wrong one first. I always grab the wrong one initially. Sha! Do. Sha. Okay. Spend like 12 hours drawing them. Yep. Today is just gonna be 6 hours, and then we're gonna switch to a different drawing stream. But 1 second, I'm just gonna get some extra stuff to drink, and then we can get started. Then we'll get started. 1 moment. Okay, I'm back. Fix it. So, scatter, get out here. I mean, get in here. Don't scatter, get back. Your hairstyle should make the long hair go first. You wouldn't need any clothes to go. Hey. You call me the goddess of edgy, hey? Oi. I mean, to be fair, that kind of Aphrodite look is pretty great, but also is very much gonna get me banned. You can save it for the fan art. What is this? I'm gonna start drawing buns. Good morning, Fall. Welcome in, welcome in. So, as you guys may recall, I still have a bit of a backlog. So people have, like, you know, grabbed a, you know, a bun in between last time and this time. You're not on the wheel yet because I have to finish the backlog first. Yeah, I might inspire more fan art too. This time I truly have no nose. The one time I don't have a nose. Your snack is not ready yet, but you have Ace of chocolate and tea. Nice. Hold on, where's my projector? There we go. So if you have you know, asked for a bun in between and you're not on the wheel, that is probably because you'll be on there once I finish these. So these are the 13 that are left. So last time we got through like half of them, which ain't bad. But there's still 13 of them left. So yeah. No nose means no spring allergy. That'd be nice. But unfortunately, if you have eyes, you can still get a spring allergy. Hey Clem, hey, welcome in, welcome in. Okay. If anyone knows about the nose, Joe is on the nose. That's right. And I'm gonna spin. There we go. I'm not on the wheel. Wait a second, but nifty. Did I forget you? Did you redeem a bun last time? One moment. Did you have a bun in like the bun request, Nifty? Because let me double check, but I don't see you on the list of the ones that I had from when I was recruiting them. Did I miss one? I'm really sorry if I did. My Pokemon was playing on the background so that we have background music. Oh, you didn't? Well, don't fool me. I was about to feel really guilty. Okay, but a future V, it's gonna be you next. And welcome in, Raiders. Hiya, Beppo. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good time. I'm Juna. I'm a sea bunny. I play retro games sometimes. Okay, we're gonna be drawing. So did you select for me? Nice. Who is Joanna? Joanna is you can see on the BRB screen. Joanna is a regular human. Why is this question while humans here? Are you suspicious of me? Haha. And she's normal and a human. And that's who Joanna is. And that's who Joanna is. Now, where did I put my pen? There we go. Didn't feel like overworking your trainers, so I didn't put up a request yet. Oh, okay. Spin to win. Okay, but that means today's first request is gonna be a future V. So let me put the projector away again. Put that up there. Wow, human ID, yeah. Fan favorite guest of the channel, normal human reporter Joanna V. Yup. Is Joanna single and does she have a nose? Yes to both questions. Yes to both questions. Let me see. A future V's request. A front-facing bun with a serious face. Okay. A nice simple one to start with. These are adorable. Thank you. Oh yeah, I should show for the waiters. So, buns are my mascots. You may see them on top of my head as well. And today I'm drawing a bun request for my buns. So these are buns I have drawn before. I think it's about 50 now. It's deceptively many when you really look at them. Yeah, it's gonna be a serious face. Though I will say, when I think serious face, like my first idea is always like Fist of the North Star. So like a Fist of the North Star kind of face. Because that's where my mind goes when I think of seriousness. So I might do something like that. Oh, that also means a future V. I saw you around earlier. If you're still around, you can take charge of the OST. If you want different background music, you can request some. You can request one. A Gogo 13 face, yeah. My first time was American Kirby. I feel like playing Gen 4 when listening to these. Nice. I mean, maybe you should. Okay, a Bunkla. A Bunkla was spawned the other day. If you check the art tag, you can find it. Okay. But yeah, so if you're still around the future V, I'll let you take charge of the ox, as I think the cool kids are saying. Oh, Phil. There you go. There you go. Oh, Fish, thank you for the wait. Welcome in, Fishies. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, waiters. I'm Jouna. I'm Sea Bunny. I play retro games to art sometimes. Today I'm a little bit more chillified. Who ordered some fish and chips? Hello, chippies. Hello, hello. You know, I could go for some fish and chips right now. Fish is pretty yummy. Fish is pretty good. Welcome in, you guys. I'm just getting started today. So... did I come in on me meowing? Yes! Would you like me to meow for you too, Fish? I don't know, like you know, that's probably okay. You're not like a predator, right? Who like attacks cats, so... Ordered fish and chips. I can go for an order of fish and chips. Welcome in. Cute? Thank you, thank you. I always ran Blaziken and Magneton Neo G will be good choice, both quite powerful. So to all the chips who just joined us, today I'm these are buns, they're my mascot character, and today I'm drawing a bun request for community members, so that's what I'm up to. Sounds like a real cat, sounds like a real cat. Yeah, this is like my one talent. Is sounding like an oddly realistic cat. It's my one talent that I'll put it on my resume, my CV, and I'm sure you guys will hire me. What's my favorite Pokemon? Well, my favorite Pokemon is actually on the screen here, but in bum form is Ditto. Is Ditto, where did this come from? Fish, Triggerfish waded in just now. Can also show you guys my Ditto face. That's how much I love Ditto. That's how much I love Ditto. Actually, I may have to show you guys something. My one talent is being cringe. I can't believe this. Get all the treats with those meows. Thank you. Does I sound like a cat in drawing, yeah? I have multiple talents. Nah, the meowing's my only one. My one talent, excluding the piloting, shooting, sailing, drawing, skiing, speaking 3 languages and more. Nah, those are barely talents. It's just the meowing. It's just the meowing. Loxix is my new favorite. Wait, Loxix? That must be a very new one. I gotta go, but have a good stream. No worries. Thank you so much for the wait again. Have a good rest of your day. Can I change this for the Pokemon XD OSD? Yes, you can. Oh, Loxix is the like bug Pokemon. I remember now. I haven't played as much of the new ones, so I don't really know the new Pokemon all that well, but wait, my brain went Pokemon XD, yes. There we go. Here comes Pokemon XD OSD. I have a talent for being bullied by chats. I don't think that's a talent though. I think that's a major character flaw. Oh, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say... Oh, right! I know it's like a little bit of a distraction, but... You guys... You know how I said that like Korea was getting like... A whole bunch of like... You know, Ditto merch. Apparently they have a really cool pop-up shop. And I'll show it off to you guys, and it's maybe too cool. How to go expecting the bun art request? You can DM one of the mods about it. It's by Barry Work Music. Nice. Wait 1 second, I have to show it off because it is extremely cool. It is extremely cool. And like, you know how I said I'm probably just gonna get like, you know, a friend of mine to like, you know, deliver me the dittos. But I need you guys to look at this. I need you guys to see it. By Korea only? Sometimes things are region locked, you know? Sometimes things are region locked, unfortunately. My great style is being able to single-handedly provide all the ingredients? No, oh! Hold on, I'm gonna grab the projector. You guys, look at this. Look at this. Look at how cute it is. They aren't just putting all the exclusive Ditto merch in Korea. They're putting a Ditto garden with over 100 Dittos. Ah! Like God, I want to go so bad. Look at them. They're so cute. Ah! I want to go so badly. Look. That's 100 Dittos. That's 100 Dittos. If for people who don't know, like all the chips that just came in, Ditto is like my favorite Pokemon. I also collect Dittos. I have many of them. And this is making me go crazy. The bushes are also Ditto, just transformed. Exactly. Song Dittos from Korea to my current location. Hi Alexander, welcome in. Love region locking and reminding you in the wrong region as really as possible. Maybe the customers are Dittos too, yeah. It is possible. It is possible. Ditto ice cream. Not sure if they have that actually. And do something else? No worries, no worries. Time for a vacation to Korea. Well, here's the thing. It's gonna be like for 3 weeks from now on, and I'm like, I asked a Korean friend to like send some stuff over, but I'm like, how expensive is it gonna be to book a last minute flight to Korea? It's, you know, it ends like mid-May, and I guess that's partially Golden Week, but after seeing that, I'm seriously considering like, can I book a last minute flight to Korea just to pick up the Dittos? Like I'm just like, oh. What flavor Ditto ice cream be? Probably grape flavor. That's what the gummies usually are. Might be time to book a flight. My finances are in peril. I'm like, how expensive is it gonna be if I book one now? If I book one now for like the first or second week of May, can I still get all the Dittos? And it will be cheaper than having my friends like, you know, send everything by mail, because I can put all the Dittos in a suitcase. I have to set my priorities. I mean, Dittos are pretty high priority is what I say. You know, Dittos are pretty important. Really good time for a donathon. Oh god, I'm not sure if I could like stand the guilt if I did a donathon just to like book a flight to Korea to buy some Dittos. A Dittothon. It's just the flights though, the price of the Dittos. Here's the thing, I was already setting money aside to get a friend to buy all of them. But then, that's before I noticed, like, how cool it looks. The healing sounds. B.U.N, legendary Ditto smuggler. Because I've seen the merch they're selling at the pop-up areas, and I truly want one of everything. It's, like, truly, all of it is just so good that I'm just saying, it's... I need it. It's but the problem is, well, it is in Korea. But then again, Korea is not that far from Japan, and I've never been to Korea, and so like maybe it's a good excuse. So chance they'll do the same exhibit in Japan? Quite low. That's because a lot of the time whenever Korea gets like special Korea only, you know, stuff, It rarely ever makes its way across because they did like Korea only Ditto stuff before, and like it never came to Japan, never came to Japan. So I wouldn't count on it. Hey Baxter, hey. Which is like one of the reasons. I'm like, oh, should I? I haven't been on holiday in like several years, so should I just go get some Dittos? Then if they do it to Japan, it will be a different Ditto garden, exactly. You know, it will be a bonus. It will be just as worth seeing. I mean, Ditto, like, the buns usually have that face, but if it's a serious face, maybe it should be like... Scary bun! Why not? In additional ways to support you and you will have a short vacation and you'll probably take pictures of us. Of course. And I guess I'll have a chance to, like, you know, get some Korean food while I'm there, which I haven't tried before. Yeah, smug look of superiority, but it's supposed to be a serious look, so... I suppose something... something like this. Definitely, once again, like, inspired by Fist of the North Star. But I'm considering maybe I'll look at like flight prices tonight. Why do I feel like Joanna fan always has a smug look? That's because it is true. Japan and Korea get most of the cool stuff. US never really gets anything special edition. That's not entirely true because America sometimes gets special edition Pokemon things too. Including like a Ditto baseball cap and bag that I had to import from the US. It's not as often, and it's often not quite as cool, but especially in terms of like apparel and like wearable items, the US sometimes gets exclusives. Sometimes. Does line up at Golden Week, that's true, but won't the plane tickets be more expensive in Golden Week? What's next? Well, we won't know what's next till I spin the wheel again. Because that's how we determine who is up next. I mean, I'll check the prices tonight and it does feel a little silly to go to Korea just to like buy a bunch of Dittos. But you know, it would be good during Golden Week because I'm technically out of holidays for the rest of the year after I, you know, was unable to work for a little while, so it would probably be better to line it up with Golden Week. The entire palace is filled with Ditto, yep. Sucker look to looking down to look. Well, it's a serious look now. It's a very serious bun. It's a very serious bun, this one. Hey Lee, welcome in. I mean, you know, you guys are terrible because you're like indulging me. You're like, you know, what's the thing? You're like there's like a word, like enabler. You guys are enablers. You guys are enablers. I was like, you know, you guys were gonna be like, oh no, you shouldn't go to Korea just for some Dittos. That's like outrageous. But all of you guys are like, yeah, you should do it. Abandoning us to a place with Dittos. I would never abandon the buns. You guys could transform too. I do love Ditto. This is a rare case. Do it. I have a Dirty 12 Ditto plushie. I will catch it and I will keep it. That's my plushie if you do. What are you enabling? I guess me going to Korea to buy some Dittos. We buns are like you and me are enablers. To be fair, I'm the worst enabler as well when it comes to my friends. Because whenever friends ask me like, oh, should I do this? Should I buy this? I'm like, yeah. Do it. Yeah, you should. Like, to be fair, I guess like, you know, like streamer like audience, because I am absolutely the worst enabler myself. Hey Nasu, hey. And we'll get a bun just to turn into Joe 1.0. Yeah, but the thing is, buns cannot change their face, so it will look, well, it will look like the bun face, not the Ditto face, but you always tell chat to eat yummy food. I do. It's like you guys are like, you're making me hungry for a burger. I'm like, yeah, I'll buy one. You know? And I'm the same with my friends. Like, if they tell me, you know, like, oh, should I get this? Like, I'm like, yeah. Do it. I always make my friends mad when they're like visiting Japan because we'll like be in like a shop or whatever and like, you know, buying games or things, and they're like, oh, I'm not sure, Joe, if I should get this. I'm like, well, you should. I mean, you're only in Japan once, you know, you don't come here often, maybe you should get it. I'm the absolute worst when it comes to this, like and then like, you know, at the end of the day, like my friends would be like, I spent way too much money, it's all your fault. I'm like, yeah. Chat reflects the stream, as they say, it's true. If it's a bun face, it's even better. I mean, that's fair, that's fair. Joe claims to enable the buns, but yet the only thing stopping me from eating the flapper. Well, I can't enable you guys doing things that will kill you, you know? That would probably get me banned from everything. So legally, I cannot tell you to like nibble the flapper, because that would get me banned everywhere, because you would die. You know, I can't endorse reckless, you know, reckless behavior, as they say. Well, I guess I know that sounds a bit silly after I held the Bunger Games, but you know, in the Bunger Games, I was on hand to revive people with the dark arts of necromancy, so, you know, that's different. Can't ask each other for certain things because we're all enablers here. With all due to respect to the worst of us all, yep. I mean, to be fair, I think we're all enabling each other. But you know, that's okay though, because that's how you know, get the good things in life, like hundreds of Ditto plushies. Hey Corey, welcome in, welcome in. So you know, those are the good things that you're looking forward to. You shouldn't miss out for it, because like I missed out on getting the really big stretchy Ditto plushie from Korea 5 years ago, and I've regretted it ever since. Because they never brought it to Japan. Reckless flapper nibbling. Don't, you'll die. Tastes like fried chicken. Nah, tastes like mochi. And ramen. Oh, thank you for the wait, Nino. Ring ring. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. And Nino, wait. Is that what we're going for? Is this a banana phone situation? Welcome in, Nino. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Juna. I'm C Bunny. I play retro games to art sometimes, and today is art sometimes. And I'm drawing community buns. Oh, you were doing some art too. Nice. Ring, 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 ring. It's Nino Art. Thank you for gifting a sub to Nino Bluey. Thank you. What's this bun meant to be? This is a serious bun. This bun is very, very serious. This did it look like? So Korea had like a really big Ditto, and it could stretch really long. And I'm so jelly that I never got it. It's one grumpy bun. No, it's not grumpy. It's serious. It's serious. Hope you're having an epic drawing stream. Thank you. We're just getting started. Hope you had a good time. I mean, like, it's art, you know, to decide a serious face. But honestly, considering buns usually look like this, I guess like any deviation from the norm is pretty serious. A really big Ditto. It was really stretchy. You know, like Ditto. In any scenario in which I can acquire the flapper, you are by default in range to save me if something goes wrong. But what if I don't, huh? What if I didn't? You'd be out of luck. You'd be out of luck. This one stern looking bun, yeah? Bun does put up with our shenanigans. To be fair, maybe the bun shouldn't. Why'd you point me to the bun as the same expression in the helmet? I mean, yeah, like this bun still looks like, you know, like this under there, you know? You can't see because the helmet is there, but it still looks like this underneath. Leering at something suspicious. Probably, you know, and the one who keeps saying they're gonna eat the flapper. which is illegal. Illegal. You'd never leave me to perish because it would make you feel bad. That is actually true, but you can't say it though. It's true, but you can't say it. While it may be correct. Okay. I mean, it's a fairly straightforward bun, so I just gotta clean up the line art a bit and we'll be able to do the coloring. But for some reason, that's why. It's like that doesn't seem right. It fiddled with my pen settings. How annoying. How irritating. Okay. I have to figure out where I had them again. Oh, another wait! Hello! Nemo wait! Welcome in, Nemo! Hope you had... I don't know what I'm doing and I like it. I hope you had fun in Outer Wilds. Welcome, welcome! I'm Joanna. I'm a sea bunny. I play retro games to art sometimes. And today I'm doing art sometimes. I'm drawing buns for the buns. One was where when the Who's were fight. They sure were. They sure were. Truly the mersault of the bun. Now I have an urge to throw Cheems into a pool of plushies. I mean, you could throw me in a pool of plushies too. That sounds comfortable. That sounds comfy. I'm not murdering raiders today. No, that was just yesterday. Wait, that sounds bad. Yesterday I was killing raiders in Fallout. Today I'm not killing raiders. Don't worry. Today you're fine. Today you're safe. Welcome in. Nobody is dying today. As for this bun, just to see your interpretation, I expect it like this. Ah, I see, I see. I mean, to be fair, I mean, I think this kinda... I mean, there's also the possibility of doing it. Ah, this may be a bit silly. This is maybe a bit silly. As long as it's Ditto, I love it. Lure them into a false sense of security. Hold on, hold on. There is power in this. He's smug. I don't like him. I love him. Hey, Jesse. Hey. With wanted to be like a caveman. What the heck? Night, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. 2000s flash game face bun. 1 second, if I'm gonna adjust the... Honestly, rather than the detailed face, this might be funnier. This might be funnier. Okay, lasso Nayo and waist up slowly. Oh, like this? Hold on. What's this? Nice bun collection. Thank you, thank you. He looks like he's disappointed. Nice, just serious. This bun's on guard. Yes, TF looking bun. Indeed, indeed. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think I can start coloring this one. Now I'm thinking of Grey Knight, the best one in Castle Crashers. Oh, man, I still want to play Castle Crashers at some point. I know I talked about it with some friends, so maybe do it one day. Doodle bun, you doodle. Me. Oh, I thought you were doing like a Pokemon thing. Doodle bun, got a bun them all. But no, you doodle, me SpongeBob. Sorry. Are these buns commissioned by chat? They are, they are. These are all a bun request, but keep in mind that I do have a backlog, so if you redeem a bun now, it will be, you know, probably a few weeks before I get to it. Will be fun to collab with artist friends with the new updates. Oh, can you do art things with it? Wondering how the more detailed phase would have ended after adding the cheek spills. Well, we'll see that in a second, because I always add the cheek spills during the coloration phase. You know? There we go. I mean, this is probably a better location to put the cheek spills in. There we go. Oh, you can draw your own characters. Nice. The Double Pop episode was crazy. To be fair, the reason that one is still kind of iconic, still kind of well known even now. I wonder like how much effort it takes to draw your own characters, like how many sprites would have to be replaced. Because that might be a fun idea to do, and then get my friends to each draw their own character. Because, you know, the people I was thinking of doing it can all draw themselves, so... Magic pencils. Speaking of magic pencils, I still really want to play Magic Bengal. As well as the other one that you guys mentioned, where you draw like your own monsters and stuff. Just because I want to create a bun in it. I think it would be fun. Designed to be quite accessible from what I saw. Okay, well in that case, I might give it another proposal among my friends and to see, you know, who might be interested in it, because that could be fun. Amazing Island, yeah, Amazing Island is the other one you guys suggested. I was thinking of potentially, you know, giving that one a try as well. There we go. Very, very serious bun, this one. He's not taking any nonsense, no shenanigans around this bun. No shenanigans with this one. Okay, hold on. Let me outline. I remember Amazing Islands. Yeah, I never played, but I kind of want to. Now the Anaconda song while drawing your buns. Which Anaconda song? Angela Anaconda. And Amazing Island does look fun from what I saw after I looked it up. It reminds me a lot of Magic Bengal, which I also haven't played yet, but which I intend to play one day. There we go. What about Drawn to Life? Oh, Drawn to Life might be fun. What's the other one that's like... that's not the one where you input like the keywords, right? Drawn to Life was the other one. They came out around the same time. There was like the one that's like where you put in words, and the other one where you like draw the things yourself, right? Oh, my anaconda don't. My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hon. Oh, Scribblenauts. They were the same company. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, Scribblenauts and Drawn to Life. Could that be fun? The problem with Scribblenauts is that like it becomes basically one solution at some point. So you have to like kind of force yourself to be creative with it. Hey, Visionary. Hey. Yeah, Scribblenauts, you write the words to spawn things. I remember liking Scribblenauts, though. You'd be surprised about the fact that you can clear 95% of the levels with, like, helicopter Godzilla rope. And then you just stick the rope to Godzilla and the helicopter, and you're usually able to clear everything in the stage. Yeah, Cthulhu solves most of the puzzles. Yeah, Cthulhu will usually take care of most things. And the rest can be solved by, you know, the helicopter. Magic Cray, Magic Self, Magic Market, Magic Paintbrush. Are those all games as well? I'm not sure if I've heard about those. Someone just solved the entire games with Guns or Santa. To be fair, Guns and Santa will also solve most problems. The vast majority of them. But I think it would still be a fun way to do. Maybe even as like an input stream where you guys have some input as well. I think I use jetpacks. Jetpacks also works quite well. Hi Tommy, hi, welcome in. Okay. We got one serious bun. One serious bun. Let me just adjust the line out a little bit more. And then we'll go to the next one. Drawn to Life was fun though, I probably wasn't the most creative with it, fair. You know, maybe for Drawn to Life I could make like a special bun edition for stream. You could have like some fun with it, I think. Drawn to Life would be good for stream. Is DS called Drawn to Life by Draw Your Own Hero? Yeah, it's on the Wii as well. Thanks, looks good. Thank you so much for your request. Okay, then let's return to the Pickle Wheel. Those were from cartoons. Oh, I see. You know, I never actually got to play Epic Mickey. Like, I remember being so hyped when they were like announcing it. And then when it like actually came out, everybody was like, not as good as in the previews and concept. And I was like, oh. And then I never bought it. It's a very serious bun. A very, very serious bun. Okay, let's see. Our next bun is gonna be... fiery. Yes, fiery! Okay, feel free if you're listening to, suggest the OST. Change up the OST if you want to. Otherwise, we'll just keep it playing. One problem with Amazing Island is that it took a slot in the memory. Each monster takes a slot. Ooh. I mean, to be fair, for the time, I suppose like drawing all your own stuff would take up a lot of space, so that makes sense. People liked Kingdom Hearts more. I mean, would you say Kingdom Hearts was in direct competition with Epic Mickey? I think Epic Mickey could have worked with the right marketing behind it, because it's still Disney after all. And Disney had like some successful games in the past, you know, if they... I think that, ironically, the fact that they marketed like a little bit edgier and further away from kids might actually be why it failed. I think it was Vending Machine and Handcuffs can beat Scribble mods with various amounts of jank. Wait, Handcuffs? I hadn't heard of that. Vending Machine too? Oh, like I know Cthulhu Helicopter or Jetpack. Basically, something that attacks and something that flies can clear most of the levels. Hey, Blaze. So many dragons and dragon troopers. I guess I might have to buy a separate memory card for Amazing Island then. Let me see, where is Fieries? Can you draw a bun with blue rabbit ears as a tribute to Bobo? Okay, so let me actually introduce you guys to Bobo for people who don't know Bobo. Because like, from what I understand, Bobo is a magazine which is rather popular in the Netherlands. But it's not worldwide, but it is also available in Indonesia. So some of you guys might know Bobo. Some of you guys might not know Bobo. He is a blue rabbit. I just saw a very cursed picture. Googling him. Epic Mickey goes hard visually. The gameplay is That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Hey, look, Bobo. Bobo. Is Bobo our new Oshi? I mean, Bobo is a rabbit. I suppose. Bobo. It was Answer Day yesterday. Oh, I hope you had a good time. I'm not sure what happened, but I hope it went well. Hello, all the best. Welcome in. The blue rabbit? I don't trust that. That you know, that's fair. That's fair. I'm pulling up a couple of pictures so I can introduce you guys to Bobo. Because basically in the Netherlands, it's like basically a magazine for toddlers. I heard that in Indonesia they also have a version that like is for, you know, older teens. Though I only know, well, the toddler version from the Netherlands. Just gathering up some pictures. Okay, there we go. Bobo is our new waifu. Should be celebrate military on any day? Not that I know of. Let me see. Okay, are you guys ready for Bobo? Okay, so like I said, in the Netherlands it's mostly a toddler magazine. Here's some examples. You know, it's just like cute stuff. Where's the Gundam guy? There's no reason for Char to be out yet today. Hey, 6 shot attachment to nose hair? No, that's Bobo. Bobo. There's also a yellow bear puppet named Bobo. Oh, from Topo Kikyo? I'm not sure if I know that. We miss Char too. If Char is a reason to come out again, we'll take Char out again. Nice art style. This is kind of cute. These I think are the slightly newer ones. I also had some examples of the older ones. Like over here. But as you can see, it's a rabbit. She has operated 0 days without Char so far. Reminds me of a reader rabbit. Honestly, because it's the same kind of audience. Makes sense. He's like Bugs Bunny. He's a little bit less cheeky than Bugs Bunny. He's like, you know, he's like a nice kid, I guess, because it's, you know, it's a magazine aimed at toddlers, so he's like a nice toddler. Hey, Azalea, hey. But I guess, like, I don't know, because I did hear that, like, you know, Fari mentioned that, like, the magazine, there is a version aimed at older teens in, like, Indonesia. So I don't know, maybe he grows up for that one. I don't actually know the details. I don't think Fiery is here right now. Hey, Mystic, hey. It's a blue rabbit, cute blue rabbit. Look at how cool he is with his backwards cap leaning on the car, right? So I must show you guys, I saw one slightly cursed picture. And I think you guys are spared right now because it saves as an Aviv, but I have to show you guys the live shows. Do I have to? Well, maybe I don't, but I think I have to show you guys the TV show, the live TV show. Hey, girlfriend. Yeah, I'm here this hour. And it's the same popularity as Bugs Bunny. He's certainly big. I wouldn't say the same popularity because he is for children. Does he have a friend named Dumb Patch? I don't think so. Hey, Master. Hey. Okay, when Bunsy needs the fire wasn't here, which means I cannot be stopped from showing you guys this. Oh god, it's really big. You guys aren't ready for when I've resized this picture. You guys are not prepared for what you're gonna see. Oh, why does he look like that? Why does he look like that? The horror. When you get me spouting a backwards cap like this? Why is this? Why does he have human eyes? Why are the eyes human? Honestly, if they were going for the full face prosthetics, like it goes from most to Five Nights at Freddy, it's like, oh, it could be worse. But I also think if they're gonna do the full face prosthetic, then just put fake eyes in instead of having the human eyes peek out from underneath. Like just put like cute cartoon eyes on at that point. You know, find cosplay material? Oh god, no. And last days, getting Sonic flashbacks. Oh no. So I found as a kid seeing the Easter Bunny at the mall. Oh my god, did they do it the same way? It's like live action Dr. Seuss. Oh god, it kind of is. Ugly Sonic someone before Ugly Sonic. You know, you might be right. Like especially this one. This has very strong Ugly Sonic energy. My hat is already being worn askew. That's still. Just got here. This is the true form of the Bone Lord. It's a Jollibee costume. It does Jollibee do the same? Never heard of Bobo, but I'm just blocking a live action from it. To be fair, this live action seems to have been in 2010 to 2020, which is past the time that I was still reading Bobo. I was a bit too old for Bobo at that point, so I was actually not aware that this existed. So this was late 2010s experiment, I suppose. Very cursed. Very cursed. It's like Bobo Netflix edition. I guess, like, you know, the nice thing is, I know they have a mascot suit. Because I just saw it on Google. Like, they have an official mascot suit. Why didn't the TV show look like this? Just make it like Teletubbies. Why did they do it? The cursed human eyes. Like, toddlers would have liked this just fine, you know? It's like one step from Teletubbies. Okay, but you know, now we've all learned about Bobo. The only one you have to remember is these magazines that are, you know, normal Bobo. See on the official channel, it has every single episode of the live action if you want to see it. Oh wait, really? You guys want to take a look at the Bobo official YouTube channel? Hold on. Oh god, are we ready for this? Are you ready for this? Oh dear. Oh dear, wow. Oh my god, it exists, it's true. Oh, okay. Are you guys... Oh, okay. You guys want to see the wheels on the bus go round and round with Bobo? You guys want to see the wheels on the bus go round and round with Bobo? I can't sleep now. We'll never sleep again with Bobo. Are you ready? Oh, I'll have to mute the other song.
De wielen van de bus gaan rond en rond, rond en rond, rond en rond. De wielen van de bus gaan rond en rond, als de bus gaat rijden. De deuren van de bus gaan open en dicht, open en dicht.
Open en dicht, de deuren van de bus gaan open en dicht.
Als de bus gaat rijden, de lampen van de bus gaan.
This was uploaded 6 days ago. The implication being that they're still making new ones of these. Even now. Last upload 6 days ago. The close-up is so horrific. De bus gaat rijden.
De wissers van de bus
Gaan heen en weer, heen en weer, heen en weer. De wissers van de bus gaan heen en weer. Als de bus gaat rijden.
De toeter van de bus zegt
Never sleep again. Now you can stay up the whole stream. Yep. Protect your kids. Oh god, the close-ups are so horrific. Tring, tring, tring. Does Boa kind of have hips? I mean, there's a non-zero chance that these are played by ladies. Because often, like, you know, I bet they need like a higher pitched voice to make it sound like a kid. So there's actually a pretty decent chance that it's probably played by a lady. God, truly, truly horrific. Let's put that away and start drawing the Bobo Bunny. You know, the biggest shock to me is actually that they're still making new ones of the live action. So at my side job, am I moonlighting as the Bobo actress at night? God, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Absolute cinema. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Let's put the other OST back on. They might be both in the pants. I think it might be the lady. Once enjoyed sleeping, but no more. But no door. Horrifying. I mean, I am an eldritch stream. If you guys don't lose a bit of sanity every time you come by, am I even doing my job right? You know, you guys need to be at least like a little bit of like -1 sanity every time you come by. I have to put the fear of God into the children early. Oh yeah, the guys also tend to have broader shoulders that can intimidate kids. Yeah, no, I'm honestly most likely they're ladies for both of them. Will be a fitting side job for an evil overlord. Gonna get copyright tagged by Bobo. I mean, not entirely impossible. And Topo Kikyo is a cute mouse puppet from Icatly. Oh, okay. That actually sounds cute. That's probably better than what we've got going with the Bobo live action. I feel I'm giving Bobo like a bad chance here because like Bobo is actually kind of cute. You know, if you only consider the magazines, which is what most people grew up with, Bobo is actually pretty cute. You know. It's I also only just found out about the live action show. Come here, left. I didn't start with much sanity. So how much do you have left after all this time is the question. There can't be all that much sanity left in that case. Do you scare the small children? Just don't look in Bobo's eyes. If you don't perceive him, he cannot get you. Like, it's probably okay, as long as, you know... does Bobo have a tail? Actually, does Bobo have a tail? Does Bobo have a tail? Does Bobo have a tail? I don't think he has a rabbit tail. Oh wait, he does, it's just really small. And it's blue. Okay. Negative sanity left. Okay, you know, that's fair. Despite being a live action, Bobo has reduced the chance we hit the Easter dwelling by 5%. No. We'll hit the Easter drawing regardless. You know, we'll just like switch over at 6. It's more recreational scarification. Fair. The inverse is that some suits always usually have men in it because they have broader shoulders, which lets them wear the suits easier. That's fair. I know that like in Disney, because the characters have like very strict height requirements, and a lot of the characters have to be quite short. It means that a lot of the character suits are ladies in Disney. So like characters like Donald Duck and like Mickey and stuff. Because like, you know, the characters themselves usually have to be like not too tall. And they tend to be ladies from what I hear. It's what a common. Like I remember looking into it at some points. Like it's the same with like the princesses, because Disney is like very protective of their image. The princesses have to be like the exact same height as well. So like you have to be like, you know, exactly as tall as Mrs. Belle or like, you know, Jasmine or whatever, to be able to be one of the princesses. Which also means that I've checked this before. I could not be a princess because I'm too tall. Good morning, hi News, hi. Actually, I'm not sure how to change with the later ones. I think Elsa and stuff might be a bit taller. But I remember I could theoretically be Goofy. Because he's 5'9". Thought I just got jockeys now, I know. Wait, jockeys? Like horse jockeys? What, huh? Your better princess is? Thank you. I haven't thought of that image for long. I mean, they're very strict in the parks, you know? They're very, very strict in the parks. You have to be like the exact same heights. I mean, and it can be because like, you know, they get so many applicants that, you know, they can be extremely strict about it. Yeah, I'm already Goofy. I'm already Goofy, that's true. Sure, there's still Disney princesses somewhere, but not in the parks. Maybe at like the Winter Princess birthday parties. Not in the parks themselves. The villain queens are tall. I think I could probably be like the evil stepmom. Or like Maleficent or something. I'm probably the right height for Maleficent. Not the nanoid model? Thank you, Emily. I'm tall? I'm pretty tall. I'm 175, which is not that tall in the Netherlands. It's just barely above average, but it's pretty tall for a lady in the rest of the world. Don't know where my sanity is. It's 95 for you to scale. Okay. Can you give us your best? Yuck. I'm not very good at shocking. Evil step MILF. Well, villains are popular, so I'll take it. 175 is giant in Japan. Like 175 is actually taller than the average height for men in Japan as well. So I feel kind of tall here most of the time. Hiya, bestie. Hi. Oh, if you're 187, yeah, you're gonna, like, even I have to duck in the train. About princess outside of Disney, that are part of Disney, well, I don't know their canonical heights. I'm sure somebody can look them up, but I'm pretty sure if they're in the park, Disney will still be extremely strict about their requirements. Leia never struck me as very tall, though. I don't think Anastasia is either. I think I saw her playing Ursula in the parade. That's fair, especially in the parade, she had like a distance further away. So I think for the parades they're less strict because you can be in a float and they can like adjust your height and stuff. 152 is the average for ladies in Japan, which is so short. Keeping in mind that the average for ladies in the Netherlands is 172. Which why I keep saying I'm not tall, I'm just above average in the Netherlands. How much is in the feet? 175 is 5'9". Whereas the average in the Netherlands is 5'8" for ladies. So like I said, I'm just barely above average. For cheeseburger land, that's the conversion. Googling Maleficent is 5'9". Okay, so I could be a Maleficent. You know, it's probably cooler to be Maleficent than one of the princesses anyway. One downside being is that Maleficent doesn't get like a villain song, but you know, it's probably cooler to be Maleficent. How tall is Frollo? He's eating top self is easy enough. You know what my cool party trick is? You know what makes like my Japanese friends go insane? Like imagine this. This is like the train. And like, you know, you have like the benches and stuff on the sides. And like, you know, you have like the hangers here. And like, you know, this is my party trick. Like I'm just standing here next to like one of my Japanese friends. And what always makes them lose their mind is like I just touch the ceiling. And they go like, how'd you do that? It makes them lose their mind. The fact that I can touch the ceiling. Japan and other Asian countries' lasers very tiny, quite tiny, yup. Almost as tall as me. Leia can be too tall. Yeah, no, I don't recall like her actress is very tall, so I'm 6'2". That is pretty big. That's pretty big. I mean, it doesn't stand out in the Netherlands because I think Dutch average for guys is 184, but it's still above average. You'd still be like marked as tall though. You'd still be considered quite tall. Hey, Stefana, I could bite the handle. Well, the thing is, you notice where my head is in relation to the handle. Now imagine I'm sitting, and then I stand up, and then I conk my head against the handle. I'm like, ah! It keeps happening! It keeps happening! I've actually gotten like much better at dodging the handle on the way up. But when I first came to Japan, I kept knocking my head on it. These days I'm better at dodging it. I'm taller than Vegeta. I mean, being taller than Vegeta is not a big accomplishment. Hey Polly, hey. I'm down a little, 183. That's still pretty average though, in the Netherlands. Pretty tall for the rest of the world. I need to sleep diagonally to fit on my bed. Oh no! No room for a bigger bed, I guess. So I guess bigger beds are expensive too. Is Vegeta like 5'4"? I mean, Vegeta is fairly short, but he is very cool. He makes up for it with like... He says he's got the aura. Needs the puffy hat can cushion it. That's true. But I would conk my head against it so often. Hey, Wajenko. Hey. Late Joe stream? Early Joe stream. Welcome in. Here we go. Okay. I mean, I think this works. For some reason, my brush settings don't feel right today, which is bothering me, but I'll try to figure it out as we go. I'm the meme with Vegeta and Astolfo being the same height and weight. Wait, is that true? Well, now I feel bad for Vegeta. The whale speak makes up for it. Exactly. And also Vegeta has got the hair. You know, the hair to like, add to the height. Hey, Sogi, welcome in. Hope you had a good day. Okay. There you go. Let's see. I think like... what was I gonna say? How big is Goku? I always like get surprised like whenever I'm reading manga. Because like I'm so used to like the Dutch height standards because like I grew up in the Netherlands obviously. But then I'll read manga and especially shoujo manga, you know? When you're like reading about like they'll have like little profiles on the side and like this entire time you've been reading about this love interest and like, oh my god, he's so cool and he's so tall. Does he play basketball? He must be on the basketball team because he's so tall. And then like you finally hit his profile and it's like he's like 172 and I'm like, wait, I'm taller than this guy. And like, wait a second. Just big fanboy boat. You're not supposed to say that. He does have the Twildo hairstyle. That is true. He's the Prince of Three Saiyans. Yep. The only ones that remain. I hear it gets like a little bit fudgier in Super, so... But yeah, no, like it always amused me in manga, like especially when they're like, wow, this girl's a freak. She's so big, she's so tall, she's crazy, she's such a freak. And I'm like, and then it's like she's like 169, and I'm like, eh? I bully the hell out of Vegeta. I'm not sure if you want to pick that fight though. Like, you know, Vegeta can be a jobber here and there, but I think he can still win against most regular mortals. Yes, the XXL Widow speak, yeah. If you combine audio for you spoke jazz into one anime, you could make a good one. Could you though? Like, I feel like you might hit like an epic movie kind of snag where, you know, the execution might fall short. Depending on who is doing it. Comic accurate Wolverine is 5'3". I heard just like Vegeta, he's like another one of the short kings. Not just a British fanboy, but the one that went to work for the French. Oh god, the insult! Insult to injury! Boys can beat God, Goku. I can beat Ultra Ego Vegeta. Can you beat Ultra Ego Vegeta? You might have to like strike a deal with Bulma to like rig things behind the scene, I feel. Who are we executing? I don't think we're executing anybody currently. Who do you want to execute? You're offering. Are you putting yourself up? Half the Battle of the Gods was basically Vegeta bullying. I mean, Vegeta gets bullied quite a bit, like... Because, like, he's no Yamcha, but he is sometimes a dedicated jobber to, like, show how strong an enemy has to be. Once in a while. And such freak with his long enticing legs and ability to tower over us while capitoning us. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I stand like this over all buns. There was a boat wrestling game with the wrestler creators and they produced Vegeta with the other stars. And despite good roots that Vegeta kept jobbing, the game is lower, yep. Is that a bunny? It is a bunny! I based my last D&D character on a pink-haired anime character named Astolfo from Fire Emblem. Dodged it just in time. Okay, I think that's a pretty cute bunny. You know, pretty cute bunny. Lucky bro, to get your personal bond for honest situations. I mean, just for the stick figure. It's like, you know, it's looks a little silly though. Let's start coloring the bunny. I mean, that is how I Kabadon though. That is how I Kabadon because you guys are so short. You come up to like my knee. Oh yeah, bunny teeth. Let me see. It's kinda cute, but it wasn't in the original request, so I'm reluctant to add it. See Bunny as the real bunny, yeah. If anyone see the different anime voice acting videos, I've seen like some of the different like Vegeta videos, yeah. Not sure if I've seen a specific one you're thinking of. Here we go. Wait, what was I gonna say? Oh, right. You know, speaking of the height differences, you know, that my friends in Japan, they're all so short. And like, I always kind of joke when they're like, wow, your legs are so long. And that's because my legs are like quite long. I'm like 70% leg. But that means that like when I'm standing next to like most people, like most of my friends in Japan, I'm like here. And then they'll be like, you know, over here. But I'll be like, and then I'll be like, wow, your legs are so long. I'm like, yeah. And then it turns out like the top of like my hips comes up to their booba. And then they're always like, I'm like, yeah. My legs are like over a meter long, unironically. It's like 60% of my body. Nearly 70%. And that's my other party trick that always makes the girls go, whoa! You're so tall! See, Bunny is the real bunny. Okay. Look at Jenny's size to see that the XL is like a US medium. It's because people are quite short. Like I, you know, mostly have an issue buying pants in Japan usually. Because they'll like won't reach my ankles. Oh, no wonder why Jota was distracting. I mean, to be fair, I did buy that skirt in the Netherlands. Standing and raising one hand, yeah, my greatest party tricks. Like, to be fair, I can't really buy the skirts in Japan because if I do, they're obscene because they are made to like hit knee, like over here. But because my legs are long, they hit over there, which is inappropriate. I have to buy my skirts in the Netherlands, so I'm online. What about shoe size? Kind of tough. Like, I don't have like particularly large feet, but I'm just one outside of like Japanese lady shoe sizes. Because I'm much taller. Which means I usually have to like go to the men's section to buy shoes here, or like to the specialty stores that have like a large selection. Because like the lady shoes usually go up to like 35 in Japan. And I'm 35.5. Or like, what is it? I forgot wait, what's the measurements? It's something like that. I'm like 0.5 above the biggest lady size. Shoe sizes Japan. What are the measurements again? Oh no, it's not 30, it's 25. And yeah, they usually go up to 25 in Japan, and I'm 25.5, which is very frustrating. Manjo when? Probably never. You can draw your own fan art if you want to. Trouble finding pants both length and width-wise, yep. So sad, the regular skirts become short skirts. I mean, they also don't really account for hips in Japan. Like, it's okay, like, if the skirt is, like, up around the waist to a degree. Because those, like, if you can... But, like, the hips, they're an issue. Because, like, well, Japanese ladies don't have a lot of ass, usually, so... or a lot of hips, and that, yeah. It does mean the regular skirts become short skirts, yep. That's also so sad, it's so sad. It's one of the things that Japanese ladies often compliment me on, which is always a little bit awkward, but it's, you know, you don't see it a lot in Japan, that's why. I'm 28 centimeters and fairly normal shoe size, so it isn't hard for me, yeah. Like, in Europe, I'm like a 40, so like I said, I'm not like super big or anything in terms of shoe size, but in Japan, it's just out of it. Yeah, nice ass, Michael, basically. Shoe size is 31 in Japanese measurements, impossible to find. Yeah, that's even quite big for the male shoe size, I think. It slips off. No, it doesn't go on. It's because my hips are too wide. I guess, like, you know, for like Japanese ladies, they need to like have extra tight skirts so they don't slip down, but my brother tried buying his shoes in Japan. He's the US 11. Ah, nowhere carried the large. It's tough. 14 is like 49 or 50. Oh, in US size. I think in US size I'm like a 9 or something. I was actually working on pencil skirts. May have gotten distracted. And super long skirts. Yeah, no, that's what I gotta do. Japanese measurements are not similar to European, no. If you're like a European 40, you're like a Japanese 25.5. Roughly. A 44 is a 10. Yeah, so like I don't really know how everything converts exactly, but... you know, it is what it is, you know? Different genetics and all that. I wear a size 12 in the US. Okay. I think that's like a size 46 or something. In like European. Oh, give me a bum with Johnny Bravo's hair and glasses. Okay. As I mentioned before, I'll just like put it aside. Won't be added to the wheel till I finish off the backlog though. just making sure, you know. Hey, Ninen. Konnichiwa. Konbanwa janai. Kyou wa hayai. It's fine, I can wait. Okay. I saw a model for Wing Zero, a special unit from Super Robot Wars. Nice. Let's see. Oyasumi? Huh? Yuma? Mada 2時間じゃないけど。ま、おやすみなさい。Talking about take welcome in. Your shoe sizes are measured in 2/3 centimeters, while Japanese ones are real centimeters, yeah? Honestly, why European sizes are measured in silly centimeters is honestly a mystery to me. But, you know, it's probably some, like, archaic thing that never got switched out. It makes a lot more sense in normal centimeters. I have to go to bed, sleep tight, or sleep bunny dreams. Is that a bun ditto or mock ditto? The one in the corner? That's a ditto. That's a bun ditto. Is that why European size sucked up? Yeah, probably. Think so the size can be more accurate? More accurate than just saying it in normal centimeters? Draw a T-spin. Yeah. Soup. Oh, I mean accurate fitting? I mean, I guess you can make more increments, but you could theoretically do that regardless, though. Japanese one to find clothes in the Netherlands? Well, maybe. But then again, there's like shorter girls in the Netherlands too. Though, then again, I have some shorter friends in the Netherlands who have told me they have like do some shopping among the kids section. So maybe Japanese ladies might have some trouble finding clothes. But I'm sure that like they'd still find enough. Though I have been told that sometimes the kids settings might be necessary. So yeah, maybe. It's hard for me to say because I've never been short. You know, I got my growth spurts when I was like 11. So like, I don't really know what it's like to be short. It's usually easy to find smaller clothes than bigger due to the nature of human growth. Exactly. I'm sure that like... it's hard to say. I'm sure that like, you know, depending on how short they are, they might have some trouble. And like, wind up having to look in the kids sections instead. Hey, Corby, hey. So I guess it might go both ways, yeah? Might go both ways. And like, maybe with the skirts, they all accidentally wind up being too long. But to be fair, it is better to have the skirts be too long than too short, probably. The trouble with getting chose depends on the sleeves being too short, especially on shirts, yeah. No, same reason as like, you know, the pants legs being too short. Sleeves being too short is another big issue. Like if you have long sleeve shirts, to be fair, I don't like long sleeve shirts that much. Usually go for shorter sleeves. Because then you don't have to worry about it as much. But yeah, long sleeves will often like come up short, like halfway down the arm. And short right now, I do have bizarre mascot proportions, that's still. I was always 6 feet when I was 17. And such in I think class I always got the roles like Woodsman and Red Riding Hoods. I mean, I felt really... It was funny because like in the Netherlands, I was never so tall, right? Like I was pretty average. Like even though I got my growth spurt pretty early, you know, it's not like I was like standing out there all that much. But then, you know, as you guys know, I was in boarding school in the UK for a little bit. And then I suddenly was way too tall. I don't know what... The UK is not that far from the Netherlands, but compared to the Netherlands, everybody is significantly shorter. Which was really awkward because like when the school picture was taken, I had to like stand in the back row while everybody out of my class was like in front. And I was like, man, I'm so far in the back. Because it was by height. And I was like the only girl who was in the back row. And it's like, this is ridiculous. Why are British people so short? Why are they so short? Money. Hey, Untitled. Welcome in. Taller than you, but only like one guy was shorter than me. My high school friend group. Yeah, fair. No, I remember there was like one guy who was like also in the shooting club who was like really short. It like always surprised me at the time because I was used to the Netherlands. But yeah, no, I felt gigantic when I was like at boarding school. Like I felt so big. I was way taller than everybody else. You know, that had never been a thing in the Netherlands. Like it's crazy how, you know, the two countries are only like half an hour apart, but everybody in the UK is just tiny. Until you're at a shooting club. I mean, you know, sometimes, yeah, you know, slug school is pretty cool. I'm importing pants to Japan. If I lived there, you might have to. If you're too tall, you might have trouble finding pants. I know, like, they do have, like, stores, I think, for, like, taller guys, but they don't have them for taller ladies, which is a bit annoying. You have to really go looking for them. Hey, Amaji, hey. My area's ladies over 6 feet are pretty common. In the Netherlands, you see it here and there, especially among the models. Like, it's quite funny because, like, model length in a lot of countries is, like, above 5'9" or, like, above 5'8" for girls, I think. While in the Netherlands, it's, like, because there's so many tall ladies, to, like, stand out as a model, you have to be, like, above 6 feet, basically. Because, you know, that's, you know, the other, 5'9" is average, 5'8" is average, so, like, the Dutch models have to be, like, you know, they have to shoot even higher to compete. They have to go even higher. Never had anything like that. I went to an agriculture school. Fair. Not sure how many schools in the UK had it. To be fair, we had competitions against other schools, so it was more than just one. But I also don't know exactly how common it was. I think that school was maybe a bit of a special situation regardless. Because, like, you know, it had, like, the cooler clubs. But yeah, I mean, at least Maybe at least like several other schools that had a shooting club, because otherwise we wouldn't have had competition. But we actually shot against like adults quite often as well, now I think about it. So I guess, I mean, it was more fun to shoot against the adults because it felt like more bragging rights when you won against the adults. You know what I mean? It felt cooler to win that way, so because then you could say, like, you know, I'm a better rifle shooter than, like, you know, adults in the military. It's stronger bragging rights. You shot adults? I shot against adults. I shot against adults. You could join the man show to show the ROTC. Didn't want to shave your hair. Oh, they made you shave your hair for that? That's a shame. I mean, they had like the combined cadet forces, the CCF, but they didn't make anybody shave their hair, even though it was basically like army training. Took like 10 pairs of jeans when I lived in Japan. Wise, wise. You know, I actually still don't have like a fitting pair of jeans anymore. I need to buy a new pair back when I'm in the Netherlands again, because it's too much of a pain to find one in Japan. I have a B.U.N and Pom Pom Monster flashback. Like in Japan, I know like I'm too tall to be getting any jeans. But when I'm in the Netherlands again, I should probably get like a new comfy pair at some point. Okay, I should delete this T-spin. There we go. Take away the Capadon. There we go. There we go. Got my best pair of jeans in Japan. Had them custom made. God, they were expensive. Out of curiosity, how much did you pay for them to get them custom made? Because that's kind of interesting, especially if they're very comfy. I hadn't even considered that before, but just out of curiosity, jeans on their own can be kind of expensive as is, if you're getting like good ones new instead of used. So $400. Phew. Then again, some of like the Levi jeans and stuff are like 200 new. So I guess you're basically paying double for like jeans that fit you exactly. And that's pretty rough though, but yeah, no, I don't think I probably couldn't afford $400 for jeans. Mecha Joe would be scandalous with no jeans, yeah. Exactly. Okay, but that's good to know. That's good to know. Just making a mental note for if I'm ever really rich, that I can go buy some jeans. Double for custom fit, self-touch denim jeans. I bet they are really comfy though. I bet they really are very comfy, so I am a bit jealous. You know, I used to have a fairly comfy pair, but that one ripped, so I can't wear them anymore. Could probably get them cheaper in other places. That's true. I mean, second-hand for jeans is usually the way to go, but it's a lot harder to get, like, you know, second-hand jeans that will actually fit you, right? So that's the issue. Oh, Hungry Boo! Thank you for the wait. Wait, was this your boost day? Did you have your boost day today? Or not yet, is that tomorrow? I forgot. Either way, hope you had a good stream. Welcome, waiters. I'm Jaruna. I'm Sea Bunny. I play retro games and do art sometimes. And today I'm doing the arts. I'm doing buns. It was my boost day. Let's go! Hope you had a very happy boost day. Let me find something real quick. Do I have it on hand? Maybe not. Okay. Okay. Either way, you're playing some Dead by Daylight. I hope you had a good time. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. So what I'm doing today is I'm drawing community bun requests. So today's gonna be kind of an easygoing stream, kind of a long stream. And that's basically the planning for today. That's basically what's up. I was trying to find something back real quick, but you know, as it turns out, my folders are and remain a mess. A huge mess, and I can never find anything back inside of them. You know, and such is life. Such is life, unfortunately. Sounds like a perfect stream. Thank you. Oh, the music is still going. I couldn't hear it myself anymore, but I see that you guys can still hear it, so That should be fine. That should be fine. If you want good Japanese denim, don't mind spending a fortune. Get Uehara jeans. I don't think I've heard of Uehara before, but sounds interesting. Sounds interesting. Don't think I've seen them around. Organized folder never existed. Organized folder never existed. There's a JP brand that prides himself on using original indigo dye that stains the workers' hands. I see, I see. Didn't you trade crazy looking Batwing jeans? I think I might have a while back. I think I might have, like some really funky ones. That does actually ring a bell. That does actually ring a bell. Okay, well, I was trying to find something, but alas, my folders are an irrecoverable mess. I cannot find things ever. Okay. Grab some imported wood, Joanna, like a Cabadonna bun. Well, that wouldn't be very professional to do in our field, right? What do you mean? You don't just have everything on download? I do have a significant amount of things on download. An embarrassing amount of things on download. Which honestly, I should fix one day. I really should go to my download folder and like just sort things out at some point. Yeah, no, I really should sort things out at some point. These jeans are also good. I practically only wear them. I mean, jeans are nice because they're like kind of formal. I have like these nice like stretch jeans that are like, they're like secret jeans. They look like jeans on the outsides, but actually like basically like, you know, like leggings kind of. But those are my stealth jeans. Till I get like a pair of proper jeans again. Bought a nice little denim jacket not too long ago. Nice. I would say she could like the Cabadonna bun when she's not working, but I already know she doesn't have free time. I mean, Joanna's a busy lady, you know. She chooses to work. That's the black Jägermeister one. Decently thick. Nice. And some raw denim, but they were so raw that after I took them off, my legs were blue. Oh, well, you know, better blue than like, you know, chafed, I guess. Like, at least it was just stained instead of like scratched up. I thought you were gonna say they were so wow, I was like super chafed or something, but it's still a bit silly to dye your legs blue, but you know, it's still the better alternative, maybe, possibly. Possibly. My jeans keep ripping on the exact same spots and I don't know why. I mean, that's probably the spot that they're too tight. Would say she could let Cabadonna bun. I felt these jeans, they are handmade Italian jeans. They're so good and comfy. I mean, like, to be fair, if your jeans keep ripping in the same spot, it's probably that they're too tight. Like, I know people always say, like, their jeans, like, whip in the back. But, like, my jeans, they always, like, whip at the sides. Like, over there. Like I've never whipped them in the back, but at the sides, yeah, that's usually where they wind up whipping. Which usually you probably just need like some bigger jeans, most likely. That's the sort of diet your jeans were dyed with. So you want ties too strong? Yeah, it's got kill a watermelon with them. You know, like what's the thing? Like explodes the head like the watermelon or something. That's the movie quote. I forget which one. From like Wreck-It Ralph. I tried go-karts. I have thick legs and need go-kart jeans because it's not super baggy. You know, I've never looked into jeans that much because I've mostly actually inherited my jeans from my mom. And you know, use those. But maybe I'll take a proper look around. I just really don't like clothes shopping because it's so mendokusai. So I haven't gone clothes shopping in ages. And also I have the thing is, I don't want to go clothes shopping till I've gotten rid of like a bunch of the stuff I don't wear anymore. Like till I've cleared out my closet of like clothes I don't need. I don't want to go clothes shopping again. That is how jeans work, yep. God forbid a man has thick legs in the rear hand. God forbid. Could you execute the bun with ties? A tied up bun? Nah, this looks so cursed. Great jeans. Yeah, like that. I did get the jeans from my mom. Yeah, that's how it works. I get the fun now. Yeah, no, clothes shopping is mendoksai, you know. Clothes shopping is just too mendoksai. I can't be bothered. There you go. There's the there's the bum with the ties. You guys happy now? Like, because like if you're shopping for clothes, you have to try things on and at other size and try those on, and then like go back and forth, and you have to go into the changing room and put stuff back and pick stuff up, and it's you have to take stuff off and put it on. It's so enoxai. I hate clothes shopping. Now I sent a swam, but good end result. I was asking to use the bun instead of the watermelon. Oh, that's too embarrassing to draw on stream. Gave the bun the Mewtwo ties, yep. Okay. Before we get more distracted, let's go grab the next bun. Okay, that's finally done. Let's go to the next one. Bonk bonk. If they're my size, I'll just buy them. But I just like get worried because like I'm too nervous to go back and like return stuff, you know? Because like returning stuff is even more mendoksai when you're kind of anxious, so and I don't want to talk to people. Okay, next bun is Fox. Fox, if you're around, you can, you know, control the OST, let me know. Remember that teens were introduced to Washers Market in my mom and dad's day. People want to dye them all cool colors, like purple, green, peach, and tan. And grey in any color that they dyed them with. People who wore them would take them off and have stained legs. Hey, you know, it could be a fashion statement. Like, there was like that whole fashion trend for a while. Okami music? Gotcha. You know, like, well, I wouldn't say it was a fashion trend, but there is like the subculture where you had the girls who like completely did like the full body paint in Japan. Let me see. Find the request. Find the request back. With other things that should probably be more organized. Kasane Tetoban! Ah, I got to draw some twin drills. Okay. Was less a draw request and just a general would you execute punishment? Oh, would you execute the punishment? I mean, maybe. Maybe if a bun is particularly naughty, they can be popped like a watermelon. Let me find a reference of Teto. Teto. Became so wildly popular at the time, the organization had to enforce uniform laws for corporate and trade jobs. The funny thing is that like jeans these days are actually relatively commonly acceptable nowadays, I feel. Like, you know, like whenever it's like, you know, business casual. Like, I feel like a lot of places I know you can come into work, like as long as you're not working as a salary man. Like if you're wearing a button-up shirt and jeans, it's basically considered like, you know, formal enough. Similar to the monster lashes, that sounds like a punishment. You guys would die though, you know? People were getting arrested for the drip. Yeah, no, I grabbed myself a Teto reference. It does. Hey. Okay, so let's pull up the Tetos. What's it in centimeters? Let's go. You were retweeting Artifair. Yeah, she's cute. For people who don't know, Teto. Teto is a voice bank that originally started as an April Fool's joke, and then became much beloved. And now eventually got like, you know, her own voice banks, like proper ones over the years. And she actually got a really good recent release that people have been making very, very nice songs with. Very good songs. Hey, Swoner. Hey. Fortunately, I never get punished for my crimes, like being cringe, so I'll never get popped like a watermelon between C1 Gene Destroyers. Alas. Hey, Swoner, welcome in. Like, Teto she's really cute. Like, even if you don't know who she is, especially if you've been like listening to like VTuber covers and stuff, you've probably heard some of her favorite songs. Especially because like recently, Teto especially went like super big. So I think like a lot of people have heard Teto even if it's like through covers from like VTubers you might watch. Because it's like, well, I'll put on Teto real quick. You've almost certainly heard it, to be quite honest. You've almost certainly heard it at some point. Taurus. Here we go. It's a good take on Tetris. Pirto, my beloved Pirto, is also pretty good. But something else entirely. Yeah, no, like Tetris got like pretty big, and you might have seen like people cover it, and or like even like parodies of like the arts that like a lot of people have been redrawing. Yeah, Tetris. It's not Miku, it's Teto. It's Teto. 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 Never heard it before. Ah, I'm half surprised. I mean, either way, I do recommend some other like Teto songs because, like, especially with the new voice bank, like Teto is kind of crazy these days. Honestly, like really good vocal quality coming out of Teto. So like a lot of people are like, you know, making pretty great stuff with her. Pretty great stuff. I always never know what to do with like hair on bun. It always looks so silly. I think I might just leave it on the sides. Do you mean Tetris? No, I mean Tetoris. Because that's the name of the song. Because the girl singing it is a Teto. So it's not Tetris, it's Tetoris. Yeah, Teto was an April Fool's parody at first. Teto has 3 feels too, a fight. I miss the more digital feel. I mean, you can always use the older versions. Oh yeah, there's Mesmerizer, that's true. Actually, with Mesmerizer, like Teto has really like hit the mainstream because like now there's like following the success of Mesmerizer, I feel a lot of people are doing the Miko Teto combo. A lot of people have started doing the Miko Teto combo following the success of Mesmerizer, which I, you know, can't blame them. Listen to one though, nice. What's the April Fool's joke? The basic was an April Fool's joke that she was like a new Vocaloid, you know. Basically a new voice soft bank, while it was actually a community joke. Where they had like, you know, people within the community on Nico Nico had somebody else make and record the voice bank. So, but they did like a whole thing, like make a fake release, fake promotional images and stuff. And just pretended it was like a new Vocaloid being released. And like they made up like fake official information and all that. And then eventually she got a real official release because Teto wound up being that popular. Teto and Neru are one of these rare Vocaloids. I feel Teto and Neru aren't so rare anymore because, like, to be fair, I don't think Teto was actually rare. Neru was kind of rare, rare before, but ever since Mesmerizer, they've really picked up again. Could you imagine Police or Offspring doing a job when we dyed those in Cabana jeans with fabric stars? Okay, the fabric stars are a little bit less professional, but kind of hilarious. The voice of Hatsune Miku is entering the old folks' home. I mean, Teto is canonically like around like in her 30s, so like I feel better about that, you know. She's one of us. I also see Triple Baka. I mean, Triple Baka has been around for a long time, though I feel Triple Baka got a little bit forgotten by people in recent days. Hey, Piskin, hey. Teto and Nero. I mean, like I do feel that like Nero, like ever since that like people started joking like about the yellow one that's not in Mesmerizer. People started adding the yellow one that's not in Mesmerizer a whole bunch to different songs. So I feel like Nero actually had like a surprise, like, you know, popularity re-release because like, all because people mentioned Triple Baka again and then started memeing about Nero, and that like really brought it back, and now people are using Nero again. Hey, Amakin. Vocaloid's age, she was just designed older. She was designed older. I mean, I think it may be in part because she was an April Fool's release. And that they were like, oh yeah, no, she's like, you know, actually 30. Like 32 or something. And that's probably like, you know, was the gag. But it's actually kind of nice to have an older Vocaloid. In a way. Like people enjoy that because she's a Chimera, you should halve it by 2, and she's like actually 16. But I think that in itself is a gag too, because, you know, it's like the Japanese, you know, hag gag where they're like forever like 18, you know. I think it's more along those lines, so I think you can basically believe it. A lot of April Fool's jokes are basically haha, unless I mean, in this case, it wasn't a joke by the official company. It was a joke by the community, which then, like, you know, became a thing. You know, over many years of people actually using and enjoying the fake voice bank. She actually suddenly got an official release. I honestly don't mind it too much when they do it like as audience testing. If they wind up releasing those kind of things later, you know? Yeah, she's the same age as the Vault Dweller, yep. Hi, Opsity, welcome in, welcome in. There are Bun and Gunman who rolled up in the Marnie G's and hiking boots. I mean, that's a fairly practical outfit, honestly. Can't even blame them if you ask me. There you go. But you know, I feel like, just like the Dwarf Beller, it's a perfectly acceptable age after all. Our voice back was the Windy Day Allback song. Oh, that was actually a more niche one, actually, if I recall. Like, let me double check, but I believe, for Allback, yeah, it's Kaiyuki. Kaiyuki is like a fairly unpopular voice bank. That one is not very common. Oh, hiya, Lumi! Hi, welcome in. Everybody say hi to Lumi. Hi, Lumi. I hope that the stream yesterday was fun. It looked very chaotic. Very, very chaotic. Hope you had a good time. Is that where the term fanlord comes from? I mean, fanlords existed before that, though. That's how people knew how to make them. I screamed too much. It was really funny because I had your stream on while I was like brushing my teeth. And like I was just like, you know, in the bathroom putting like toothpaste on my toothbrush. And then I just like hear Lumi screams in the distance. And every time I was like... you know, from over in the other room, I'm like, oh, something's happening. So I had a good time listening to it. Oh, I was getting ready for bed. You know, sounded like a good time to me, at least. Spetswords are known for wearing sneakers. I mean, you know, sneakers are comfortable and practical, so it makes sense you'd wear them in the field, if you ask me. It was really funny because, like, sometimes I just hear the screaming and I just, like, you know, just smile like, yeah. Yeah. Which, it's, you know, that's how you know all is right in the world is when lovely Lumi screams. In the background. But yeah, so... Oh, wait, the main reason you want Okami is because you don't get many chances to get Okami while seeing a fake character. Fair. Hi, Flea, welcome in. Ohayo. You know, it's still pretty morning for me. I only woke up like 3 hours ago, so it's still basically morning for me. I did the same when you laughed too. Aw, thank you. It's kind of nice. It feels like, you know, everything is right. You know, you can relax, like, I will say, like, I'm surprised it hasn't been an issue during streams yet, but the new palace is not as soundproofed. So, like, sometimes I can, like, just hear this, like, you know, noise from the palace plaza. And it always makes me go, like, oh. People, oh no. Which also, it keeps, like, you guys know how I, like, voice, you know, have, like, my recorder on at night. Like, I have, like, this app which, like, you know, checks for if I'm talking in my sleep and, like, see if it, like, will record, you know, things and stuff. And, like, sometimes I say funny things in my sleep. That's why I have it. But now it keeps recording, like, the noises from outside. And it will be like, there's a new recording, and it will be like at 6 or 7 a.m. And, like, every single time it's just, like, you know, the sound of, you know, kids going to school. And, like, talking outdoors. I'm like, oh, false alarm again. Definitely hear sirens passing by once in a while. Yeah, the sirens definitely get picked up. Like, I'm glad that, like, I guess most of the chattering is usually done by 6. And I guess not so much on the weekends. Whereas, like, I definitely hear it in the morning a lot as people are, well, mostly, I guess, like, kids are commuting. Next sleeping voice back is in jeopardy. Yeah, well, to be fair, obviously I don't save those because that's not interesting. That's not me talking. I'm Tony, thank you for the follow. But, like, I probably should start compiling the next sleep pack again. Unfortunately, a bunch of them got lost like a year or so ago. Because of the way it started saving things, at which point it overwrote like a bunch of them. Because phone's stupid. But I still have a pretty decent backlog, I think, of the... But also, I still need to like... Because like technically they're just uploaded as a voice pack. But I also should really like edit all of them into a video. And I had like a video editor doing it before. But she gave up. So I need to get somebody else to do it. Because at the time, I think what happened is that like her like video program crashed or something and she lost the data and she didn't feel like doing it again. But that does mean I need to like go and get somebody else to do it at some point. Because it is quite silly, but are you a light sleeper or a hard sleeper? How easy do sounds wake me up? A bit of a combination of both. I'm a very light sleeper in terms of falling asleep and like that kind of stuff, but once I'm asleep, I sleep pretty deeply. And like any sounds I hear just get like integrated into the dream. So like one example would be like if back when I was still at boarding school, if I heard the door slam, it would be like, you know, a door slamming in the dream, or like, you know, an explosion or like something like that, you know? And you know, people have told me that I can be talked to in my sleep, as like my mom has told me that like if she tried talking to me when I was asleep, I just like stopped babbling nonsense back. So I guess like, you know, it takes a little bit more to wake me up. But then again, I feel like I wake up. But I have slept through like thunder and rain. But usually earthquakes will wake me up. But only if they're like over a tree. If they're like a tree or more, I'll wake up to the earthquake. And then I'll be really annoyed. And then just like hide under my blankets and go back to sleep. Because how dare this earthquake wake me up usually. Oh god, not that character. Tetto is cute. How dare you? I love Tetto. Though I will say, you know what has happened before? This isn't relevant anymore, but like in the old palace, they used to do like, during the summer, they did like radio taisel, which is like radio exercises. And I could hear, like, you know, the radio taisel with all the old people outside. And then, you know, like every single day at like 8 on the docks, like I'd hear their terrible music starting and I'd be like, oh no, let me sleep more. Because they're doing like, you know, a half an hour of radio taisel, and like the entire time I just hear like, you know, the 1, 2, 3, and like, you know, and like just like guiding them through the morning exercises, and I'm like, no. When outside stimulus gets inserted in the dreams, it's very satisfying. Yeah, it makes... It feels kind of like, you know, you're on top of it, you know? When it gets integrated in the dream, it's like, you know, you've got it put together. But yeah, no, that used to wake me up. That used to make me up, and I'd be like, oh, it's still early. Please finish already. Radio exercise would make for a fun voice pack. Oh, like me telling you guys how to do the exercises. That could be kind of funny. I mean, maybe if I ever have like, you know, a 3D setup where we can actually track the movements, I could do like a full radio exercise video. Well, I guess I don't have like a fancy 3D model, but I guess I could use like chibi for it, like marshmallow. And then, and then I can be like, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I mean, at the moment I do like, you know, have the like fake arm tracking, but I would love to get like, you know, more proper tracking at some point, because it does look kind of fun, and I have seen people do like, you know, interesting things for 3D. And also because like I still want to play that one Dragon Quest game for the PlayStation that comes with like a sword peripheral, and I think it would be significantly more interesting for you guys to be able to see me swinging it around when I'm playing it, so... But next stage could be 2, but then we already have the Sheer Saber full steam. I mean, that's true. Maybe for next year. Well, there's still Sports Day. I forget which day is Sports Day, but Assault V-Void still exists. Old Void still exists, but there's a reason you don't see old Void much in the little shorts I made. Or like, why it might not work very well for a stream like that, and that's because it looks absolutely terrible from behind. if old Void is looked at from any angle except the proper angle, it's a mess. It's because I didn't know what I was doing. 3D Jacking's a joke and give his POV getting hugged by the C1. I mean, I've already zoomed in real close a couple of times, you know? You can close your eyes and imagine. But yeah, maybe at some point. The nice thing is that in the new palace, you know, like in the old palace, I want to like just imagine, here is my desk with like the PC on it, right? This is chair with me on it. This is like in the old palace. How much space do you guys think I have? However much you are thinking, wrong, here's the wall. I had about like 50 centimeters of space in the old palace. Which is why, like, you know, 3D was basically never an option. Like, even, like, you know when I did, like, the Fist of the North Star stream, when I was, like, standing here, I basically, like, moved the chair over, stood here, and then kind of, like, punched sideways past the monitor. Yeah, so that used to be my... But now I actually have room behind me. At least you cannot lean back and fall over too. I'm a hard sleeper, but if I stay up too late, the point of birth starts saying, I basically give up on sleeping. To be fair, at that point you might as well just start this next day. You basically made it already. But yeah, now I actually, you know, now I have like, you know, desk and also room behind me. Which I specifically sought out, so I'm not streaming in 50 centimeters of space anymore. You know, I very, very much looked at the new palace with the eye on, you know, improving streaming quality. So now I could theoretically move around in a 3D space if I wanted to. Gonna Jesus for hips even fit turn sideways. They still fit, they still fit. I moved this chair away. Look at that little guy, very cute, very cute. But yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, you know. The problem with 3D is that not just like forget the model for a second, like the equipment for 3D is kind of expensive. Which is why I've kind of like, you know, put it off for a long time. You know, you need like all the different trackers and like... Actually, I'm not really sure how VTubers do it with the headsets. Like, do VTubers wear the headsets when they're doing 3D? Or do they only wear the trackers? Because I figure the headset seems so heavy, wouldn't it get in the way? But then again, how are they doing the tracking otherwise? I guess they can like strap the thing to their face or something. I mean, cheap if you get a V-Void or boot. But if I got a boot model, then it wouldn't be me anymore. I could try making a new V-Void though, but like I said, I'd probably just use Marshmallow Joel for those purposes. You know? Just be a silly marshmallow. But yeah, no, I'm actually not sure how... I have a few friends who have done 3D before. I guess I can ask them how exactly they do the 3D when they do it. Because I'm actually not sure, like, how they do the tracking. Like, do they wear the headsets? People in VR chats wear the headset, right? I can just get the model and 3D set with leap motion, but I have leap motion, but I'm talking about like actual movement. Because if I was gonna give you guys radio exercises, I'd need to be able to track the legs too. The one should have 31 out of 2. That's 4 heads. Ah, for the age. Marshall though would be swinging around the sword. Exactly. I mean, I think it would look kind of cute at least. I mean, I can give the sword to, like, Mega Joro as well, I suppose. Especially because it's, you know, early PlayStation game, so it's unlikely to be all that detailed to begin with. So it might fit in thematically. I will probably ask, you know, when I do get around to it, I'll probably ask... I might actually commission Ami for, like, a like, 3D sword asset, because I know she's done, like, low-poly assets for herself for, like, different games before. And I think it would be fun to have one that matches the game for Dragon Quest. The legs and everything is VR plus trackers like Tuna Flyme 5. That's what I heard, that's what I hear. But like, you know, a lot of those trackers are kind of pricey, which is why I haven't really, you know, looked into things before. Well, I looked into them, but then went like, whoa, that's kind of pricey, and then I, you know, looked out of them again. She takes lots of them from the files. Ah, I see, I see. I'll probably inquire with her on how she does it then. Because I think the way she does it is really cool. And I might want to try that myself. For the dragon questing. Man, the Okami music is getting me all hyped up. I would still like to play Okami this year. I'm just not sure when will be the best time for it. Maybe August? I'm not quite sure. Because it is one of the games I would like to play. But not sure when I get around to it. But the thing is, like I said, like I had kind of a fun surprise planned for Okami, but there needs to be like a little bit of, you know, time between new model and that. You know, I originally had it from last year, but then, you know, 2.0 got like delayed a whole bunch. So I've been sitting on a fun Okami thing for a while. So it's once Kingswood and Capcom, it slowly became more cursed with every 16. Yeah, no, she's been very creative with those. I, you know, not gonna lie, definitely taking some inspiration there because she's been very cool. Okay, now from here, do we add the ahoge? Might look better without the ahoge. But it is that though. Maybe I'll put the ahoge over here. It looks a bit less silly, otherwise it crowds the horn so much. Okay. And you know, the thing with Okami is, as a kid I don't think I actually fully finished it. Because Okami is one of those games that, like, you know, feels like it ends like several times before it actually ends. And I remember, like, at least, you know, defeating Orochi and then doing some of it after that, but I don't think, you know, I don't think I actually finished the second half of the game. If I recall. Just like, you know, the initial arc. As they say. Here we go. You know, now I'm thinking of it, I was actually gonna tell you guys about my dream still. And my dream last night was kind of weird. It had a couple of twists. And I will need you guys' opinion on whether it counts as a dead game. Because it's an interesting situation, so you guys will have to give me your feedback. Hey, Okinor, hey. Was there a Bergante? There was no Bergante. There was never a Bergante to begin with, that was just a regular Pregnante. It was just like, you know, the speculation after the fact. You have a Gabi for the Wii with the extension IGN logo on the cover. Oh, that's so funny. You have a classic. You have one of the OGs. Let me take a sip of my drink. 1 second. So, where the dream started, and I wish Are you pregnant? I am not. I am not. Like last year, I had a dream where I was pregnant, and we concluded it was probably because I ate a really big burger the day before. I am not, and have never been pregnant. Joanna has also never been pregnant. Let's clear it up. Let's not get confused here. It was just a dream I once had. Darn? Wait, what do you mean by darn? Oh, sorry, Reflex. Oi! Joanna has also never been pregnant. No. Never, no. RPG Joe babbled to us. It was RPG Joe who babbled it, yeah? Have you ever had nightmares when you were pregnant? No, never nightmares. Like, honestly, it feels like really embarrassing to talk about, but like the pregnancy dreams I had were just regular dreams that were like not bad dreams or anything, I guess. But they're kind of like, you know, I guess unrealistic ones because they presume that I'm in a relationship. Which I don't know if is very realistic at the moment. Kyo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Me says like stool AX. That's still beggars in this economy. I know, right? I mean, it might just be like, you know, the biological clock in this case, where it's one of those, especially because Mama's Slug, you know, asks when I'm gonna have kids quite often, so... the your dreams of the day at your egg may hatch, yeah? But no, you guys are getting distracted. That's not what the dream was about tonight. It's I'm blaming Joanna fan for this, for derailing it. It has nothing to do with it. No, dream had nothing to do with that. So the dream I had tonight, it started off kind of... I wish I remember the parts that came before, because I remember dreaming it and thinking like, oh, this will be a good story. And then I forgot like the entire first half of the dream. Because that's how it goes, you know? The dreams don't stay for long if you don't like write them down or remember them, you know? Hey, Silent, hey. But what's important is like where I remember it starting at the very least is I had to get into a museum. Now, remember, I forgot the early part of the dream, so I don't actually remember why I had to get into the museum. But I remember it was very, very important I got into the museum. Like, I think I was already, like, late to a group or something. Maybe I was already, like, yeah, this is the dream lost media. Hey, Silent, I'll come in. But either way, I had to get in. But the problem was, for some reason, I think I lost my ticket, or I couldn't use the ticket on the kick gate, or, like, you know, I had to get a new ticket. But either way, I couldn't get in through the regular front door of the museum. Yeah, just like the one we talked about in Fallout. Yeah, though it was a bigger museum than the one I showed off yesterday on stream. But it might have influenced my need to go to a museum though. With the cold in it, yeah. I dreamt I was trying to sneak into my old study abroad dorm. I still get school dreams sometimes. But last night was not a school dream. So basically what happened is I was like, oh dang, I don't have my ticket. I need to find, you know, another way to get a new ticket for the museum, you know? So I remember going off to the sides, like a side entrance, and like, there was like one of the ticketing booth guys, and I was like, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, and I was like, oh, right, and immediately in my mind, I was like, okay, this guy is selling tickets. I was like, ah, yeah, and then like he smiled at me, and I was like, okay, he's confirming, like, okay, he sees I'm getting the ticket here, you know, it's like when you see the ticket booth at the train station, and I was like, okay, this is where you get the ticket. And then I walk up there, and the guy goes like, are you the DM? And I'm like, huh? And it's like, oh, that's great, we've been waiting for you. And I'm like, huh? And then I was like, wait, but it might get me into the museum for free. But also I'm scamming them because I'm not the DM as in like D&D. Like I'm not the DM they were waiting for. Did I go over the old hairstyles? I'll go over them again tonight. Yeah, just like Fate of Atlantis. But then I was like thinking like, well, you know, I might be scamming my way into the museum now. Because I'm clearly not the DM they've been waiting for. But at the same time, maybe it's okay. Because I remember my dream specifically thinking like, this will be a funny story for stream. I'll tell you guys about how I scammed my way into a museum. By being the DM for a group or something. Is that legendary Bandere? Nah, this is Teto. No, it might be, you know, there as well. But yeah, so like at that point I'm like, yeah, I'm the DM. Because I'm thinking to myself like, this is probably a bad idea. Because I'm clearly not the DM they're waiting for. But at the same time, you know, I've been the game master for several tabletop groups before. I have some experience. I can probably, you know, do whatever DMing they need. And then like be on my way. And then I'll be in the museum and I'll be able to do the things I need to do in the museum. You know? I was like, this will work out. This will be fine. Hey, Cerno, welcome in. It's like you've been playing many point-and-click games and the Georgie walked on. Oh my god, I am acting like Georgie. I'm lying. I'm lying to them. Writing my own dreams to be more entertaining. Never stopping the content creation time. I mean, to be fair, in my dream, I thought it was still real. But I thought it was reality. But I also thought it was going to be a funny story for stream later. You know, I was like, okay, this is okay. I'll just go for it. So, for some reason, that entrance was actually through a big water ride. That was very dangerous. Because even though you were strapped in, you were always a second away from slipping and sliding out of it. And dying. But you know, I don't question the way the museum wants the side entrance. That's just how it goes. It's just a slippy, slidey, water wide toboggan where you might fall out at any moment. That's fine. Sounds like a warrant for imprisonment in Snake Jail. I don't think it's a crime to say you're the DM. But you know, that's another question. So then I land in the museum courtyard, and it's this big, grassy open field. And I'm starting to realize, like, oh, okay, it's not a tabletop game, it's a LARP. No, that's okay. I've never technically DM'd for a LARP, but when I was a kid, I used to do basically the same thing, so I can probably, like, improvise, and I can probably figure this out. It should be fine. So, like, I'm like, introducing myself to all the players there. I'm like, yeah, I'll be your DM for the day. And like, I remember one of them specifically sneering, like, an elf, huh? And I was like, I guess I'm an elf right now. that was just like, I was like, okay. And like, all the players were like dressed up and like in character. And I remember one of them was like a cute goblin lady, and I think there was like an orc, and there was like a human, and like I don't remember very much, but I remember they like introduced myself, and I was like, okay, so what system are we playing? What are the rules? And they were like, there are no rules. I'm like, oh, how are you deciding combat and stuff? And they were like, we're not deciding the combat. I'm like, this is, oh, okay, wait, what am I supposed to do here as the DM if there's no rules? And they were like, the game has started now. And they all ran off into the forest, and I was like, I'm not familiar with this system. Like, whatever they're using for this game, I might not be familiar. And then I was like, well, either way, I got into the museum, so I might as well, do my job. So I went, after them into the forest, and then the goblin lady from before jumped out with a sledgehammer. No, you're saying this is not that game. This is where the dead game starts. Because then they started all attacking me with sledgehammers. Is basically what happened from there, and I had to like dodge them and fight back. And I was like, this is so my question is this a dead game? Or is this still a LARP game at the museum called? Is my question, because that's where things started to get intense. And both is terrible as a strength weapon. I mean, for goblins, he was like really, really swinging that sledgehammer. The music fits the story. So yeah, like, I think at that point, I actually don't remember very well the other parts of that dream, because I didn't like remember very well what happened after. I didn't like focus enough on remembering it. Tried to get into the museum, but I accidentally became the DM on a dead game. Yeah, new light novel. Somebody draw that one. Got confused. They want to DM a designated murder. It's more akin to being mugged in a dead game. Well, was it worth it? Was it worth scamming your way in? I mean, in the end, I'm pretty sure I won though. Because as you guys know, I'm undefeated in that game. So I did, manage to defend myself against all the sledgehammers. But like I said, I don't actually remember very well how it went and the exact outcome. Because the only other thing I remember of the dream was a new piece of medical technology. And I'm not sure, that might have been the museum. After the dead game, I don't really recall, but all I remember is this new piece of medical technology. And it was like a jacket. Maybe an 8-time winner or a 9-time winner. I mean, if you guys count it as a dead game, it would be a 9-time winner. Oh, Archie, thank you for the wait. Welcome in, Snack Wait. What you snacking on? I'm Juina, I'm a sea bunny. I play retro games and do art sometimes. And today I'm doing art sometimes. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome. Welcome in. Yeah, I guess it was more of a designated murder kind of kind of DMing in the end. But it takes more than that to kill me. So I dead gamed back them. It's still nebulous, yeah. Like, I'm not sure if I count it as like my 9th dead game, because technically, I was just playing sledgehammers and goblins with them, I suppose. You know, not familiar with the system, but they seem to understand the rules. Got a lot, just went grocery shopping. Nice. Hope you enjoy cookies. I sure do. We're not really into deck games, more Civil War. Speak for yourself. I love deck games. That's why I organized the bunker games. Seems like they're very united against you, not in a true competition. That's true. They were all just trying to kill me, not each other, which, you know, is not very sporting. Maybe they knew that I was the strongest competitor there. Hey, fucking good morning. And I thought the Plex was playing Hollow Knight Steel Soul. Oh, right. Is that the sequel yet? Or is the sequel not out yet? I know they announced it. Either way, hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good time. Hi, D-Sparn. Hi, and hi, Nong. Welcome back. Welcome back. But yeah, in conclusion, right, I was gonna tell you guys about the other part I remember. Which was, like I said, and I think this might be Fallout inspired. Because Fallout has pretty weird pieces of technology, right? And in the dream, there was a new piece of medical technology for healing, so... I was still so experiment that. I see. It's a get game just with more collusion. Oh, the sequel is 2026. Okay. Permanent is... Okay, it's New Game Plus. Gotcha. Okay, so the other thing is like, it was like a medical... The new medical device was like a jacket. And you put it on, right? And it had like, you know, the red cross on it. And like, this jacket would heal you. Because on the inside of the jacket... like if we're opening the jacket up... There were 1 million tiny spikes. And it would jab you, like just like poke you from all sides. And that was the new way of doing blood transfusions. So the entire jacket was full of blood. It was like a Stimpack jacket, yeah. So the whole jacket apparently had blood all across the lining. And like, then it would just like poke a lot of needles inside. It's not far from the real final thing. Oh gosh, right? And I thought it was kind of scary. And I remember in my dream, they were like, you're hurt. You should put on this jacket and like take the blood transfusion. I was like, why not a normal blood transfusion? And they're like, no, this is the future. We use blood transfusion jackets now. You need to put this on or you'll die. And this is how we do blood transfusions in the future. And this way your blood will keep, you know, stable because the jacket will keep feeding more blood. And I'm like, why is the future like this? I don't think I want to wear the blood jacket. It's the berserker armor. Like, oh my gosh, like I was like, oh. Yeah, it's basically like Project Moon Ego Gear, basically, like a vampire jacket. And the jacket would would automatically like replenish the blood. So it would like recycle it and like just keep like putting more blood into your body. And I was like, this is... Medical technology is scary. But you know, it is the future, and as we said, all my dreams are either real, they happened, or they're prophecies. So that might be a prophecy. That might be the jacket of the future. So if you want to get, you know, the trademark in now, you know, if you want to start investing now, you could, you know, be sitting on a small fortune. Berserker armor only removes the blood. Now put him back in. I see. That's fair. I mean, I will say, you know, that does remind me, the last time I invented something in my dreams, it was the terrible liquid that killed the entire world by replacing the water supply. So maybe mad scientist Joe needs to stop inventing things in our dreams, because I think all my inventions, all my dream inventions so far are probably for the worse of humanity. Like, probably not for the better. Joe seems legitimately the power of swag. I need to stop using my prophecy powers to review scary inventions. Hey, you know, maybe it's better because you can prepare yourself before it happens, right? What's the opposite of a Nobel Prize? The Ig Nobel Prize? Yeah, but the Ig Nobel Prize is for stupid inventions, not for evil inventions. That you only destroyed one universe? Well, the other one isn't destroyed yet because that one was in the prophecy. And I guess there's a different universe where I actually went the mad scientist route. Oh god, I just realized there's a decent amount of you guys who have never heard my mad science chemist story before. Because you guys knew I had high amounts of tuny back in the day, right? So, one day, I had a dream. A court order and a triple toothache. Don't arrest me just because I eliminated Earth's water supply. So I had, I actually used to be very into chemistry. Chemistry used to be one of my favorite subjects. And one time, I had a dream back in my tuny days that I had invented a new chemical compound. And this new chemical was really great. I had basically combined certain chemicals together, and in doing so made a chemical that could basically replace everything, like all liquids, with itself. God was right to nerve her. It was for everyone's sake, including my own. The thing is, I remember very specifically in my dream at the time, like how to make it, what it was a compound of, and I even googled it afterwards, and it turned out nobody had put it that together before. And I researched it, and I looked at the elements at the time. I was like, oh wait, no, this is true. This might actually do the thing I saw in my dream. It would even be a liquid. It would even be the same color. It would be everything I saw. But the problem is geranium. The problem with geranium is that in my dream, in my lab, I spilled some of it. And it should have never happened, but I knocked over one of the beakers and it went down the sink. And remember how it assimilated and replaced all the water with itself. So it made all the water into the geranium. And I was like, oh no, it got into the water supply. We have to stop it before it reaches the ocean. And it was rapidly going through the sewers and rapidly replacing all the water. And I knew then the world was doomed. Tato, the wet one, yep. I basically made Ice 9. I literally invented Ice 9. I later actually found out about Ice 9 because of like the game, but from 999. But yeah, imagine being a sea creature replacing all the waters. And like this was very, very toxic, very poisonous water. Do I have the yellow one? Not yet. But now and in my dream I was like, oh god. If the press finds out about this, they're gonna have my head. If they find out that I'm the one who ruined the entire world's water supply, it's gonna be over. You know, my mad scientist science has gone too far. And then here's the embarrassing part. I woke up and was like, well, I suppose this is my destiny. I guess I have to become a mad scientist and invent this compound. Like my first reaction wasn't like, wow, I must make sure this never comes to pass. My first reaction is I wrote it down, started researching it online. I was like, I guess I must become a chemist. I guess mad scientist is my destiny. You must crucify me? No, I changed the timeline. I wound up never doing it. I didn't become Jornheimer in the end. Bumbunk. I was very worried about being caught. I mean, at the time, you know, I was very ready to go into my evil arc for a second. Very ready to go into my evil arc. And the worst thing is, you know, at the time I was like, you know, writing it down. I put all of it down there, and then like one day, I guess, you know, almost as if God himself interfered, all my evil science notes on this chemical went missing, including the binder where I had written it on the inside of the binder. And to this date, I have not found my formula back. And I think that's divine interference that stopped me from becoming an evil scientist. When it stopped me from becoming a mad scientist, then, you know, in the alternate timeline, the prophecy did happen. And I did irreversibly ruin the world's water supply. I made a semi-cursed fan art for the screen. I'll take a look. Hopefully Mad Science, the chemist Joe is quarantined to her own doomed timeline. It's a different timeline, but it is a timeline. Oh god, the mascot suit, that's way too cursed! Why are the eyes so realistic? Not sure if I'm glad or worried they fell into the hands of another. Well, I'm sure that they've been destroyed by, you know, whatever agency was sent to, like, put me back on the right path. The Steins Gate art, sure. Hey. So I had to intervene and change the timeline, or else you destroy the world by turning all of the water into geranium. Yep. Like, the worst thing is, For a long time, I remembered the formula, I remembered the code, but I don't actually remember it anymore. Like, I was always thinking about it for like months at a time, because I was like, yep, I guess I have to become a mad scientist now. That's what the prophecy foretold. And then, you know, God was like, no, hold on. And put those notes somewhere else. Stop that. you did not this timeline. Hey, gotcha. Yeah, hey, welcome in. The Joinator takes the bones of everyone to start today. Now, instead, I started taking your bones instead of poisoning the Earth's water supply. By accident, mind you. I did not mean to. Why did I invent it? For science. I don't actually remember what the purpose of geranium was originally. But, you know, scientifically speaking, I'm sure it had, you know, there's a purpose for rapidly, you know, duplicating Ice 9. Hey, Blue. Mama Slug was tasked by the government as a military commander to destroy my notes. Oh my god, Mama Slug had to interfere. Will still count as an accident if you're trying to fulfill the prophecy. Well, there's the thing. That might be why it is. It might be because I was too, you know, focused on just fulfilling the prophecy. And becoming the evil scientist that, like, in the end, you know, I had to be stopped. I had to be stopped in the end. That's just the way it goes. The bump tattoo's looking cute though. But yeah, I think Mascot Joe will be a hit with the younger audience. I think Mascot Joe will be screaming to be put out of its misery. is what I'm thinking. But yeah, that's my mad science stream. So, like, technically, this universe never got doomed because my science notes went missing. Those were accurate, and Mama stuck with her infinite wisdom, and those was like, yeah, no. I mean, I think the funniest thing, is, you know, I didn't share a lot of my Tudy stuff with my mom, but I think I might have actually told her about it at the time. Like, look, I think if you combine these two, you could make, like, this thing, and then this with that, and, like, you know, I am thinking that, like, maybe it might have been possible. But yeah, that's the story of when I invented the Ice 9, I guess. But you know, you guys are safe. I decided to spare this wretched Earth. It's okay. Musket Joe looks to be in pain. Honestly, there is like horror behind those eyes. There's like agony there. Okay. Going. Here we go. There we go. And I think that's another one done. Another one done. And another bun done. And another bun done. And another bun has been done. Yeah! Got a dragon cut. Another bun has been done. There we go. Just gonna clean up a little bit around here. And I think we're good to go. Nearly halfway to my own slug after a year and a half. Let's go, let's go! Not so much pain, more the type of tired that Steve can't fix. Honestly, I think that goes for a lot of mascot actors, so that might not be inaccurate. Okay. Then, let's go to the next bun. Let's go to the next bun. Wait, oh. What are we? Oh, this is the YouTube front page. I was like, what is happening? No, it's... Oh, wait, this is Windy Day All Back. It's because one of you were asking which Vocaloid was used for that. There you go. Kayuki. I was like, what's going on there? It's the search results. But we need the wheel. Okay. Next bun. It's gonna be Bluey, I think. I think that's gonna be Bluey. Alright, Bluey. Here we go. Let me find it. Not here. Oh, yeah, Bluey, if you want to change the background music to anything, let me know. You are in charge of the music now. You are in charge of the music. Okay, so there's a Club Penguin one. Oh, you're the king, baby. Let me look over it real quick. Okay, so it's like the Viking uniform, the helmet, green cape, the boots, the badge and matchsticks, and the swords. Okay, not the goggles, shirt, or hockey stick. Gotcha. Okay, Bluey, yeah, next button is for Bluey. You have the ox, Bluey, go ahead. Okay, here we go. And there's the penguin. Pull that over there. Okay. Would you have to look that up on YouTube? It would preferably be on YouTube because I don't have subscriptions to things like Spotify and such. So if you have like a favorite artist or like OST for a video game or something. Bluey the dog, they're here. Let me double check. Okay. Then let's start drawing the penguin bun. A penguin bun, Kentucky Fried Chicken and the penguin bun. There you go. Okay. But yeah, like, it's easier if you like, okay. Picked one, the Pink Reaper. Oh, okay. Well, I'll grab it for now. But if you have like a specific artist, it's easier for me to put it on the... Oh, this is a long one. Okay, that's easier. The Pink Reaper. Found it. There you go. That was just a single song, but if it's 47 minutes, then that'll last us. Here we go. It's a big title. Nah, I could find it. Okay, what's this from actually? Arts? Oh, okay, so it's a bunch of different games. So I was gonna say the art looks cool on it. Okay. Okay, so we're doing the helmet, so might wind up not seeing the horns. Because we have the big horns on it, on the helmet, so there we go. Okay, and then cape. So I can put in like the little shoulder pads to add to the effect. I think that will work. For people, this is the reference image, by the way, so that's what we're working from. And then add some of the medals on both sides. Okay, let me double check if I was missing anything. The boots. Okay. The boots will have to be simplified a bit, but I can still work that in. Okay. There we go. Okay. Another bun. Very cute. That's one intense penguin. That's one. You know, it does remind me though, because like my Transformize was also in full military outfit back in the day. No, we don't have to go in the full outfit, but I was told like I don't have to put in the shirt or the goggles, so it should work out. But you know, back when I played Transformize, I don't think I have a picture on hand, but like my mouse basically, you know, this is like my Transformize. It had like an eye patch over one eye, a military hat, like a very scary military hat, like a flower, mouse ears, a military jacket, tail which had like more flowers on it. And then I think, what else did my mouse have? I mean, it had the medals, and also trying to remember like also some other stuff, but also all of it was purple. Because purple is my favorite color, and everybody looked in fear at my mouse, because back in the day Transformice didn't have the microtransactions yet, which means I had to like, you know, that hat used to cost like 2,000 cheese, which means you have to have like won and collected the cheese like 2,000 times. You know, you had to grind for the cheese. Grind for the hat. That was like, you know, I had like mouse street cred. Now nowadays you can just buy the hats, you know, for like $1. But back in the day, you had to work for it. At the Gap Moe. You listen to the Skull Games OST. Oh, by Yamane Michio, who did the Castlevania games. Nice. You know, I've always heard good things about Skull Games in terms of like art direction and stuff. Apparently it's because like all the art is like frame by frame drawed as well, right? So I've always heard that like, you know, it's rather good from what I understand. From what I've heard, it's quite good. It's quite good. Though I never got around to playing it because when it came out, I was still on like a potato laptop. So I had no real means to play it because my laptop was really potato back in the day. So I mostly just like saw everybody make fan art. The Skullgirl art is Scott Tower, yeah. The flowery military mouse. It was a cute mouse is what I'm saying. It's a better way of dealing with cosmetics. You know, that does remind me because like I always do quite like dressing up my character. And just, it suddenly like randomly flashed me back to like back when Pokemon dress up was still good. I like had so many little outfits for my main character. And I would like switch out the outfits all the time. I hate that they nerfed it so much. Great art, great OST. Say this now. I did hear that like Skullgirls has fallen from grace quite a bit, which is a shame. Wish I could have played it back when it was at its high point, I suppose. It's still good, but just not as good. I see, I see. Here we go. And get the cape on. Here we go. But yeah, no, it's definitely the better way of dealing with cosmetics, you know? Make you earn them. But I guess on one hand I get it because Transformice definitely wasn't getting as many players as it used to anymore. So they probably have to kind of depend on like, you know, the players they have to like buy subscriptions and like that kind of upgrades. I saw, for example, that like there were like all kinds of benefits for like subscribe members now, but that wasn't like a thing back in the day at all. Like, you know, which, you know, I get why it has to change because I'm pretty sure on the best days only like 100 people are playing Transformice anymore as opposed to thousands. Super Spice are basically no outfits in Scarlet and Violet. Exactly. And honestly, even Sword and Shield, I think, is already lacking a bit in the outfit department compared to like, you know, Sun and Moon, or even like, you know, like before that, like Kalos had like way more, like X and Y. Like I think X and Y is where they kind of peaked in terms of customization. Like they actually had a bunch of different fashion, and they kind of never went back to that level again. Really, why I like I guess like the remakes for Sapphire and Ruby had like a decent amount still, but even that was already a step down from X and Y. They replaced everything my trainer wore in Sword. Oh yeah, me too. I just kind of wish we'd go back to X and Y customization. I'm hoping that with like a return to Kalos in like the new Legends game, that maybe they'll let your trainers be fashionable again. Cute Viking bun, very cute Viking bun. Hey, welcome in. My favorite character is the Chainsmoking Ghost, a cyborg. Oh, I mean, I think I might know which one you're talking about. I think like, you know the thing? I think I've definitely talked about this before, but I'll say it again. I think they fumbled so hard on the Scarlet and Violet customization because they took the lazy way out by saying it's a school uniform, so it cannot be customized. But there are so many little ways in which you can customize a school uniform. Like, look in real life. Look in real life. People are like, you know, capable of like switching things up. Oh yeah, what they did with the Pokemon Go avatars was bad. Oh god, they made them so ugly. It's a good thing like I have my avatar in Pokemon Go wear a mask anyway, so I don't have to gaze upon the ugly face changes. But they made the Pokemon Go avatar so ugly, which is so sad. Like, why did they do that? Oh, Brim, thank you for the wait. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. I also agree, it's the first protection with Cobborn by default. It's bad design choices they went. They should have just gone with the let's go design philosophy. Either way, welcome in Raiders and Joanna. See Bunny, I play retro games and do arts sometimes. And today I'm doing arts sometimes and I'm drawing some buns. I hope you had an excellent stream. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome. Oh, you were doing some board games. What were you playing? What were you up to? Which board games? You know, I was actually talking about tabletop RPG before, but it's. Have you heard of goblins and sledgehammers? Hey, Bertmo, welcome in. Wait, welcome. Lots to wait today. Well, I am starting a lot earlier than I usually do. Now you Delson, hi. Either way, I hope you had a good stream. It's a Doomban, that was a Char Zakuban. I mean, I do always have Char ready to pop out whenever I need him on stream. He is right there. Maybe Char Zakuban will happen one day. I can't have heard of it. It was a premonition. Oh no, that actually happened. Oh, well then again, I guess like if the latter part of the grave was like a sight of the future, it might have been a premonition. They want to snatch a jewel from us. Nah, I'm sure they're willing to share. Hey, Tismo, hi Wex, hi. It's easy to customize uniforms. Exactly. Honestly, if goblins and sledgehammers isn't a real TTRPG, I pray someone makes it. It sounds like nothing but chaotic fun. For all the waiters who came in, goblins and sledgehammers is a dream I had last night, where I basically got like press ganged into being a DM for like a game of goblins and sledgehammers. At which point, everybody started jumping me and attacking me with sledgehammers. I was like, these rules are very confusing. I was like, asking for the rule book, and they said we don't have one. And I think this game needs a bit of reworking. Because in the end, I was just fighting goblins with sledgehammers. The designated mark. Oh, you're playing Gloomhaven's default version. See? I'm pretty sure that one has a better rule set than goblins and sledgehammers does. There's no confidence, yeah? There's a cute. Thank you, Claychat. Thank you. Goblins and sledgehammers. Yeah, that's the dream I had. That's the name I've given to it. That's not actually the name they gave to me, because technically they were non-goblin players, but... If it's been real, what engine would it use? It uses Sledgehammer engine. Learned Prescan last night, using it today. Yeah, it's new vocabulary. Now when we make a Warhammer arm and tiny of goblins and orcs with sledgehammers. Oh, I got home from Japan. Hope you had a good trip to Japan, Wax. Honestly, if any of you guys figure out the rules to goblins and sledgehammers, I'll play it on stream. Though unfortunately, in my dream, they told me that there was no rule and no way to calculate combat. So it's a bit of a tough game to figure out. So now on to Quaddles and Gremlins. But yeah, no, one day Prim, let's play Goblins and Sledgehammers together. Newest D&D adventure. You find a goblin, take 2d sledgehammers worth of damage. Yeah, unfortunately, I think this game is a little bit too laissez-faire. Sounds like fancy whack-a-mole. Like maybe it did actually have rules, but they refused to tell me because as the DM designated mark, I think they were trying to kill me with sledgehammers. So maybe there were rules, but I just had to figure them out to, win the game. Your character's based on your age, height, and clothes. And I was an elf, yeah, just by default, I suppose. I guess they, took one look at me and they were like, ugh, an elf. Time to kill him with sledgehammers. Time to take her down. I'm a human fighter. Okay. Well, do you have a sledgehammer? Second rule is elf sucks. Kill them with sledgehammers. This is so unfortunate because I'm an elf in this scenario. Please stop killing me with sledgehammers. Goblins and Sledgehammers is a game from the orcs in 40k. You just need to use the WA to play. We're using the WA system for this. An understandable reaction to an elf, but you are clearly a Seabon. I'm obviously a Seabon. I mean, to be fair, I have been told that I look a lot like an elf before. Because you may notice my ears are quite pointy. They are quite pointy and when I'm in my human disguise as well, so people have compared me to an elf, but I am immune to blunt damage. Well, that's how I won. That's how I got out of there. Used to be an elven droid and I grew up and learned to preach to goblins, halforcs and dwarves. I often see that kind of progression. Can we play with Pico Hammers? You know what? With Pico Hammer, just probably less lethal. Seabomb baseball when? I mean, we can have Seabomb baseball any day. You know, some buns like going flying across the screen. Don't like the millennial white sticks. Oh, wait, who are that? Oh no, do they hate elves? You in disguise, it's Slando and Joanna? But Joanna isn't me, clearly. Joanna is a different person who isn't me, but a human. But I suppose she might look a lot like an elf as well, depending on who you ask. You guys never did get to see her ears, so... I still like aesthetic prefer the elf aesthetic. I mean, I still quite like elves. I'm an elf with 8 ears, oh god, how cursed. You know, like, as a kid, you know, I was always torn between liking elves and vampires. And Mama's luck really preferred it back when I liked elves. But at some point I set it upon becoming a vampire elf, so, you know, neither of us won. In that case. Joanna's and Joe, I've seen them together, exactly. There's fan arts of both of us at the same time. Yeah, now for a vampire, why not both? Everybody would always judge me for being a vampire elf, but I simply knew that by combining them, they'd be cooler. Hey, Cryptos, hey. You used to be all in on those, but now goblins. I mean, goblins have kind of gotten like the resurrection. Like, people are pretty huge on goblins these days, I feel. Totally didn't slip you 20? No, keep up the good work. Hey, Cryptos, welcome in. But, either way, welcome in all the raiders. Actually, what we were talking about before we, redirected to goblins and sledgehammers. I was mentioning, we were talking about, like, the Pokemon customization in Scarlet and Violet, and I think they fumbled the Scarlet and Violet, you know, customization really hard, because, like, the excuse that it's like, you know, a school uniform does not fly. As somebody who went to a school that had a uniform, there are many ways to customize a uniform, and I did not think about it. Hey, Deep Freeze, all it takes is cute short tech art. I mean, honestly, the cute short tech goblin art, I think, has converted a lot of people. Joanna is cuter. Oh, that's true, I'm not very cute. So you admit it. In fun with Scarlet Violet appear, but like, it's like what annoys me most with Scarlet and Violet, right? Is like they made some alternate uniforms, but all of them are ugly. All of them look hideous. But the worst part is, the overworld NPCs get to wear the uniform better than you can. So the random NPCs who are wearing the same uniform get more customization than the main character. And that is what makes me like, it's like they know you can, because like, for example, Steam Star wears the same uniform, but you know, they get to do things like, you know, suspenders down, shorter skirts, looser socks. They get to like open the shirt, they get to unbutton, they get to like tie their jacket around their waist. It's like, why? How did they fumble it so hard? Like the game, like it fumbled in other ways, but yeah, no one wore the same kind. Yeah, slacks, polo shirts, different colors. The EP girl is not at all fashionable, her outfit is very cute. Yeah. So like, you know, one thing I need is a shorter skirt. In video games, I can wear short skirts. In video games, it's okay. But you see, some of the things they could have done. You know, they do let you change your socks, but unfortunately they give you mostly ugly socks. But, you know, in addition to the shocks and shoes, other things they could have done. For example, starting with the jacket. Jacket on, jacket off, jacket buttoned, jacket unbuttoned, jacket tied around the waist. Sweater versus cardigan. Cardigan on, cardigan open, cardigan closed, cardigan against the waist. Can do the same with the sweater. Sweater, no sweater. Sweater plus cardigan, sweater plus jacket, sweater plus tie, sweater plus ribbon, no ribbon. Different undershirt, different colored undershirts, no cardigan at all. Different kinds of shirts, unbuttoned, tucked in, like one side tucked in, other side not tucked in, untucked, short sleeves, long sleeves, bracelets, different colored. There's so many things they could have done. It wouldn't even require that much time and money, because a lot of those things they could have reused the exact same cardigan color for, but just like modeled it in different places. Like they wouldn't even need that many unique assets if they were just like going for, it's like And instead they just make 4 ugly uniforms. I'm losing my mind. The best they could do is ugly recolors. Yeah, jackets and cargos can be half done up. They can be off the shoulder. Look, I'm fashionable in art. They did do that. They would find a way to monetize it somehow. It's just, it felt like a cool evolution of Pokemon came out half-baked. Yeah, it's like, it's so unfortunate because you can, you know, school uniforms can be fun. There's a reason school uniforms are really popular in anime and stuff. You know, it's because you can do a lot. You can do like Blazer versus Sailor. You can like, you know, and even if they're only sticking to the Blazer, they clearly already had different like, you know, seasonal ones, but they could have like allowed you to customize per item. Like, you know, choose how you want to wear the cardigan or whatever. And they could have like, it's like such a loss. And you were color locked as well. Like, I think the other alternative, like, you know, considering you finish school by the end of the game, they, you know, if they really didn't want to give you individualization in terms of like the uniforms, they could have just like allowed you to like not wear the uniform once you graduated or something, you know? Given you like any other outfit options once you're out of school, like once you finish the league and whatever. Hey, look. Kinda glad I picked Scarlet because the violet made purple not even look good. Yeah, no, the sad thing is, I actually prefer purple. But it looks so bad in violet, I actually picked Scarlet as well because they had objectively the slightly better uniforms. Slightly. Doesn't help that the character models were kind of ugly to begin with, but like... hey, Kimon, hey. Asking too much from such a small indie studio. I'm just saying, it's like, you know, technically, I wouldn't even have been mad if they stuck to just uniforms, because you can do so much with school uniforms. They could have made it cute. Like, you guys have probably seen those kind of compilations where like one artist draws like 50 different types of uniforms. There's options. There's options. Like, there's so much personality you could have put in there, but they just gave you the 4 ugliest uniforms known to man and like let you change like your socks to uglier socks. And that was it. Like, I guess you can put on a backpack. Nobody solved this with Sword and Shield, which had the soccer uniform in the gym and then the rest in casual. Exactly. They could have made like the school uniform for formal school events and then walking around in casual. When I bought my coffee, Scarlet was $10 cheaper for some reason. Oh, are you getting it second hand? No personality? Not possible, man. Hey, Jillian. And I'm too busy putting in 300 less Pokemon. Oh, man. Like, I'm just like, aww. They could have just done so much, and instead it feels like, you know, I feel like the clothing options, they're always like, and then like the one time you get 1 step forward with like Arceus, it's like 5 steps back, because they, you know, it's like the monkey paw, like the finger curls on the monkey paw, because like it's like, yes, we have hundreds of outfit options in Arceus. They're all the same 5 different outfits but recolored with ugly patterns, and it's like, this doesn't feel like hundreds of outfit options, these are all the same ugly shirt. Like, dang it! And they're all like the same color patterns too, it's just like they're applying a texture to all of them. And I was like, man, like, you know, I'm glad they're putting more outfit customization again, but... Cassette Beast. I've heard good things about Cassette Beast, yeah. It's like Crazy Pokemon has some of the most fashionable, pretty characters in gaming, and Scarlet and Violet, I honestly think, like, some of the gym leader designers gone like, okay, to be fair, there were a couple of memorable gym leaders. Iona was pretty good, but it's been a lot more hit and miss, I feel. Hey, Mintoki, hey. Persona 4 and 5 are good at the uniforms. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, play games and like stuff that are set in like schools, like figure it out all the time. Yeah, sticky with a follow. And like I said, they even figured it out with like the NPCs. The NPCs get to wear more unique uniforms than the player character does. Yeah, Rika is pretty good. Dendra, I don't actually remember because I didn't finish the game. I got bored near the end. I'll Google who Dendra is. 1 second. Don't remember the name. Dendra. Oh yeah, no, she was kind of cool. Okay, right, she was the gym teacher. I remember. She was the fighting type teacher at the school. Yeah, no, okay, she was kind of cool. I forgot the name. I mean, I guess like the nurse at the school was pretty good too. The one was from rival. I mean, at least he like was a capable one, right? Iona was pretty good. Yeah, the main character goes to become less tiresome, more boring. I mean, like, the thing is, I think it's also an art style thing. I really hope that they kind of just like got hit with like more realism is better curse. Whereas for a stylized series like Pokemon, I don't think you want to go with a more realistic look for your protagonist, because now you hit this weird little uncanny valley zone. And I wonder if they did it because they wanted to give like the Pokemon more realistic textures, so they felt like the characters had to be more realistic to match. But I feel especially for the main characters, like worse than the NPCs even, like they kind of hit like this, unfortunate uncanny valley. Larry is actually pretty good. I actually agree Larry's pretty good, the generic Salaryman NPC. I did like Larry, he was like my favorite of the gym leaders. And if you want to go current Pokemon Go, exactly, god. I still don't get why they did it. I think it's because they had like a new team working on the update or something. And I guess like whatever they were doing wasn't compatible with the old files, but current Pokemon Go like made everything look so ugly. So incredibly ugly, which is insanely unfortunate. But well, I guess that's the kind of life we're living. And perfectly right and overworked salary with 2 jobs. But yeah, I guess what it comes down to is like I hope that's honestly I hope they go back to 2D, but that's not gonna happen. I can't cope that hard. But how did Mama Slug feel about the updates? She thought it was pretty ugly too. To be fair, Mama Slug never really played Pokemon Go for the fashion. And she didn't really like the character designs in the first place, because especially when she started playing, she was like annoyed that she couldn't make a girl with short hair, because back then it was like all the same ponytail, if people might recall on launch, and she didn't want to have like the ponytail. But yeah, but still she didn't like it. But she was less upset about it than a lot of people, because, like I said, she never really paid that much attention to the fashion part of Pokemon Go. It was mostly me who was always dressing up, back when I still played it at least. Make me have to wear a mask. Yep, I actually was already wearing a mask before the update, so luckily I managed to dodge the worst of it in my standard outfit. Hey, also shot late to the wait. Hey, you came from Prim. Welcome in. Yeah, Mama Slug believes in short hair supremacy. I mean, Mama Slug is a really big tomboy as well. Like, maybe even more tomboyish than I am. So, like, she wouldn't be found dead with the ponytail. Like, I have never in my life seen Mama Slug wear a skirt. And I think 2D and pixel art make you use a lot more imagination and somehow feels more immersive than the half-baked 2D. Exactly. And they... honestly... you can only say they needed time to adjust to 3D so many times. And they still haven't found their footing in terms of 3D. Whereas, they did pretty good with the pixel art. They were pretty good at the pixel art. Like, go back. It's your strengths. Play to your strengths. Hi, Jill. Hi. Like, I know that, like, it's not gonna happen because from, like, a marketing perspective, more people play and buy 3D games than they buy 2D, but it is unfortunate because, well, to be fair, I think like, hi, chill, hi. I think, in Pokemon Let's Go, you can say a lot about things about Let's Go in terms of quality of the game, but I think in terms of art style, that's probably the direction they should have gone with the main series. Because Let's Go actually looked, pretty good, and it like worked with the art style for Pokemon. I feel like Let's Go is the kind of, 3D direction that might have worked for the characters, Maybe they could go back to 2D and wave spin-off. That's what I'm saying. I've been working like crazy. No worries, Jill. It's all good. Hey, yokai. Haven't used needs a better taste and style. The problem is, I think Let's Go got ragged on and criticized so hard they basically have abandoned the concept forever, and with it, I think the art style. That's because the benefit of a very limited Pokédex. Yeah, but even if we're just talking about art style for the trainer characters, I think, you know, that kind of art style for the trainer characters works. Like, okay, you could maybe make it a little bit less chibi, but I think that, like, you know, it hits the kind of vibe. Yeah, if they had the arts that plays the Sugiyori art in 3D, that would be my favorite ideal game, but they'll never do that. Like, be interactive with Pokemon as much as you could in Let's Go. Exactly. Been working so much the last 14 Fridays have blurred together. Oh dear. Well, I've been there before. Hopefully, you can like get a little bit of slack soon in that case, because it sounds very stressful as well. You know, actually my hot take, but Let's Go. It's not as bad as people say it is. I think the thing with Let's Go is it has to be seen as a separate entity from the mainline Pokemon games. You have to just go into it knowing that like the battles are like that kind of stuff, it's not gonna be identical. It is absolutely to like, you know, ease people into it, because it was like, you know, one of the first big ones on the Switch. Ease people who have never played Pokemon before. It was supposed to be like, you know, it came out after Pokemon Go, and it was 100% a game to get people who only ever played Pokemon Go to get used to the main mechanics of the main game, which is why the catching is basically Pokemon Go-ish, whereas the battles are the same as the main game line. But if you keep that aside, it's honestly not a terrible game. You just have to not consider the main game. You have to consider it like a 0.5 step in between to like get other people into like, you know, playing the big ones. How's the difference? I mean, honestly, the only difference is that like in wild battles, you can throw Pokeballs immediately at Pokemon, kind of like Arceus does, except the aiming mechanic is like Pokemon Go. All the regular battles are basically the same as normal regular battles. So like you can still just play it normally, it's just that like catching wild Pokemon and grinding against them has basically become like Pokemon Go. And that's the main change, and also why most people hated it. But one of the buns dressed as Poppy Bows? Yeah, sure, but keep in mind, no buns will be added till the wheel till all the backlog buns are done. So please remember this. So it's not gonna be happening anytime soon. But yeah, like I think, and because of that, I think it overlooked a bunch of things that I think were actually kind of nice. Like, honestly, it was the first one that like introduced like Pokemon on the overworld. And honestly, I liked Pokemon on the overworld, especially like being able to like look for shinies like that. It felt like immersive to me. Like it's fun to have like the turn-based battles, but of course you can just play all the games for that. But like, you know, the newer games have a mix of it, like both Pokemon on the overworld and, you know, random battles in the tall grass. You get like both of them. But, you know, that kind of, you know, experiment started with Let's Go. And I personally like seeing Pokemon running around and doing their thing in the wild, you know? Made it feel like more natural. And I also like the art style of it. I also like the fact that like, if Pokemon can realistically carry you, they will. So you could like travel, like the fact that like any of your Pokemon partners could like, you know, a lot of them would interact with you. Like Machamp would carry you, you could like walk on top of an Electrode. And that's the kind of thing I'd love to see with part of Pokemon in the real game, but like, because there's over 1,000 Pokemon in the main games, that's never gonna happen. On the Makahita and Scarlet, and first time you use forward to run away. Oh no! Yeah, I'm hoping that if they make another remake, it will be more like Ours and less than Brilliant Shining. Absolutely. Yeah, it was kind of neat that a split screen, because like once again, it was very much a game to get new people into it. So like younger kids, you know, parents who played some Pokemon Go, parents playing with their kids. Like it's a game that you have to like, I feel Let's Go, you have to assume it's for an audience of like 6 to 10-year-olds who have never played a Pokemon before, and like keeping that in mind when playing it rather than seeing it as a mainline game. That's kind of how I look at Let's Go personally. And honestly, like the stylized look for it worked well. And especially like I said, the fact that you can like ride on Arcanine and Rapidash, and like, you know, ride on Dragonite, like, you know, that kind of stuff. Being able to zoom over the overworld on top of an Arcanine or a Dragonite, that was cool. I wish they brought it back. you know, especially because it was basically a substitute, like, you know, where it would actually feel like you are using Surf, you know? Yeah, give me back my rideable Arcanine. Even with the Sun Moon elements, and like the fact that you could like fly around like literally over the map, you know, like between the routes, it was satisfying. With the element of taking care of your start with washing them and stuff, that was fun. Flying a Pidgey. Ironically, it still allowed you to use the HM, but I don't think you got to fly on the map with it. I can't recall. It's too many Pokemon for sure, it's not realistic to do them all. No, definitely if you want to do like this kind of thing, like Let's Go, like I think that only worked because it was a limited amount of Pokemon. Because if you wanted all of them to be like interactable partners, that would be unrealistic. In that case, you'd have to probably select a few that are, you know, capable of doing that. Though, you know, at this point they have included like overworld Pokemon, so as long as they keep building on the old system, maybe they can slowly start adding more rideable Pokemon. I just keep randomly playing my TV while sleeping and waking up. Oh, love from Jamaica! Welcome in, Mystic. Welcome in. Hope things are well in Jamaica. So to ride any Pokemon that might be far in the future, yeah, it would be a lot trickier. So I get why they haven't, but at the same time, you know, for now, honestly, the one thing I hope is that they just let you go back into buildings again. Like, honestly, my biggest complaint with Scarlet Violet is that they didn't let you go inside buildings. Most of the kids these days, kids in the 90s could clear the unbalanced mess by making new ones so unnecessarily easy. I mean, I do think that, like, as you go older, you will also get better at Pokemon. Because, like, go back and play some of the older ones, you're probably a lot better at it than when you were a child. So do keep that in mind, because technically, I think, statistically speaking, the Volo battle in Arceus is the hardest Pokemon boss battle to date. Harder than Cynthia and anything, so it's, you know, I would say Arceus, like, is not, like, okay, to be fair, Scarlet and Violet was very simple, but, you know, it's, I think there's also a degree of you are getting better as a player than you were as a kid. You know, Japan is a very soothing, relaxing voice. Thank you. Hope you have a good nap. Just wanted to do up the challenge. I mean, I think the best way to do it is to just add difficulty settings. Because you have to, like, you know, keep in mind that, like, for kids video games, new kids going into it, you know, aren't looking for, like, you know, to get absolutely whacked. But, you know, you have to consider the older generation also wants a challenge. So I think the best way is to just, like, add a hard difficulty. You know, Black had a hard difficulty, but only after you cleared the game, which was kind of silly. There was also an easy one in White, but only after you played the game, which is arguably even more silly. And maybe straight up in the realm of stupid. But yeah, like Black and White 2 might have been one of the harder ones. That's fair, that's fair. I mean, I think that, like, honestly, what they could do instead is, like, you know, they could bring back, like, gym leader rematches and, like, you know, with, like, a harder gym leader team and, like, that kind of stuff to, like, add for the difficulty. Or just, like, add a hard mode. Add a hard mode. The champion starting fire just plays poorly the first encounter. Like, why does she have a Kingdom but did not play it out last? Yeah, exactly. Considering the number of viable balls and ball walls. I mean, to be fair, it depends on, like, how much they want to be unique. Because a lot of the rideable ones, for example, in Let's Go, like, had things like, you know, being able to walk on top of the Electroid or being carried in the art of the Machoke and stuff. If you just have, like, a single riding animation that gets used broadly across every single Pokemon, it's probably more doable. You mostly have to, like, look out for positioning and clipping. But if you want to make it unique, that's where the extra money comes into. Another place in Patreon challenge you like the Dark Souls. I mean, haven't they had options like that where you can, like, wander the overworld map and, like, challenge random people? They do have to accept though. Official Noclad mode. From what I hear, Nintendo doesn't want to add Nuzlocke or even acknowledge Nuzlocke because it, like, I suspect it's because it, like, would theoretically canonize the idea that Pokemon can die. And you know, Pokemon Company really doesn't want, you know, to spread the idea that Pokemon might be able to die. It's bad for branding for, like, a kid's game. Because Pokemon are not supposed to die in battle. They'll get like the whole PETA allegations again if that suddenly became like canonized as an official mode. They should nerf the super effective attacks. Oh, Charlotte, thank you for the wait. Bear raid. Welcome in. Bear raid, yay. Wow. Welcome in, waiters. Hello, waiters. I'm Juina. I'm a sea bunny. I play retro games and do art sometimes. And today I'm doing the art sometimes and drawing some buns for the buns. What were you up to? What were you playing? Oh, Oblivion. Ah, is it the remake that came out? Or were you playing the original? I know the remake came out recently. I hope you had a good time. Turdan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm optimistic. I mean, I hope that they'll improve from here, hopefully, now that they've got the technology down. I was playing the original for the first time. Yippee! Nice! I hope you had a good time with it. I actually never played any of the Elder Scrolls games. So I know Oblivion is the fan favorite, like Oblivion and Morrowind, I think. Well, Skyrim too, I suppose. We've already seen Pokemon die. Yeah, in the movies and games, but like rarely are they ever belonging to the main character, let alone the child who is playing the game. You know, and rarely does it happen as a direct result of a battle. A regular common trainer battle where they have very insistently said that they're just for fun and the Pokemon enjoy them. If they start dying, it will go against their ethos. Which is why I don't think they're ever gonna make Nuzlocke canon, you guys. Never gonna add a Nuzlocke mode. You're always just gonna have to apply your own rules. Me too. It's my first time too. I've always heard so much of cool time to play. Yeah, no, maybe one day I'll get to it, but it's also like I hear it's a very long game, so it's a bit intimidating as well. It feels a lot like Fallout 3. Oh, I see. I haven't played that one yet. Corruption Gun? Oh, another raid! Welcome in! Hiya, Mint. Hi. Welcome in, raiders. Double raid. Well, not a double raid, but 2 close consecutive raids. I hope you had a good time clearing the corruption. Well, welcome in. Hiya, raiders. I hope you had a good time. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for all the follows. What were you up to? What were you doing? I hope you had fun. You were fighting that corruption. Oh, Metroid Prime corruption. Oh, I didn't even realize that was the name of the third one. I never played Metroid Prime. Never played it before. Either way, welcome in, raiders. We were talking about Pokemon, I guess. And I was just telling everybody that Nuzlocke mode is never gonna be canon, because that would canonize the idea that Pokemon could die in battle, and Pokemon Company is never gonna go for that. You're gonna have to apply your own rules. Is basically my conclusion on that. But I hope that one day they'll include a hard mode, because that is more realistic. They dip their toes into it with black. And the next trilogy, I never got the chance to play the third one. It rocks, man. I really want to try the Metroid at some point. That would be fun. Hi, another world. Welcome in. Could make it like they run away or something instead of dying. That would be closer, but I think once again, because like, I think because you have to imagine like, 8-year-old Timmy is playing Pokemon, and he's like, "What is in Nuzlocke mode?" And he loses one battle, and then his Pokemon runs away, and he starts crying. And that's the audience they're keeping in mind when they're like adding the mode. You know, if like, you know, Timmy starts crying because his Pokemon call him pathetic and weak, then I think Nuzlocke is never gonna happen. But my Pikachu is gone. My Growlithe hates me. You know? Like it's Timmy. You have to think about little Timmy. And they're never gonna do it because little Timmy will cry. Like I think if I'm in 20s and I would cry if I feel my Pokemon, I get a little Timmy. Exactly. Because the implication is that your Pokemon like is so disappointed that you're losing one battle that he abandons you forever. Like it's the emotional damage would be immense. You know? You play guest Pokemon Google these days. Ah, I did see that. It's a bit too easy though, but I guess it's because it's only the first set. You changed the learn instead of dying. You could say that the Pokemon fainting developed severe PTSD and became a Hikikomori. Well, I think once again, introducing this little 8-year-old Timmy will probably be the reason they don't do it. Yeah, it's always got to be a self-imposed damage. Yeah, in this case. Timmy doesn't play Pokemon anymore. He only plays Fortnite, Roblox, and Marvel Rivals. I mean, this is probably true. Make it like Fire Emblem, where all the other Pokemon blame you. Yeah, make it like Fire Emblem, where your Pikachu runs away or dies, and then Mewtwo turns to you and says, "This is why I hate humanity. You, Timmy, you are solely responsible for the death. His life had so much potential, and the burden will weigh upon you forever, Timmy." The burden will weigh upon you forever. Have you considered this? Yeah, you better live with this guilt for the rest of your life. It's like Rossetti in Animal Crossing, like Mewtwo pops out and like lectures you on how you've disappointed your friends. Oh no, they're still playing them. I don't think they were saying nobody was playing them, Rex. It's a joke, not overly literal. This will surely increase the sales. It says that there's something where it's like, this mode is very hard, you will lose your Pokemon if they lose, we don't recommend this. You see, the only way I could see this work is if it was like a new Pokemon Conquest game. Like, because Pokemon Conquest is already just like 3 steps removed from Fire Emblem. And because it's already like Fire Emblem adjacent, like you could maybe do like permanent, like, you know, unit loss, and you could stay there in the hospital or something on the Warfield. Because there's no Pokemon centers in Sengoku era, I don't know. You heard about Darkest Dungeon? I have heard. You should make a Pokemon Darkest Dungeon. That sounds very cursed. At a Hall of Shame next to the Hall of Fame. I mean, I think a lot of Nuzlockers make their own Hall of Shame, actually. The graveyard. Usually in a separate box. There's going to be a Fire Emblem Pokemon. Oh, well, to be fair. Yeah, Pokemon Conquest. I'm not surprised it has the same origin, because Pokemon Conquest plays quite similarly. Quite similarly. Like an option of a Switch mode though, where Sky Divide didn't have. Being able to play multiplayer is very important for competitive. Wait, what do you mean by Switch modes? Oh, wait, you mean the thing where, like, after each battle you get the turn to switch out? Yeah, no, that should be able to turn off, because, like, that's always been an option in previous games. Like, you've always had an option to turn it off. It's very weird they took that away. Armies of Pokemon versus each other to conquer cities. Yeah, Army of Pokemon versus Army of Humans. I will cry playing that instead of Ditto dying, it will be Genshin. Yeah. Make little Timmy play Majora's Mask. Well, in Majora's Mask, you can reset the timeline if somebody dies. Till, like, he finally gets the timeline right. Conquest was fun. Yeah, Conquest was a good one. Speaking of Fire Emblem, I need a new Fire Emblem game. I'm sure it will come one day. Kicksearch 50% of Pokemon players are over 18. That doesn't surprise me. You know, Pokemon is like... basically, like... I'm bad at maths. Old franchise now, yeah. A reasonably old franchise now. It's coming up on the 30th anniversary, aren't we, in a few years? It's too bad as the player we can't get to play with other Pokemon besides Eevee. Like, to be fair, well, you kind of... well, in a way, yeah. No, I see what you mean, no? Well, if I haven't got cancelled because Conquest being too similar. This is the biggest franchise in the world, after all. Yeah. And a lot of people, you know, picked it back up or just continue playing them as they got older. Like little Timmy play Majora's Mask randomizer. Little Timmy is never gonna finish. Little Timmy won't understand. He has to play regular Majora's Mask first. He needs the clues to make it to the end of the game. But yeah, like, I do hope that, you know, no, like, I think, like, because I get where people come from with wanting more difficulty. I totally do. I think the best compromise is really just having, you know, a difficulty setting one day. And I think that will be the only way I really see it happening. Because they're never gonna make Pokemon hard mode, because, like, every game, every new installment is also like the first game for like a child, and unfortunately they're dumbing them down a bit because of that. Thank you for what I learned to read mostly through Pokemon Red and Silver. I mean, that doesn't make me feel old, because I did the same thing. With Pokemon Red specifically. That's how I learned English. That's how I learned English. Little Timmy will play Max Ice Traps. Fantastic buns, thank you, Karkslane. Thank you. Beans makes Max Mackey's braver than me. I hated timers. I mean, once I realized I could reset the timer whenever I wanted, I wasn't as bad with Majora's Mask. Like, actually, it's funny because, like, I was less scared of Majora's Mask than of Ocarina of Time, but that's because, and I've told the story before, I thought there was a time in Ocarina of Time, whereas in Majora's Mask I was like, oh, you can just keep turning it back, so it will be okay. But in Ocarina of Time, I thought there was a hard time limit before Link died of old age. How would the Colosseum next year? Oh, it would be nice if they made a sequel to that. Maybe with Timon and Enzo, that's true. Little 8-year-old Kentaro, yeah. Thank you for Pokemon, yeah, for teaching me English. Now you guys can talk to me. Like, how do you about it as the New Game Plus? I mean, there's a thing, they did it with Black. They could have done it again. What's my favorite Pokemon? Hiro! Hiro! You can't turn it back to the start, and it's not those pets are very good at running. Wait, what was I gonna say for a second? Oh, right! Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time. I actually do agree, New Game Plus is probably the best way to do it. But honestly, I think people should be allowed to play hard mode from the get-go if they want to, but that's just how it is. Ocarina and Ocarina of Time is more like the Ocarina of Space. Well, okay. So what happened is before I got Ocarina of Time, I read like, I don't even know if it was a review, might have been an ad in a magazine, or like, you know, just a general blurb about the game. But, you know, remember, English is not my first language. Magazine was definitely in English. Darren, thank you for the follow. And they said something about the game, that in this game, they said two major things. That both that Link grows older, and that it takes about 20 hours to finish the game. That's the thing I remember reading. And they basically, like, you know, it's 20 hours before the game is over. And as a young slug, I read this as Link will die in 20 hours. Link has a life expectancy of 20 hours. And it didn't help that it was reinforced by the game, because then I got Ocarina of Time. And then I started playing it, and then you might recall that in Kokiri Forest, everybody's telling you, like, hey, Link, did you know? Link, did you know that if you leave the forest, you'll age and become old and die? So I was like, oh my god, the only safe place is the forest. The only safe place is the forest. I would keep returning to the forest. Like, whenever I wasn't sure where to go, because I figured that was the only place in the game where time didn't advance. I spent 20 hours in the water temple alone, yeah. Now, I thought Link literally has 20 hours to live. And that he would slowly get older over time. So I feared my mortality, because I knew he could be an adult. So I was like, oh my god, he's gonna die. He's gonna grow old and die. Die within 20 hours, yeah, apparently, because that was what I thought. That's what I took away from like reading the review at the time. I was like, oh no. So I got like really stressed out playing Ocarina of Time, because I wasn't very good at it as a kid. And I didn't always know where to go. And every time my mind is like, the time is ticking and Link is dying. And if I don't get him out of here soon, he's gonna be dead. Tsuhio for stepping out of the Kokiri Forest and aging rapidly. Like, there's the thing, because they do keep mentioning it in the forest. Like, Link, you're gonna age. You're gonna become old when you leave the forest. And I was like, oh, it's true. I read about this. He will age and grow old. He's gonna turn 30 and need a cane and live at the old people's home. You know, I actually thought he would die of old age. I thought he'd just keel over and die of, like, I don't know, age. I mean, don't have knuckles, but you can have a 20-hour hard death timer, yeah. There's a game on Steam where every time you die, your character gets older and even eventually feebler, but stronger with magic. Oh, it's called Sifu. I see. You know, that kind of reminds me of Ars Magica. When do things not remind me of Ars Magica? But it reminds me of Ars Magica because, you know, Ars Magica is a very time-based system where you can choose to spend many seasons inside your laboratory as a mage, you know, studying the spells and becoming wise and cool and strong. But, you know, time is also your enemy because you will die eventually. But also it means that, you know, the older wizards, they're stronger wizards. Oh, my nursing home is an N64. Hey, you can bring your own N64 to the nursing home, no? It's also a good one. Oh, Quanus before the Ash. I see. It's so nice, Nintendo, to extend your life for 20 hours to 3 days in Majora's Mask. See? Exactly. That's why I was so much more relaxed with Majora's Mask, because, you know, Link had 3 days to live instead of 20 hours. You know? And you keep resetting. It wasn't just a one-time try before you were dead forever. At least you could keep resetting the timeline. Keep thinking of Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter when it comes to time limits. Ah, does it have them? I haven't played that many Dragon Quests. I mean Breath of Fire, sorry. Not that I've played a lot of Dragon Quests either. Guns Before the Ash is a weird VR prequel to the Remnant games. Ah. I smack is so good, I did not know Joe had such petition taste in RPGs. Well, it's kind of half a meme because I keep talking about Ars Magica unprompted because there's like nobody plays Ars Magica. I keep shilling it really hard on the stream so that more people start knowing about it, so that one day I can finally have someone to play Ars Magica with. Oh, and hi Fairy! Here we go, there's the bun! So me Popo and Cla. I think it turned out cute. Did you ever play a game so scary you watched it turn it off and then play it again? Yeah, Resident Evil and Silent Hill. The one time I tried. Hi Stein. Reminds me of Winnie's game. They're canonically like 1000 Winnies, so you get 1000 lives to beat the difficult game with. Oh, you actually have to start all over if you lose all of them. Honestly, that's pretty great. I do want to play the Winnie game. At the time, it never released in Europe. I was like actually subscribed to the NIS America email mailing list when it came out, because I was a really big fan of this Gaia and, you know, a lot of the other adjacent games at the time. But unfortunately, like, NIS kept not releasing things in Europe, so I missed out on a bunch of them. Sadly, because the Winnie game looked really fun. Of course, every hour Majora's Mask was about a real 1 minute long. Yeah, but at least you get to reset, so, you know, it's safer. It's fine. How about my dream of a 4-player Donkey Konga? One day, we'll have 4-player Donkey Konga concerts. I believe in my dream. I believe it can be done. You know? I wonder if anybody has like made a mod for that or something. Feels like the kind of thing that wouldn't even be like super hard. Like, I mean, at least set up like simultaneously if you have like 2 screens and 2 games. Must be hard living in Europe, getting Tingo's Whoopie Land instead of Custom Robot. I actually did play Tingo's Whoopie Land when it came out. Absolutely a wild game. Good morning Rio. Welcome in. For people screaming into the Donkey Konga controller microphone. Okay, but I will say this. If you screamed into the Donkey Konga microphone instead of clapping, you are weak. You are weak. You are not Kongaing. You are screaming. That's not Konga. Back from my road trip. Oh, 1000 kilometers. That's a long road trip. I hope you had a good time though. Hope you had fun. Was it fun? It's a weird game. I got a bit stressed out by like how much like money you had to gather constantly. But honestly, the aesthetic and the art style of it is very unique, and in that sense I quite enjoyed it. Never finished it though for whatever reason, but never be able to turn the lights on enough with the clapper. Exactly. Screaming at the clapper won't turn it on enough. Want another Zelda game in the Toon style? I agree. I quite like the Toon style Zeldas. Even some of the spin-offs. Thank you for the follow. Actually, a lot of people followed me from all the weights. Thank everybody who followed me from the weights, by the way. Weren't you thinking of the Smash Bros. Melee tournaments, where it was weird controllers, someone got a DK bongo and screaming into the mic to jump? Yeah, so screaming into the mic, to like, you know, it's like basically in place of clapping, because it only really registers loud sounds. So if you don't want to clap, you can scream. But the thing is, it's kind of cheating, because you see, you're playing that bongo, and it's a rhythm game, and if you're screaming, instead of clapping, you're not taking your hands off the bongo, meaning you have a unfair bongo advantage over your competitors. You know, it's you're losing the spirit of the game. The second Tingle game got complete fan translation a few days back. Oh, the balloon trip of love. I heard that one was wild too. Oh, you went, you went from the east and south and back to the north for fun. Finland sounds very nice. I've never been to Finland. I used to have a friend who lived in Finland, but I've never been over. Spirit Tracks was one of my favorites. The one issue I had with Spirit Tracks is that I actually didn't really like the railway part of it, because it would take so long sometimes, and I got like stuck on one of the railway parts, and I was like, woo. And also was Spirit Tracks the one? No, that was Phantom Hourglass that had the annoying temple. Okay, the rest of Spirit Tracks was fun, no? Is it cheating to clap with your feet? Honestly, if you can clap with your feet, I think you should be allowed to do it. Honestly, I think there's a disadvantage competitively, so I think it should probably be allowed. Because you're not helping yourself in that case. I can do that. You guys can clap with your feet. Now you're kind of starting to tempt me to try, but that seems like a disaster waiting to happen. It feels like to give bonus points. I like the railway better than the boat in the other game because more like a puzzle. That's fair. It's pretty. Okay, fine. I'm gonna. Hold on. I have to sit back to. Back with my feet. Can you really make a noise like that? Oh, did you hear it? I'm not sure if the bongo will pick that up. I'm not sure how well it would work. Use the flapper instead. Don't make a triangle. Nice, Kabuki. I see one. Foot clap art? Why would you do that? Hey, Daka. I could hear it despite you being on the water. It's okay, it's a powerful clap. Gotta say the Buntowers are the cutest? Thank you. I'm glad you like them. What if it was like $300? I mean, if you're driving yourself, it's just gonna be gas, right? That makes sense. I was able to do it successfully, but I was wearing socks. Yeah, no, I figure if I was wearing socks, you might not have heard it. It might have been harder to pick up. Oh wait, let's do the horns before I change the background first. Yeah, I guess like... Yeah, socks would make you too quiet. You can't play Donkey Konga with your feet when you're wearing socks. What is this conversation? Hiya, welcome in. You know, I used to actually be very sneaky. Back when I still lived at the palace in the Netherlands with my parents. I always used to like sneak about at night. So I used to be like always on my tiptoes. Like very sneakily. I was very quiet. And I was actually watching you stream on my tablet. Oh, nice! Well, I hope I was able to keep you some company during a long trip in that case. Stealth 100. The main issue was we had like a really creaky staircase, right? And I had to like always find the going down the staircase. That's where the sneak was hard. You had to find the exact right spots on the staircase to go down. Like you had to like shuffle down the sides, and some of the steps you were better off like, you know, skipping because they were simply too squeaky. Do I have web feet or human feet? I have human feet. Human looking feet, they have a gradient on them, just like I have a gradient on my fingers though. Do my parents just not pretend to hear you? No, because they would often say I was like a little ghost because I'd pop up out of nowhere and they'd be like, whoa, where'd you come from? And if they were pretending very well because I got away with a pretty good amount of stealth. Even when I see Joe foot clap Donkey Konga, oh my god, she gotta not understand what that means anymore. But most people associate the bongs with Donkey Konga. Jungle Beat was a fun bongo game. I'm not sure if I'll say it's the better one, because I really like Konga. And I like rhythm games, but Jungle Beat was actually pretty solid as far as like platformers go. It did what it set out to do. Mermaid form slithering around. Wouldn't that be more silent? I guess it would sound like a snake. A snake slithering, huh? I'm in the middle of the food related content. No. We're just talking about sneaking. It's still scare my mom that way. I still try to be silent, you know, the few times I have visited her, because I tend to go to bed later than she does. And I try to not wake her up, and then she'll be like, whoa! And exactly same, I accidentally sneak in on people and started them. I'm quiet as a mouse. Stealth. It's part of my, you know, Kim Possible toolkit. And also because I used to have like those kind of spy tools, you know, like the like spy tools and like secret things that you know, the kit sets that they used to sell. I used to have those and I liked using them, so I developed my stealth very greatly. Discovered Taiko Drum Master recently. I'm not good, but it's fun. Ah, Taiko Drum Master is fun. You mean Taiko no Tatsujin, right? They have the arcades in like Japan as well. It's one of my favorite arcade games to play. I'm not super good, but I can play hard modes. I'm not strong enough for like demon modes, but I can play hard mode pretty reliably for Taiko no Tatsujin, so I'm okay at it. We need some jump scares. Karmic punishment for me jump scaring the people. Oh, well, that might be it. It's because I'm so good at jump scaring. Nobody ever jump scared me. I didn't build immunity when I was younger. Quiet as a hamster, but without the loud wheel, yeah. I mean, you know, another way. Quiet as a mouse. I always get like compared to rodents. Ninja Joe, like whenever friends have said like what kind of animal are you, it's always like a mouse, a hamster, a squirrel. I guess I have like rodent energy. Seal Victor is my favorite. Is this a joke? I'm starting to question it, Joanna fan. As the prime creator of said contents. The cute allegations. It's because I didn't realize it till a friend pointed it out, and then I stopped doing it because it was like embarrassing. But I used to like, you know, when eating a lot of stuff, what I do is like I'd hold it with both of my hands and then like, you know, nibble at it. Which I guess in hindsight, I see how this looks like I'm a hamster or a squirrel, but I used to like eat stuff like that. And I wasn't conscious of it. And then I got pointed out, and I was really embarrassed, so I stopped doing it because I was like, oh my god, I'm standing out. I don't know. But yeah, I've got the rodent moe. The apple reminds me of a rodent tail. I mean, it's like a beaver tail, which I guess is like rodent adjacent still. Tail with the aura of a cute animal. I guess I have the aura of a small skittish animal. A small nervous skittish animal whenever you find me in public. Suddenly the bum buns are starting to make sense, yeah. Well, keeping in mind, I don't really do that so much anymore because I wound up unlearning it, but maybe once in a while, you know, when there's no one else around, but I was quite embarrassed when it was pointed out. Get scared while snacking with both hands and food falls out of my cheek pouches. I mean, I used to, you know, nibble a lot of bubble gum, and I would actually hide the gum in my cheeks during classes and then chew it. It's, you know, chosen moments so the teacher wouldn't notice that I was chewing bubble gum in class. So I eat all the snacks of the week. Yeah. Make one Joey next show for burger. No, I'm no for Cecile feet guy. This is your curse. You brought it upon yourself. I'm sorry. It's too late. Hey, you were welcome in. But you know, it's for extra stability, you know. When you're eating the food. It makes it taste better. Makes it taste better. I'm gonna manually outline this one because with the epaulets it will be a little bit harder to do the automatic outline, so I'll just add it myself. I'll just add it in myself. There we go. And then once I finish outlining this guy, we'll be ready for the next bun. Is that C1 Tetto? It is in fact C1 Tetto. We got one C1 Tetto request, and I just realized it's been quiet for a while. You guys didn't mention it, but the video paused itself earlier. I always am very slow noticing the, you know, the quiet parts because I'll put the music a little bit softer so you guys don't hear the echo. But to be fair, even when I'm working by myself, I'll often be like drawing in complete silence for an hour. It's that, or YouTube will like, you know, autoplay me into like a 100-hour like endurance of like a single song, and I'll be like, you know, 40 minutes in going like, wait, has this basically been the same song for the last 40 minutes? We're too enamored. Okay, I'll forgive you this time. Can be known as the Flapper guy, the Joanna fan, the one who survived the E2C with you. No, you're the feet guy now. Locked in Zero, you gotta play some playlists. But the thing is, I sometimes the playlist isn't long enough, but a lot of the time I'll just like click on a song I like on the front page, and then I'll let YouTube autoplay take me, you know, take me wherever it wants to go. Take me wherever it needs be. And that often does mean that I'll end up on the 3-hour endurance of a single song, which is like not necessarily where I want to be. There's often songs I like because I tend to like recommend the ones that you've listened to before, but you never remember the cool things, only the biggest crimes. Yep, that's right. I'm gonna change the name to #1 poop fan now, and that made the rules. I'm sorry, it's still. There you go. You know, people never remember the accolades, only the war crimes. It's a good thing that I was freed of all of my war crimes and, you know, considered not guilty. Not last year when Joanna came by, so I have no crimes to speak of. It's a good thing that I am completely free, completely crimeless, and I've never been convicted of any of them. It's a good thing, you know, all of that worked out just fine. You have to commit even bigger crime in the food burger. Oh dear God. Well, do you want to be known for an even bigger crime than that? I'm not sure if you can even commit a bigger crime. I think that's already kind of at the peak of cursedness. Oh, I forgot to like put the medals on this side. Nearly forgot. There we go. There we go. And then it's like yellow, green, reds, yellow, and a blue. Okay. There we go. Your turn to this, we have to share your crimes, and all the buns will be in little prison suits. You guys would go to jail together with me? Aww, thank you. Just have to come by pretty often to free you of all the war crimes committed. I mean, freed in the public eye, because I was on trial for the war crimes, or supposed to be, you know. But clearly, I have been free from all accusations. So therefore, I'm fine now. Therefore, I'm fine. You know, there's like a bit of Joanna lore that not many people remember. But Joanna was actually originally a bounty hunter who was like out to catch the bounty on the war crimes. But you know, she realized that I was innocent and turned around to the good side and decided not to turn me in and instead, like, you know, free me. I mean, you guys, like, you guys ever wonder why it says bounty hunter on like her original ID card? That's where she started. That's how she started, but it's okay. She turned around to the good side. Have I avoided snake police? No, I spent the night in snake jail. I did spend the night in snake jail. Doko? Koko da yo. Oh! What? Why are you here? Go away. Go, shoo. You are not supposed to be on the screen. What the heck? Even Joanna has a cool backstory, yep. She started as a bounty hunter. But you know, it's okay, she shifted sides. But a bounty hunter, yeah. Do you have a favorite game camera angle? Top left. I'm sorry, the question is, you mean just like behind the character? First person view, third person view, isometric? You mean that kind of camera setup? Fixed camera, like, I guess like third person is usually a preferred one for me. And like a lot of 2D games, so like top down and isometric I'm quite fond of as well. Third person preferred when, like, you know, you can actually move your own camera. Fixed camera if you have bad camera controls. I guess is my answer. Don't play as many first person games now I think of it, except for Doom. What's the Master Emerald doing at the beach resort? It's on vacation. Telling me the Master Emerald is not allowed to get a break? And you're both super cool and hardcore. Now boring but busy desktops. You know, that's how life goes sometimes. You know, one day you're basically a cool international, you know, bounty hunter. And the next day, you work a PR for the Empress. Then I'm saying #1 Joanna Egg fan in Discord. I guess I have to live with my new life. Oh no. Nah, you can be the #1 Joanna Egg fan. Okay, it's not a bun done though. So let's go back to the picker wheel. I mean, I guess you guys can look at the Chaos Emerald again. Okay, let's hide and spin. Okay, that's 4 of them done. 4 of them done. God, I'm really going at 1 bun an hour. I'm so slow. Swoggy. Okay. It's because I yap too much. We've got a banana. Half peel banana, but the meat of the banana is a bun. Okay. And let's put that away. Swoggy, if you're around, you can select the background music. But no better, I would say Joanna is some kind of metaphor. That's crazy though, because we're clearly separate people. Clearly, we're separate people. There are indeed options for things worse than food burger. Oh dear God. Oh dear God, no! I'll allow you to make #1 Joanna Egg. Oh, how about that? It's a good request. Honestly, banana, very clever. Very clever. Let me look up a banana. Like a peeled banana real quick. Banana. Peeled. Okay, that's what the banana looks like. Attack? Okay, attack OST. Do you want from the games or from the show? Games or anime? Both of them are good OSTs. So, I'll have to specify. I'll keep sketching the banana. It's a very funny one. There we go. Banana. It's a little gachapon thing called Banana. I have seen us before, the cat bananas. They're really cute. I remember I confirmed she says eggs. Yeah, just like regular humans. You guys like eggs, right? You guys told me you did. Just like every other human, right? Yeah. It's like a Sana Bunteto. It sure is. By the way, Swoggy, game or anime? Let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna decide. Hey, biggest, welcome in. Okay, put the bun in there. And then, either's fine? Okay. I'm gonna put the .hack anime OST on. We can do some. How come I must know? There we go. Okay, Joanna was cool as a bounty hunter because you're cooler now than a reporter. Chill. Should I just do like .hack karaoke one day? I love all the songs in .hack. Though they're tricky songs to sing. Oh, but actually, I've always really wanted to do like a cover of a .hack song. I always thought they would be completely out of my range because they're always like very pretty, very floaty, you know? But maybe I could actually ask my singing teacher if like maybe I could do like Key of the Twilight or maybe Fake Wings. Fake Wings was always one of my favorites because it's so pretty, you know? But Obsession or Yasushi Yaoake would be also fun. You wanna be GM sound familiar? Yeah, it's .hack. Okay, maybe I'll consider it because like maybe I can like I think Broken Wings specifically was like it was a bit embarrassing, but it was a song that I'd always sing to myself when I was younger. There was like 2 songs I'd sing to myself. And it was like Broken Wings and also like Luna's boat song from like Lunar. Something I heard I have in ages. I actually played the original quadrilogy on stream last year in its entirety. Studio okay has a very wide range. But yeah, no, like I also like, especially when I was sad, I just like think to myself, you know, shine bright morning lights. Now in the air the spring is flowing. Sweet broken wings. You know, like I don't know. I was kind of emo back then with like singing the you know, that one and like, you know, Luna's boat song. Like wishing on a dream that seems far off. Hoping it will come today. Like I don't know. I would always sing them to myself. Sometimes you just pass the time, like just over and over when I was walking places. Joe from the game played it. Well, RPG Joe played it, yes. The session goes rather deep. I mean, if it goes very deep, I have actually pitched up several songs as I'm practicing them. Like, some of the covers that I plan to do eventually will be like +2 or +4. Because I can't go that deep that easily. So some of the songs I've been practicing, like, you know, you can always pitch them up. The song was usually accompanied by Tsukasa being alone, yeah. I kind of just related to it. Know multiple languages? I do. Japanese, Dutch, English. Cat. I did take French lessons, but I have no claim to French because I forgot everything. Oh, Fake Wings, not Broken Wings. Actually, Broken Wings is the one I meant. Broken Wings, not Fake Wings. So I liked both of them. I like both of them. They're very similar in many ways. Got them mixed up for a second. But yeah, no, those are the 3 languages I know. I don't really remember the rest as well. I guess this one goes a bit lower as well. Yeah, the world here is lower. Yeah. When I said it was Fake Wings, well now I'm getting confused. Maybe it was Fake Wings then. I like both of them though. I personally like Black Rose. Yeah, Black Rose is fantastic. She was like, along with Mistral, my favorite character. How did I learn Dutch? You know, it just came naturally. It's one of those things that came naturally to me. You know how it goes. Well, actually, Dutch is. I wonder like how hard Dutch is to learn for English speakers, because I never found English very hard to learn. But I also had a lot of motivation, so I could like read manga and play games, watch TV shows and stuff, which I guess English speakers wouldn't have as much unless you want to like watch about the plot. So. The game and the anime. Fake is the anime, Broken is the game. Okay, I'm thinking of the anime versions. I'm thinking of Fake Wings. That's right. I think. When the kid there were the magazines for the kids that came to PC game demo discs. That's where I discovered that hack. Oh man, did you ever play the full game? One of my favorite games of all time. No more favorite characters, Wiseman. I know you guys' favorite characters, Wiseman, yeah? I know you guys prefer Wiseman. There's 2 versions of the Subaru team, I remember, but I'm pretty sure Fake Wings was the one with the lyrics. Yeah, I think Fake Wings is the one with the lyrics. It's pretty sure it's Fake Wings. Yeah. Because it's the one I'd sing to myself. Fake because they have no authority. Nice when I share upon the streamers. I miss Wiseman. I know you do. I know you guys miss Wiseman. But you guys realize that's Stockholm Syndrome, right? Because they force you to use Wiseman for like 1.5 game when you have no other healers available. That's Stockholm Syndrome. That's not actually affection for Wiseman. Now I said that English is one of the hardest languages to learn, and if it's your first language, it's much harder to learn other languages. I might believe the second part. But I actually found English a very easy language to learn compared to other languages. It's significantly easier than like learning Japanese or French, which are the other 2 I've had experience with. I'd even dare say that I've always found English to be easier than Dutch, and Dutch is my native language. Because English grammar is so much simpler than like Dutch grammar, where you have like stupid grammar rules for like perfect past and stuff. Well, one Weissman is my Yoshi. You're Stockholm syndrome, mostly. Can we get Easter Weissman? No. Weissman healed us when no one else would. That's Stockholm syndrome. Our Dutch and English, they're quite similar. They are. Oh, Mistral was the cutest. Yeah, no, Mistral is the cutest. See, you get it. Does my Dutch get rusty? Unfortunately, yeah. You know, considering I basically never use Dutch unless I'm talking to my mom on the phone. Honestly, my Dutch grammar was never super great to begin with because I went to an international school. But you know, of course, like speaking is not a problem, but I will sometimes actually wind up forgetting words here and there, and I'll say like, you know, it's usually I pick it up after a week back in the Netherlands if I'm on a holiday. But like in the first week, I'll feel like an idiot sometimes because like I take a little while longer. Mistral has a haircut I thought would look good on you. Mistral does have a cute haircut, right? With the two on his... Weissman is my Stockholm syndrome emoji. Yeah, that's right. English is easy to learn because of media. I mean, I also think that like English grammar, generally speaking, is not that hard. Like English has like a bunch of funky pronunciation and like things that aren't pronounced like normal. Like, you know, and you have to kind of memorize those. But I never actually had difficulty with the spelling. Because a lot of my English I learned from, well, reading and playing games without the pronunciation. So like the spelling was never an issue for me because I kind of just absorbed things naturally through like, you know, the internet and games and stuff. Because you know Japanese, maybe you can actually learn Japanese still. Oh, surely can. It's a good way to learn, but it will take much longer than English. Oh, it's the IOL one. It's the spiky uptail. Oh, okay. Is that a banana? Yup. Okay, let me take a look at it. Oh, that is cute. Oh, maybe I'll add that as an option to the hairstyles. Dramas, etc. Not anime. Yeah, no, it's better to like watch drama or like at least anime that's grounded in real life if you want to like learn real language. Would eat the banana. Honestly, this bun is looking awfully yummy. I'm just saying. Would be too much to ask for a birthday wish. No worries, of course. Happy birthday to you. Midori wa. I would like play you the birthday song on my ocarina, but I haven't unpacked my ocarina yet. I really love your laugh. Thank you so much. I'm glad you do. I hope you had a really good birthday yesterday. And I hope you had some nice cake. And if you didn't like cake, I hope you ate something that you enjoyed. Happy birthday. I think the problem with English is it doesn't have consistent rules because it's a combination of other languages. And still, it's easier than Dutch. I love Key of the Twilight. It's so good. Getting some alles Gute Geburtstag. What's an alles Gute Geburtstag? Is this an all good happy birthday? Oh, I can teach you like happy birthday in Dutch if you want to. It's a bit of a casual stream today. So in Dutch, you know, there's like several different happy birthday songs. But one of them is actually Lang zal ze leven, which means may they live a long life, basically. And that's one of the big ones. I heard that like the Swedish one is quite similar. And it goes like Lang zal ze leven, lang zal ze leven, lang zal ze leven in de gloria, in de gloria, in de gloria. Hippie pip, hurrah! Hippie pip, hurrah! And then you keep doing the hurrahs for like however many years that person is old, but you actually stop doing that like after they're like 10. Because after you're 10 years old, that's a lot of hurrahs to do. So, but with kids, you usually do the same amount as their age. You usually just do like 1 or 2 as an adult. And that's one of the big birthday songs. That's one of the big Dutch birthday songs. Yeah, it's basically like hip hip away. Hip the pip, hoorah! Hip the pip, hoorah! Yeah, you actually write it like hoorah, Benjamin. You got it right. Hoorah! It sounds like a Navy SEAL. Hoorah! But that's how you do it. That's how you do it in Dutch. There are other ones. You know, you have like ze leven hoog, which is, now I think about it, a bit of an odd one to translate because it means you're living up high. Like, but that's what it is. It's ze leven hoog, and that's the whole song. It's like, yes, they're living up high. But you know, I guess it's like, you know, it's a good thing because it's you know, you're probably doing well, I guess, on the tall floor. I don't actually. Why do they say ze leven hoog? Does it mean like just generally like prosperous or something? But the walk has a bit of music theory is confusing because all the key chords and notes are written in English. Ah, I see. You know, you get that sometimes. I know a lot of programming in Japan. People have to like often learn English as well because of the programming languages, written being in English. And like the fuse with the army and the marines say, yeah, basically 80 horas for grandma. 80 horas. No play Evangelion Omedeto. I mean, the leven hoog song is like, ze leven hoog, ze leven hoog. Ze leven hoog, ze leven hoog. Ja, hoog, ze leven hoog. Ja, hoog, ze leven hoog. Ze leven hoog, ze leven hoog. And that's the other birthday song. Basically. That's the other one. Now we'll be fall asleep before you finish showering them. Oh god, grandma will be dead by the time you're done. No! I mean, it's okay. That's why you kind of stop giving all the hurrahs at a certain age. At a certain age, there's no more hurrah. Okay, I think it might be funny if we make the bum body. Well, that's more, but yeah, no, just sleeping. If we like color the bum body to be like kind of banana colored, I think that will be kind of funny. Okay, here we go. This one is also the Valley of the Mist is a good part of the theme. Just always 3 hurrahs. Yeah, 3 hurrahs is better. Like okay, how many Swedish people do we have here today? Because like, so when I was 7, my teacher went on holiday to Sweden, then taught us how to sing the song in Swedish. And I have always vaguely remembered it. But I'm kind of curious like how far I'm off if I'm trying to sing the Swedish birthday song from memory from when I was 7. Which might not have been correctly taught to me anyway. I just want to talk about the Great Northern War. Just talk. This could be very cursed. So to any Swedes in chat, my apologies. My apologies. But I'm gonna try. And you guys can tell me if there's any Swedes around, how far off I am. From what I remember, from several decades ago, it's like Woodor leva, Woodor leva, Woodor leva in the Hungador. Whiska leva, Whiska leva, Whiska leva in the Hungador. Udor, Udor, Udor. Now I'll let you guys decide how bad it was. Sounded believable. Without a Swede, we'll never be able to verify how far off it is. Only lived there for a little more than a year, so I don't know any of it. Fishy. Do you think it could pass? Like people don't know Swedish? Because honestly, I'm not even sure if we learned the proper version in the first place. Because like I said, this was just like my teacher who went on holiday and then taught it to class, and then I remembered it decades later. Don't recognize it as Swedish without concentrating very hard. You know, that seems about right. Should I Google what it's like? See how far off I am. Like I'm pretty sure it was like something like that. And the funniest thing is, because when I was small, you know, I very excitedly told like my mom about it, which meant that like at any family gathering, they were always like, you should sing the birthday song in Swedish. I'm like, okay, I got this. Check this out. I'm pretty sure I probably very confidently like said it incorrectly every time. But adults go wild for that kind of stuff. They love it. Especially at the eldritch gatherings, so. I probably didn't sing it right. It was probably just cute, so, it's acceptable. You don't have to be good at things when you're a child and you're like being cute, so. Actually, oh my god, I just had like a repressed memory coming back. When I was like 8, I think, 8 in slug years, I think I sang it at a talent show. Oh yeah, no, it's all coming back now, yeah. Okay, so in the Netherlands they have something called, well, it's basically a thing where you get to make everything. Like, what's it called again? Like you basically get to build stuff. And like some cities do it, where they basically, it's like carpentry. And you're supposed to make like your own hideout out of wood. And you like basically get teamed up with a bunch of kids and you work together. And it's in the summer holidays. So they have like a whole week where you're basically in charge of building your own hideouts. Very cool. I really love doing this. It was really fun. And you basically, build your own thing. They give you like the wood, they give you the nails, they basically set you free and like trust you to like, have a bit of fun. They also like very much the thing that like if kids like, let kids climb and like get hurt a bit if they, it's natural to just have a bit of fun with it. And I tried to build a really big one, but the other fun thing is, because it was like a whole week, they would have like a bunch of workshops and other things you could do while at the camp. And they also had a talent show. And like at the last minute, my mom was like, you should join and sing happy birthday in Swedish. I was like, are you sure? And she was like, yeah, you should do it. And like once again, I was like, even I was not quite sure about that one, but if you're a small enough slug, anything you do is cute, so. I did wind up singing it at the talent show at I should find out like where was that like thing? Like was it like hold on. No, that's not it. That was like a specific name for it. I should figure out what this was called again. Because it was quite fun. I'd love to show you pictures of like the kind of setup it is. Because that's actually where I did like so much stuff there. I really enjoyed that. And recognized the team of Subaru on a boat. And you just go all out. Just this one. You have to sing in Swedish. Just this once. You have to bring it home. You have to bring it home for all the buns. Streets, blowing winds, sailing down the hills and valleys. Okay, we hit it. Now we are on the edge of hell, dear my love, sweet morning light. Okay. It's really cute. But yeah, so that's basically the story of like, and honestly, to this day, I'm like, wait, that might not have even been proper Swedish. That may not have been proper Swedish at all, in hindsight. I might have just made something up, especially as like the years pass and I'm getting further and further away from when the teacher taught me it. Can we get me singing in Spanish? I mean, if you want to hear me sing poorly in Spanish, I sang que sí que no for like karaoke. Like I do think it's funny to do like maybe a Eurovision like karaoke sometime. But with the disclaimer that I'm gonna be really bad at every song that isn't English or Dutch. Because I don't know the other ones. The most unrealistic thing that Hexba would not be keeping a competitive level idling that much in the lobby. True. And one of the early Pokemon albums in Spanish. I had one of the early Pokemon albums in Dutch. And then There's one kid bought it and never gave it back. I have not forgotten. I have not forgotten. It's been over 20 years, but Felix, if you're out there, you did not give me my Pokemon back. I know it was you. I know it was you. Unbelievable. Well, the worst thing is that like the album became really hard to find secondhand. And when I want to like, you know, get some of the Dutch songs in high quality, that was a long time on YouTube. And that the Dutch versions of the songs were not available. But from when I last checked, the Dutch versions have become more available these days. So it's not as, you know, rough as it used to be. Need to track him down. I'm gonna come up to the door and be like, ah, you remember me? You took my Pokemon CD. Does Belgium ever enter with songs in Flemish? As far as I know, it's basically English. I'm pretty sure Belgium has entered with Flemish before. But keep in mind that Flemish is just Dutch though. I mean, I guess there's like small distinctions in some of the word verbiage usage, but like it is just Dutch. Just like different accents between them. Technically, Flemish is the more proper Dutch because they use less long words than we do. And you see the Crimson Knights doing the dailies, yeah? Banana. I mean, maybe, we don't know. Maybe she was like spending a lot of, like even more time outside of the lobby. Maybe she was just not sleeping. It's no different than the American and British English. Yeah, it's basically the same. Like, that's actually a good comparison because American and British English, it's the same language. And, you know, some of the pronunciation will be a bit different here and there. And sometimes, you know, you'll say elevator or you'll say lift. So there'll be like, you know, small word changes. But overall, it's still English. And it's the same with like Dutch and Flemish. Or, you know, Belgian Dutch and Dutch Dutch. Careful, banana bun. Minion Joe might eat you. I'm not a minion though. I swear, the minion allegations, they're false. They came from somebody who loved minions. Who probably would have wished I was a minion instead. British loves adding the U. No, it's American that loves removing the U. One of them came first. You'll get very different answers about potatoes between Flemish and Dutch people. That's the main thing. Indeed. Oh, actually, Patty. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it as like a cursed snack of the week, but I have it here somewhere. I should see if I can find a picture on Google, but let me write it off. I saw a snack at the Family Mart, and this will make the Belgians shudder. It's samurai sauce flavored Belgian fries, but they're hard. They're rock solid from what I can feel, and they come pre-packaged, and I'm scared of it. I've had this lying around for like 2 weeks now. It's good till August apparently, which honestly also scares me. And I might do this as a snack of the week sometime, but is that banana starting to what? That's still a healthy banana. It's normal. It's just a little bit bruised. Banana. Yes. So how did summer size even make it to Japan? That's also a good question. Oh, the current song is Fear from Dot Hack. But let me see if I can find it. If I Google it. Show you guys a picture. Belgian Frites. They even call it Frites in the katakana. Okay, hold on. Yeah, there we go. This is truly frightening, and I am scared of it. Truly frightening, and I am scared of it, and I might eat it as a snack of the week sometime. Hey, sheep. American South accent is chef's kiss. I mean, it does have its charm. Banana. Hey, sheep, hiya, Carol. Let me show you guys the thing I saw. Oh, wow, there's a big picture on Google. Oh. This is what I found. This is what I found. I am frightened. Very frightened. Don't like my bananas with dark spots. I prefer them when they're somewhat hard and tart. Well, as long as they're not affected on the inside, I think it's usually fine. Hey, Alistair. Hey. What class I would play in Dot Hack? I like mixed melee and caster. I'd probably go for a caster. But honestly, the twin blades are tempting, no? How bad could it be? Well, I must remind you that despite their looks, these are rock hard. There's no yield. These are firm. These will just crack if you try to bend them. There's no bendiness to them. Which is why I'm scared. That's why I'm scared. But even the samurai sauce, so this is like a Belgian thing. Where they like mix mayonnaise with sambal. It's not made of grated samurais that I know of. But yeah, so like while these may look as fries, like imagine these are made of stone basically. So that's... I'm afraid. I'm afraid, but I have them lying around here. I have them lying around, so I might do them at some point. But I was Wave Master all the way. I'm very strong on Wave Master, but having 2 blades is really cool. You have to understand, when 2 blades are together, it becomes a cooler blade. And that's what makes them cool. But yeah, no, like samurai sauce is pretty popular in Belgium and also pretty popular in the Netherlands as far as I know. So it does kind of surprise me it made it to Japan, but then again, maybe it's a samurai part that's like appealing to the marketing team or something, so they think it's like more Japanese. I don't know. Can't eat anything too hard and crunchy or your teeth will break. That's true. It's true. You gotta be careful. It's a combo of country and Santini sauce. Oh, there's also honeybee sauce. In Dutch we have yoppie sauce. Yoppie. Patatje jop. We also have like patatje oorlog, which means war. Would you like your fries to be flavored with war? Because that's one of the most popular mixtures in the Netherlands. War never changes, but you can put it on your French fries or your Flemish fries. What does samurai sauce taste like? Like mayonnaise mixed with sambal. Paprika. I mean, paprika is quite nice. The more thing you drench the food in, the tastier it is. What the hell is war seasoning? I'll show you guys a picture. Here I go. One seems pretty lacking in waste. And kind of low magic in setting. That's honestly pretty true, yeah. War flavor sounds good. Okay, I'll show you guys some pictures of war. The war fries. You guys put on your war fries. We gotta go to war. But yeah, no, this is what they call war fries in the Netherlands, or patatje oorlog. Can you guys guess what it is? Can you guys figure it out? It's fairly straightforward, but I guess like if you're not used to it, you might not get it. Poutine? It's not poutine. It's not poutine. It's we are not the gravy people. That's Canada. Canada is the gravy people. Curry ketchup. Well, sometimes curry ketchup is included, but it's not necessary. Sometimes they do include curry ketchup, actually. There's mayo, there's onion. But you guys have not found the... Well, actually, sometimes... Okay, the most common one, which nobody's getting, is pinda sauce. Pinda sauce, made of the pinda. The nuts. It's not a chili, it's not chili. It's pinda sauce. Pinda sauce, mayo, and onion. That's the most common version. Though sometimes they'll add like curry ketchup as well. And it can differ depending on the region. I believe in Belgium, actually, they use like a meat sauce instead of the pinda sauce. It's pinda. It's pinda. Oh wait, you guys don't... Right, pinda is not an English word. Dang it. Pinda means peanuts. Pinda means peanuts. It's peanut sauce. sorry. I forgot pinda is an English... In my defense, pinda sounds like an English word. Pinda sounds like it would be an English word. It's peanut in English. I was like, why do you guys not know what pinda is? Yeah, like satay. So you made from children or from milk? No, peanuts. I'm sorry, I forgot. For some reason, I was convinced pinda was the same in English. Yeah, no, like, we actually have Indonesian food. It's really popular in the Netherlands. We have a lot of Indonesian dishes that are, you know, quite common. Gotta have my pinda sauce, dogs. Yeah, okay, but now you guys have learned the words. Now you guys have learned a new word. So if you want to get peanuts in Dutch, you gotta get pindas. I forgot about that. Anyway, the reason why it's called like war, it's because it looks so messy, like, you know, and you know, war is the clean affair. This sounds the same. It's not the same, you know. Exactly. Otherwise, Indonesian food that was so popular. I mean, if you look at the history of the Netherlands and Indonesia, you might figure out a clue. And for the same reason, a lot of Indonesian people like live in the Netherlands and also brought their cuisine with them, and that's why Indonesian cuisine is very popular in the Netherlands. You know? And Indonesian food is very nice. Like, I actually was surprised because Indonesian food in the Netherlands is kind of synonymous with Asian food. Yeah, same reason Indian food is popular in Britain. Exactly. Can I teach you Dutch, but only for super specific situations like buying peanuts? Yes. I'll teach you. Ik wil wat? Wait, pinda's kopen. I want to buy some peanuts. There you go. So Indonesian recipes for fried rice and egg on top. Like, the thing is, like Indonesian food is so synonymous with like Asian food in the Netherlands that when I went to other countries, I was like, wait, other countries don't have kerupuk and like nasi goreng and like, you know, babi pangang and like all the other yummy things. I was like, wait, they don't sell this in other countries. I just thought Indonesian food was like popular worldwide because it's like, it's so big in the Netherlands. Like, you can get a lumpia anywhere. You know? There's many curry recipes still. Oh, you will travel some planning in a month. Nice. Hey, Glitch, how do I solicit a lawyer for insistence on my taxes? Hold on. Now my Dutch is failing me. Ik wil een advocaat die me met mijn belasting helpt. There you go. Ik wil een advocaat die me met mijn belasting helpt. You know me as well. Oh, you'll be going to the Netherlands? Nice. American musicians Alex and Eddie Van Halen are half Dutch, half Indonesian. One of the 7 me gory listeners in the Netherlands? They do, actually, they do. Helps me die. Now, what's belasting? Belasting is taxes. Taxes. Help me with my taxes. The belasting. Which actually, like, is like... like, belasting kind of also means burden, so it's like kind of funny there. Belast. Burdened. Bami goreng and babi pangan are commonly found in Chinese restaurants. Yeah. No, I had the same thing, Patty, because like babi goreng and, you know, nasi and like all that kind of stuff, like they're always in Chinese restaurants too, so I thought it was just worldwide. I thought like everybody just loved Asian, like Indonesian food for their Asian dishes. I was shocked when like I couldn't get kerupuk like outside of the Netherlands. You know? So instead of using Dutch translator, I just thought the people use what I taught you. Yeah, that's what you should do. How do I say I can't believe how much I hate everything? That's such a sad sentence, but okay. Ik kan niet geloven hoeveel ik alles haat. It's a weird word. I would not have guessed taxes. Yeah, no, that's taxes though. Belasting is taxes. My brain with olie what die me? No! D. D means like, kind of like that. Ay, cause hey. Does Mika have a localized name? The Netherlands doesn't get many localized names. The Netherlands usually either gets the Japanese or whatever England is doing. Pretty much never one that's localized just for the Netherlands. Sambo, like the Indonesian curry base? Yeah, Sambo is very popular in the Netherlands too. Sambo is pretty big. It's like lood en geloven. Well, lood en geloven is... Well, that's a false friend. Because geloven is belief. Could you please say oranges are delicious? Mandarijnen zijn verrukkelijk. Or sinaasappels zijn verrukkelijk. There's a super cute sea bunny you should watch, but be careful, she's kind of cringe, and Junie and cringe and cringe. That's untranslatable, unfortunately. It always depends on the country, yeah. My dad just got over a huge koepuk kick. For months straight, he'd only have a small dinner, then eats a whole bag of koepuk. I mean, to be fair, I get it. I love koepuk. It's like my favorite thing, like whenever ordering Asian food in the Netherlands. Because koepuk is so yummy and they don't make it the same. For people who don't know, koepuk is like shrimp cracker basically. But it's not as yummy. Like the shrimp crackers you get in Japan, they taste different, it's a different formula. Koepuk in the Netherlands is so good, it's so yummy. It doesn't even taste like shrimp, it just tastes like yummy. Sambo oelik is quite easy to find, but no other kinds. There are occasionally nasi goreng ready meals, but they're never great. I see, nasi goreng is so popular in the Netherlands. You can find it a lot. Like, nasi goreng is like one of my go-tos actually, at shops. Finland is worse when it comes to localization. You actually get stretchy ones, like Germany as well, I think they do. Netherlands never does. I got 3 bottles of hot sauce on my bedside. 1 bottle of sambal. Yeah, it's often used as spicy sauce in kebab. True. Sorry being able to read some Dutch now. I can't converse in it to save my life, but I can read it. Nice. I mean, you'll be able to, as long as you know how to order food, you're generally okay. I would argue. You should generally be fine. Very basic thing, computer. Almost the same in every country. That is true. That's true. Modern words often are the same in every country because it's usually up to the person who invented it to like lay the claim first. It's often older words that like diverge a lot more. The computer is actually written differently in Dutch with a K. There's Tito Kone, which is the knowledge machine. The point Sonic chili dogs got turned into a hot dog with sambal in the Dutch tub. Maybe selling all the drawings as stickers? They're so cute. It might be fun, but I wonder because they're like made for individual buns. I feel like I'd have to like ask permission from every bun to sell the sticker. Because like in a way, they're for like each individual bun. So I wonder if it would be okay to sell them. I feel like I'd have to get permission somehow. Sweet, but they would be cute as stickers though, like a big bun sticker set. Like I was considering like making them like a card set or something as well, because like in every card can have like buns on them. This might work, that's true. Though set up form allowing it. Maybe I could do it that way, yeah. Then we tried to call it the data map, but that never caught on. I see. I mean, maybe like, man. You can technically own the character. I do own the character, but like, I don't know how, because like you guys asked for them, right? So I don't, what is it, like retroactively or the deal to formally acquire the reproduction rights? Like I feel like some of them are probably okay, like Banana, but like for example, some of them are like, unique to your personal characters and stuff. Also some of them are copyrighted characters, but like, which is like why I feel it would be very case to case. Yeah, I mean, it is technically free though. Like, the only thing in exchange is like basically enough time watching me, but don't give the permission for the hot gun, but I do eventually plan to add more hats. Fair. Well, I guess I'll look into it. Because I do agree with Lumi, they are very cute. I think they would make good stickers. Yeah, you played in Space. You paid in time spent together with me. Basically, to get your own buns. And that goes on both sides, because that's how I wanted it to be. In the exchange, basically a reward for long-time buns. Made them and you're the artist, so you... I mean, technically, I guess so. I would it be okay to sell them as stickers? Because I do think they would be quite cute as stickers. You know, I would put them on like my stuff, but honestly, I probably like you know how they sell like magnet seeds? Like I would get magnet seeds from the Daiso and like turn them into magnets. That's actually what I do with stickers all the time, because I never know where to commit a sticker to and where to place it. So I often buy like magnet seeds and just put them up everywhere. Oh, a meow. The ain't geen thing threw me off. I mean, it's like 1 versus none. Like, that's how you should think of it. Like, don't think of it as A, not A, and is, isn't. Think of 1, none. That's how you should be thinking of it. Because, like, A basically means 1 as well. Spending time with the cute teeny buns is truly a Herculean task. It's like the sunshine before the bone removal. You prefer tall whites? Ik heb een bubble in here. Nice. And put them on paint on the mounts. That might be the local solution. That's true. I could maybe use the store that Lumi is using for like the print on demand stuff. Because like I know like that works well, right? With like sending them. I might just go for the same options that Lumi has for her stickers. I think that would probably work. Something you can ask all the course to be extra, but unnecessarily overly nice. Okay, fair. That's really helpful. Yeah, take that as your, you know, your little mnemonic. Of course, I mean, I print them near where the buyer is located, so they don't need to do international shipping. I'll try that. I'll see about what the options are there, because I know shipping is particularly tough currently, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame that, like, you know, I don't regret, like, having extra time to prepare for my debut. And like, you know, finish things up shinier and nicer and prettier and stuff. I do have like a bit of regret for like putting up the merch like several months later when everything is more expensive though. I wish I could have made it cheaper for y'all. Because like I try to make the merch as cheap as possible whenever I can, but Serena gives a $5 discount if the request agrees to give you commercial rights. I mean, but like I mean, I guess in the future I'll just ask people and put like a permission on. What's the deal with the hen heads? I'm sorry, you're out of luck there. The hen heads, for people who don't know, you know how you have like the in English? In Dutch you have the and heads. And unfortunately, there's no consistent rule. You're just out of luck. Good luck, because the worst part is the only rule is like it sounds right, and every Dutch person around you will immediately know when it doesn't sound right. But there's no possible way for you to figure out which one you're using. It is pure, it sounds right. Which will come with practice and memorization of which one goes with which word. But unfortunately, there's no strong rule for it. It's like big red balloon versus red big balloon. Yeah, it's like, you know, it will sound wrong to your brain somehow. You say to buy sticks and then have to pay like shipping and import. No, I'll see what I can do. I'll probably use the one that Lumi uses if I do put it up. If in that case, language based on vibes, basically. Translations don't even have the. Yeah, no, it's terrible, because like you even get like, you know, let's say dog. So like if you have like, you know, dog in Dutch is hond. And now you say de hond, because het hond would sound terrible. But if it's a small dog, you say het hondje. But now, are there 2 dogs? It is once again de honden. But what if both of the dogs are small? Well, then it's de hondjes. I'm sorry, and that's just the way it goes. So it's not even consistent within the words or the nouns themselves. I'm afraid. And that's just the way it goes. And It's 100% 200% vibrates, and the worst part is every Dutch person around you, when you get it wrong, or immediately get like, you know, their like, you know, slumber keywords triggered because it sounds incorrect if you get it wrong. And that's the wrong part. It's everybody will immediately like be like, oh no, because if you say instead of the hond, you say het hond, it's like het hond. Huh? No way. Den Haag just becomes Haag in Danish because there's no way to express a definitive arctus. Makes sense, makes sense. Mom said for the bun adventure to be in the shop. I wonder if you saw it with the skull and bones. Means we say, you say Koira, and if it's special stuff, we say Tio Koira. I see, I see. Even sent the Dutch language a politely worded letter with the plastic explosive. And like it's, you know, like, and you think like maybe it's consistent. Like the other way around, but like, you know, if we say horse, which is paard. No, you can't say de paard. It's het paard. And het paardje. You know, so it's there's no consistency. Yeah, the worst part is right. De meisje sounds like one. Yeah, it's het meisje. Het meisje en de jongen. But de meid. En het jongetje. There's a few words says one thing in the dictionary, but most people on the street use the other because it sounds better. Yeah. Which one was like, I think it was like data. Like I think officially, I remember I had this argument in university, I think officially it's like the data. Wait, no, het data. I think it's officially it's het data. But like the data sounds better to me. And like people will fight you because like, but it's like, no, I het data. Het data laat dit zien. No, de data laat dit zien. You know? Hey, Meadow, hey. Yeah, I can't stop you from using the data. No, like, it's because one of my teacher like pointed out that in my thesis I wrote it like the data, and they were like, should be het data, and I'm like, no. No, certainly not. The adjectives change which het you use. 100%, yep. Het Joruna? Oh, that's a funny thing. Even for words that don't have like an official Dutch version, you know, you will immediately know what's correct, and I will tell you, it would be de Joruna and not het Joruna. Het Joruna sounds wrong. Like, you know, it would be de. I know. Oh, you are Dutch. Okay. I was about to say. Het Joruna is crazy. Het Joruna goes crazy. What about buns? The buns. The buns. The bun. The buns. Both of them will be the for me. Het bunnetje. I thought that one based on the vibes alone, yeah. And unfortunately, the Netherlands is a highly vibe-based language, so that's just the way you gotta deal with it if you're learning Dutch. I think that's probably, aside from some of the like silly grammatical stuff we got going on, that's almost certainly the hardest thing to learn in Dutch. The VTuber, het VTubertje, yeah? Where are my rules? We don't have them. It's vibes. It just sounds really wrong to me now if you use the correct one. You can see why I thought the English was easy in comparison, yeah? The equation of the and het is around 75 to 25%, yep. But you know, if you don't use het in the right place, everybody around you will take like 50 poison damage. They will immediately flinch and die on the spot, so you gotta be careful with the things you say. You gotta be careful. Okay, just lightening up the bun a little bit. At least it's not as hard as the German stuff. To be fair, I think German has it worse, but like, does German have het kofschip or het foksraap? Because oh my god, that's the part I hated the most of the Dutch language back in the day. Like I will like use the slum, yeah, that's a slum report for every Dutch and Belgian person in the audience to like go like, not foksraap, not kofschip. World record for syntax poisoning by nation, yeah. So, basically, there's a certain rule for like, when you do, I think it's past perfect in English, where you put it in the past, you have to like figure out if it ends on a D or a T. Because like, you have like, okay, I'm gonna show you guys, Kopschip. One thing I know about German is that every automobile has the Wagen. Yeah, the Wagen. The Autowagen. Okay, so here, I'll show you guys a picture that will do psychic damage. I'll show you guys a picture this is the picture that commits psychic damage to everybody, including Dutch people. Kopschip. Oh god, I hated the Kopschip. So is T7 with the ending and end with the opening? It's a good question. You started out for days. Okay, so basically the Kopschip is you have to check if the letter is in het Kopschip. And what you do is you take your verb and it's not just the end of the verb, you take the stem of the verb. So in this case, for example, if we take to walk, it's loop. But for the stem, we have to turn it to like the plural actional verb, which is lopen. And then you have to check if the letter is in het Kopschip. And you see that for the stem, it's actually in the middle, which is like minus the last two, which means we have the P. And we see the letter is in het Kopschip. The letter is in het Kopschip. You can also sometimes call it foxschaap. Now, if the letter in the middle of your stem is in het Kopschip, then, and only then, does the past perfect tense, in this case geloopt, you have to figure out, is it a D or a D? In this case, it's in the Kopschip, which means that it is a T. It's geloopt. Because the P is in its Kopschip. We have that too. So in this case it's a T. But now, you guys aren't ready for the next level, which is when it has D and T. Oh god, we're not even starting on that. I'm getting to Kopschap in my lessons now. Oh, best of luck. Best of luck. My most hated part of like Dutch lessons. Like even Dutch kids hate this, by the way. Even Dutch kids hate this. I hate this. There's a reason I prefer English grammar. It's because it's easier. It's because it's way easier. Okay, this is a good banana. Oh, hold on. That's not right. That's not right. There we go. Get that over there. But yeah, that's reasons why Dutch sucks. And Kopschip is just a way to memorize it, basically. With respect to everybody who speaks like this in day to day. Well, the thing is, in speaking, you don't notice the difference, which is why Kopschip is so annoying for Dutch speakers, because whether it ends in the D, the T, or the DT, DT or DT, it all sounds the same. So when you're speaking it, you don't have to think about Kopschip. So when you're a Dutch child who's learning Dutch, this is on your mind, so you hit like, you know, the grammar lessons. So that's not something you're even considering at that point. Hold on, let me grab the wheel again. Let's pull out the wheel. Sorry, I understood absolutely nothing. Well, that just goes to show how terrible it is. That's why Dutch is tough. You have to use your facial expressions differently? No, I use them the same for the most part. There's a big difference between 2 and GB regarding your expressions because it's different triggers. I quite like GB because it's very expressive. And it's you know, it will give up a different vibe, absolutely. But that's because it's different triggers who make it. I think 2.0 is brattier overall. It's because the eyebrows. A lot of expressions go into eyebrows, and 2.0 has the eyebrows actually going down, whereas like 1.0 and Chibi have the eyebrows like not frown, whereas like what 2.0 does have them frown. English doesn't have much unnecessary verbs. Is a kopschip taxi nowadays? Is a kopschip taxi? That doesn't seem right. That's beyond my time. I haven't been in primary school for a long time now. 2.0 is more expressed, but Chibi has very cute toggles. Yeah, and a bright smile. True. The 2.0 smug is really strong. 2.0 is much smugger. Oh wait, did I already spin? Who was that? Did I spin? Hold on. Did I spin? Guys, I forgot. Did I already spin? Oh god, did I spin? I did. Who was it the first time I spinned? Hold on. Hold on, can somebody go back in the VOD and tell me who it was? I accidentally spun twice. Main benefit of 2.0 is increased batting potential. It's true. I did spin. Oh god, does everybody remember who it was? NPC? Okay. Okay, thank god. Thank you for remembering. I was too distracted. Okay, NPC. Okay. Let me, NPC, if you're around, you can take the aux, you can pick the music. Okay. Let me find it. Where is it? I'm bad at finding it. Wait. Where is it? Wait a second. Jupiter always has a good smile, but takes on a bit of more demonstrable qualities when it does. True. Wait, one second. Is it that I did NPC last time? Right, I was about to say, I don't have to quest on hand anymore, and I only delete them after I did. NPC was the gamer bun. I guess I forgot to take them from the wheel, so I guess it's okay that I spun a second time. Because NPC was up the last time, which means now is Zoink. Okay. Because I was like confused for a second. In that case, let me find NPC for people who weren't there last time. Was the gamer bun in the gamer chair. Have I got the game playing Walkman and Forte? Not yet. Still have to get around to it. Yeah, NPC was gamer bun. I just forgot to remove from the wheel over there. Okay. Now let's find Zoink. Game Boy pixel art style. Oh. Wearing sunglasses and listening to a cassette Walkman on the headphones. Okay. We're gonna have to zoom in for that. They were the last one on stream, so that makes sense. That was the final one. Is there any reason Joe has blue eyeshadow instead of yellow? Oh, it's just because like that's part of the design that like Karen drew at the time, you know. Because Karen did the design for Chibi, and in the design there's blue eyeshadow. Let me show it off again. Here we go. That's why. I guess it's to go with all the other blue accessories on it. Blue nails on this one as well, though you can't see it on Chibi. Would have turning into would have, instead of turning into would have. And then it makes no sense. Wanna play the SNES? Yep, I bought the SNES version, don't you worry. I mentioned that a while back. Don't even make that error, it would make you look like the brain is full. I mean, I feel like would have. It's like, it's fine though. Right. When you're speaking it, no? I know you're not supposed to use abbreviations in writing, no? Sometimes sounds weird to me too. I'm trying to know when you write je, jij versus we, wij. Ah. Okay, so that one's actually easy. Jij is when you're saying you. This is like, you know, jij bent de crimineel. Like, you are the criminal. Whereas you use je most of the time when it's a possessive you. Like, is this... No, that's jou. Is this jouw handtas? That's jou. And then je is more like, hoe gaat het? No, that's hoe gaat het met jou? Heb je goed geslapen? It's like, have you had a good sleep? I guess I'm not really sure where you put the y and the I. The yao is easy because that one's the possessive one. Yao is possessive, yes, but you're missing the W. I think would of is proper in writing. Yeah, I don't think you do would of in writing. I think would of is just slang. It's like translate when you get around. I bought the Japanese version. Japanese is just written out sound, which makes it easy. Yeah, yao with the W. That's the more proper way to go about it. But though, be fair, I'm probably not the right person to go to for Dutch grammar lessons, because once again, I went to an international school. And honestly, my Dutch is worse than my English, so... And I also don't really use Dutch in my day-to-day for like the past decades. Oh, do you need to adjust my movements or facial expressions differently? No. I just, you know, honestly, I just move the way I do regularly. I unless I'm like purposely being like huffy or pouty, this is just how I talk and how I move. I kind of overexpress because when I was younger, I would sometimes be told that it was too hard to like read what I was feeling. So I have a tendency to like, over move and emote and try to get my point across anyway. Because I used to struggle with that back in the day. So, which actually helps a lot for VTubing. But also, sometimes I feel like maybe I'm too expressive now in real life. I feel a bit silly, but for VTubing it helps a lot. It's hard to get the exact amount of expressions right for normal people, to be honest. Got more accent than slang. Fair, fair, fair. Thank you, mevrouw. You're very welcome. Hey, Kiwi, hey. It's a complicated face when you don't know. Remember, you worked in your first language, right? It's very embarrassing. By the way, Zoink, if you're around, remember, you got the radio control. Let me... Wait, I was gonna check. Right, Game Boy. We're gonna zoom way in for that. No such thing as too expressive. Enthusiasm is always welcomed. I mean, it's true, but like people sometimes think you're kind of weird for it. Yeah, exactly. I was told silly without told still much. It's not fair. It's hard to find the balance. Is it just your facial expression into a smile? Well, I do smile more because like I said, I used to have too much of a stony face. I feel back in the day. Okay, so this is a bun with sunglasses and cassette Walkman. I have to find a picture of a cassette Walkman. Okay. Okay, here we go. And that might wind up being the last bun before we go into the Easter drawing. Let's do this one first. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Chelsea needs to emote more to instant emotions. Adult is too emotional. It should be more like a robot, right? It's not fair. Purple writing is dying every day. I mean, as long as it's like not, something you're submitting to official sources. Hi, VR. Hi. It's weird when the language is close to you. Reading Fisher is like reading English when you're in a dream. Fisher is the closest to Old English, I believe, that like modern languages are still around. So if you're used to older English, you're probably familiar with Frisian. I'm surprised for the Easter drawing. What do you mean? You mean like the Agathon? The Agathon like prizes have already been rewarded like last week. Hiya, King Tweep. Hiya. So I'm so good. Thank you for teaching me. I'm gonna need to buy a new brush for this. Let's go. It's not okay, we need proper writing. I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of on that side. Like, I was honestly already shocked, even decades ago, like the times when I was still in school. When I look at some of the writing that, like, even my, fellow students who were supposed to be native students compared to me, I would see what they were writing on like MSN and I'd be like, how is your English so bad? As somebody who taught myself English, I was like, huh? What language do my dreams commonly end up? Usually English, actually. It's probably not surprising because I speak English for the most part every day, English and Japanese. I only speak Dutch to my mom these days, so. Hey, Smetali, hey. Yeah, when it's like, are you for real? Exactly. Like the kind of things I used to see, like my fellow students write, and I'd be like, huh? Excuse me? What's that? You know, I was shocked, I tell you, back in the day. Hold on, maybe I should sketch it first. And like how, especially because like, I think it's because I learned how to write, you know, I learned how to read and understand English from video games, but I learned how to write English on the internet. And there was a day back when people would still often correct each other, you know, back in the day on forums and such. And like, you know, even on Neopets, I would always take the corrections to heart, and I also learned a lot of English from reading books. So when I saw like, you know, actual British students using MSN, I was like, why is my English better than yours? Know how bad my typing is despite the 20 golden rule classes I took? Oh no. Some English forum starts the post with an apology for poor English is typically better than what native speakers use. That's actually true. I actually heard that a lot back in the day when I was writing, you know, my own posts on forums and stuff. They're like, wait, what? You're not the... But I guess it's because, like, if you're not a native speaker, you actually just, like, wind up learning it the right way the first time around or something. And then, you know, you're less likely to be using slang and the abbreviations because of that, maybe. I don't know, that's my suspicion. The Dailytext app you gave is actually one of the most helpful practice resources. I mean, Dailytext is great. Some days I still think I should do a Dailytext stream, but it's it would be kind of silly. But Dailytext is fantastic after all. Dailytext is pretty fantastic. And I have good nostalgia for the Dailytext. Okay, oh wait, this one is gonna wear sunglasses, right? Was it? Isn't there more the focus of the propaganda? I mean, to be fair, like, even having taught myself English and not really having learned a lot from school at the time, like, the grammar I just picked up from, like, reading books, like, just mostly osmosis at the time, as well as the vocabulary. Maybe the late egg, I would still love to see it, absolutely. I think I missed a message earlier. But yeah, if you still have an egg, please show me. I'm in the zone. It's not really that interesting or nostalgic for it. I want to know the weather or the TV listings, which is true. Maybe I should just like do Teletext when I get around to like doing a Dutch educational stream, which is like something I'd considered doing for a while, where I just, you know, teach you guys about Dutch stuff. Well, I mostly just want to give you guys Dutch food recommendations. Maybe I should do it fast, if like so many of you guys are like traveling to the Netherlands soon. How will you know what to eat if I don't tell you? You know? It's quite vital. You don't starve while you're there. Or worse yet, you don't eat something good. It's been sleepy weeks, so I have not returned to your egg yet. That's fair. You should do it. I mean, I think it would just be kind of fun. You know, to educate you all on the good Dutch food. Like 20-30 minutes talking about the Teletext, yes, on the side. No, I thought it's eat Indonesian. I mean, honestly, not a bad idea. Why are you in the Netherlands? Get some of the Indonesian food. It's really good. You know, there's the one thing. I'll probably bring it up when I do tell you guys about Dutch foods. If you're looking for traditional Dutch food at a restaurant, you might as well give up now. You're not gonna find a traditional Dutch restaurant. You're not gonna find it. Give up now. You only find, you know, traditional Dutch food is basically meat, potatoes, and veggie, and occasionally like those things stamped together. You're not gonna find it in the restaurants because people eat it at home. Nobody's eating out for that. What song is this? This is Bear. So I have taken Pecho or Peso. I think I have actually, yeah. Especially with the peanut sauce. We were discussing earlier, Fiery. Oh, actually, speaking of Fiery. Oh wait, no, I already showed it. No worries, I got confused. This is Bear. This song is Bear. worst luck, we can't eat you. Sure can save us from starvation with the food recommendations. How are the burgers? Pretty okay. But probably not as good as America. Just with the Dutch wrinkles, yeah. So my main thing is, with Dutch foods, the things I can recommend is the things you can buy in the supermarket. It's the snacks you can get from the vending machines. It's like, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I cannot actually recommend you guys a lot of things that are like, you know, in a restaurant, because you're not gonna find restaurants that serve them, except the Pannenkoekenhuis. Pannenkoekenhuis is the only thing I can get you. First good ramen was in a Chinese restaurant in Amsterdam. It seemed like it played as much as beer for someone. Beer's great though, he's one of my favorites. Yeah, beer is great. But yeah, like the main thing for Dutch stuff, you have to get all the snacks from the wall. You have to get the right stuff from the various, you know, various supermarkets, so you can take it with you and try. And that's what Dutch culture is all about. Bear is great. I mean, to be fair, you can't play him for most of the game. So it's easy to miss like his songs. Yeah, no home cooking restaurants. It's not really a thing in the Netherlands. Well, I'm sure you can find one somewhere, no doubt. But it's you're not gonna find a lot of it. You're not gonna find a lot of it, so you're better off, you know, getting your foods. Well, I guess go to the Indonesian restaurant in the Pannenkoekenhuis. Look at the little Joe on the wheel. You try oliebollen. Well, if you want to have oliebollen, you either have to go in the winter season at the end of the year, because they don't really sell them outside of that, or you have to go to the Efteling. No, actually the Efteling doesn't have oliebollen all year long either. You have to go at the end of the year. There's no way about it. You have to, or go somewhere where there's kermis. And honestly, going where there's kermis is actually a pretty good idea, because like kermis is pretty great and really fun. So if you can like manage to get somewhere while kermis is happening, that's honestly not a bad idea, but it might be tougher to plan out. You have to like plan your cities beforehand. Kermis is basically when like a whole like fun fair comes to town, by the way, which makes it pretty fun. I still got Dutch Brothers, but it was just a boba shop, no Dutch food. Oh man, that is a bit of a bummer, because boba is not very Dutch. Not very Dutch at all. Mysterious. Okay, then I wonder if I can. I'll probably do like a clean outline for it later, for the darkest shades. That's probably what I'll use the darkest shade for the outline. There we go. Let's zoom out a bit. Yeah, that's a cool bun. We'll have to like, you know, make it bigger. Because it's pixelated, it's gotta work at size here. I was hoping it would be a Dutch shop with pastry. Yeah, coffee shop. That would be much better. That would be much better. Thanks for the stream. I was working, lurking, but I gotta go now. No worries, Matt. Have a nice little sleep. Sleep tight, sleep bunny dreams, and thank you for coming by. Thank you for coming by. Very cool. I've been to Amsterdam twice. Oh, okay. If I'm saying just one city, Amsterdam, Den Haag, Rotterdam, 's-Hertogenbosch, or somewhere else, I'd personally say Den Haag, because I think the vibes are nicer than Rotterdam and Amsterdam. Den Bosch is pretty okay too, though. Especially if you've been to Amsterdam twice before, so you've probably seen the big museums already. Like, I'd say Den Haag, probably. Den Haag is pretty cool. Hey, Punak, hey. Don't necessarily have to eat traditional Dutch food to experience it. Yeah, like the fried chicken at the koi machine lockers, exactly. And the food from the wall. You know, you guys think Japan has the vending machines, but Japan doesn't have the sheer amount of snack food that you can get out of the wall at every train station in the Netherlands. As well as every snack stand. She gets ready. I'm gonna be streaming in half an hour. I will. Actually, after this bun, I think I'm gonna grab myself some dinner. And then we'll go straight into the next one. Go into like the Easter streaming. The Hague also offers a potential view of the Atlantic Sea. Yeah, actually I haven't made my thumbnail for that yet, so we can make the thumbnail together, I suppose. Does it mean wild chicken is legit? Actually, you can get the wild chicken in the Netherlands. This is actually true. And it's pretty good wild chicken at that. Pretty yummy wild chicken. Now Seaward 2.0. I mean, 3.2.0 will be back for the Easter stream actually, so you'll be right on time. Restock vending machine and save point, I'm on 257 slots. It also votes the yeah, Den Haag also has the Atlantic Ocean. Actually, if you're in Den Haag at the same time, you should go to Kijkduin. Like, everybody always goes to Scheveningen, but I would argue Kijkduin is actually better and not as crowded. I guess Kijkduin got kind of crowded around the Pokemon Go craze because it had like the only place that you could get lepers in the Netherlands and a lot of stops. But I think Pokemon Go isn't that popular anymore, so you can probably go to Kijkduin normally again. You can probably go there without getting overwhelmed. Restock vending machine. Like I also will say, like, you know, the nice thing is a lot of the food I'd recommend to you guys would be easy to find because it would just be in any supermarket or literally any train station. Because that's where all the good food is at. And you know, pannenkoekenhuizen are plentiful enough that it's not that hard to find a pannenkoekenhuis. Should get ready for work, you're distracting. The chocolate factory's gonna burn down. Oh, that's bad actually, don't burn the chocolate. I'm back, welcome back Contra, welcome back. Of the Goddess of War art, it was pretty good. Welcome back Contra Mama, welcome back. Okay, now let's see. I think this bun is basically ready to go, you know. You know, the pixel art goes a lot faster than drawing the regular buns. Goes way faster. Now I just have to scale it up among the others. Doesn't burnt chocolate turn into fudge or something? I mean, chocolate can burn and just be gross, unfortunately, and taste burnt. You have to, like... Unfortunately, if you want to bake the chocolate, you have to do it carefully. There's a teleport hotel. Sounds futuristic. That does sound kind of futuristic. Going to work, tell them I can't come. Seabun took my bones. Okay, I'm gonna have to screenshot this. 1 second, my phone's in the way. Okay, this might be hard to screenshot right now. My phone is where it at. How am I gonna do this? Might have to move my phone. Might have to move things around. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Oh, it's not working. Oh, uh-oh. Maybe I'll just have to make it bigger later. I think my phone is like interfering with my print screening. Unless I do it like this real quick. 1 second. Might have to quickly move aside for a moment. There we go. Okay. There we go. Then I can put side back up. Fudge isn't burnt chocolate, it's a sugar mixture. Yeah, chocolate is very sensitive. It's why, you know, making your own chocolate for like Valentine's Day or whatever can be harder than it looks. Deceptively harder than it looks. Look at how small it is compared to the others. This little blob over there, that is a whole bun. This little thing. But yeah, no, like it's deceptively difficult sometimes to do your own chalk. Because you have to like very carefully heat it. Okay. And I did put the screen cap over here. I mean, I'll probably just like upscale it to a sprite in a bit, which will be, you know, cleaner regardless. So here we go. Actually, no anti-aliasing. There we go. Okay. Multiplies pixels. I'm sensitive to water, that even getting steam on the chocolate will ruin it. I see. My mom misread the instructions on chocolate, it burned it in the microwave, the whole house stank. It happens, chocolate is so sensitive and it doesn't taste very good once it's burned anymore. Unfortunately, so. Okay, there we go. Here's another bun done. Another bun done, and another bun done, and another bun dies to the dust. Yeah! I'll probably upscale that cleaner later. Okay. And include the super tiny bun. Because technically, you know, its pixels looks better from a distance. Think you're finding the single digits? I am. With that one, there's now 6 buns left, so we're getting there. Just 6 buns to go. And then the backlog will be done. And then the thing is, in the new log, I think there's already, let me see, how many have been redeemed since then? Oh dear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so there's already 8 after the backlog. Which, you know, it's going so fast. Okay, but connect to the new log if you want. Please, slow down. I might actually have to like limit people to like 1 bun a year for all the people who have like multiples. Or are like able to get multiples. Okay, the buns, they're unending. But yeah, okay, so first let's make a new thumbnail. For the Easter drawing stream, because I haven't made one yet. And after I've got a thumbnail, I'll upload the new waiting room on YouTube and stuff, and then I've got some okonomiyaki in the fridge, which I think is still good, so I can just eat that, I think. And then we'll figure things out. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. The more new buns, the more marketable it gets. Yep. Could raise in price, like how Stay on Cute just undoubtedly keeps raising in price. But then I feel bad for people who don't have a bun yet, you know? Then I feel bad for people who don't have one. So I might have to start limiting it to like just 1 per person or 1 per year at the very least. Oh, this one's for a friend. Okay. 1 second. Let me... no Stay on Cute raised in every purchase. Though to be fair, I actually haven't raised it in a little while. Now there's no more competition with the bun eating redeem. That was the main one that like kept going up in price over time. Every bun plus the first cost the challenge plus an offering. Maybe like that? Maybe. Okay, hold on. Gonna grab Easter Joel. Okay, here we go. I mean, as you guys may notice, I'm very scuffed when I make my thumbnails usually. It's a very scuffed affair. This one is too big anyway. Let me resize that a bit. I think the last time we did was last year. Fair. And your first bun, save up for the fight till 150k. I guess like maybe every bun can be progressively more expensive or something. Make it like, I don't know. Maybe it's -1 priority for every second bun onwards. That only gets drawn if the backlog clears. Oh, the problem is the backlog will take a long time to clear sometimes. Oh, a regular sheep? It's only 5k more at each individual pastures. Well, at the time. But I did, you know, stop increasing it once the eating redeem was done away with. Okay, now it might be too small actually. Okay. See, maybe it's okay. I'll just make myself bigger. Here we go. Nothing's replaced the OG bun. I mean, you know, if the bun is strong, if the bun is powerful, then But we will eventually clear once most dedicated buns get their first bun. True. Let me think. Okay, I'll just like, let me adjust the backgrounds to be like, maybe yellow for like more Eastery vibe. More around here. What's Eastery? Purple? Okay, add an outline for myself. It's not very Eastery. Maybe I should take one of the other screenshots. Hold on. Because I still have some of the Easter screenshots. Those might be better to use. In a moment, because I made multiple. I have like a whole stack of like Easter screenshots. Yeah, now this might be cuter. This might be cuter overall. Okay. 1 second. Here we go. Maybe extra buns have an added cost of needing to watch any anime of my choosing to completion. But how would I check though? Do a quiz? Do a quiz or something? Minion bun would be cute, just like the one with Wasm. I'm communicating with Contour Mama. You can get a secret Joanna in the thumbnail. That would be confusing. That would be misleading. Hello, hi Nifty, hi. Hope you had a good map. 4-page essay, easy to check. Let's bring back Nibblesy bun. The thing is, like, too many people died, so I had to stop the casualties, unfortunately. So can't bring them from back. Things are getting a bit slow over here. I might have to close some of them. Here we go. Okay. Feeling down now. Dreams be dreams. Oh no! I get it sometimes. You know, either you have a dream that's so good and you're sad it's not reality, or you have a dream that's really bad and then you're afraid of it. I'm back on some extra screenshots myself. Nice. Poor #Joanna fan. I'm sorry. Be funny to eat Siba when Dean came back and I somehow survived again. Nah, that will, you know, I would have ensured you died the second time. That was just luckily because the bone bot was down that day. So lovely to go graveyard, yep. Indeed. Okay, Easter drawing. Stream. This will be more readable in a second. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Easter drawing screens. I often like fiddle with it slightly. Still pulling out 10 millimeters. No one survives the second time, so now I'll make sure of it. Hey Akamat, hey. Hope things are well. Things are going okay here. Just making my second thumbnail. I'm making red spaghetti. How is the red spaghetti? I'm afraid. To refresh why I see one blushing. It's because I accidentally hit the wrong number when I was like making the thing bigger. Happens sometimes. Solve the problem of too many people with the redeem bun. That is still. I also, you know, want to make it at least easy for everybody to get their first one, but just love rotated text. I do. I just love rotating things, you know. Get rotated buns. Yo, executes me before I can be studied and researched for a cure. Dear God. Okay. Adding a subtle pink at the bottom for cuteness. And then I usually keep things relatively simple. There we go. Something like that. Okay, the bun gacha, only the lock gods can make it. Free to play. I mean, it might be fun to like integrate some of the buns somehow, but once again I hit the issue where I'm like worried because like I drew them for people specifically, like the sticker issue, like whether it'd be okay, you know. It's blocked, that's why it's being weird. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's too much. That's too much, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. Okay. Here we go. And then... good layer. Actually, maybe... like so. Okay. There we go. There we go. Alright, 3 nice in there, hey? Booked. Nice choice, nice choice. Good place to go. Good place to go. Okay, and then let's make it a little funkier. Wait. Okay, and then we're gonna have to decide what I actually draw for Easter. Still undecided. Love thumbnails? Thank you, thank you. My thumbnails are pretty basic. I'm hardly a thumbnail pro. But you know, I do have like... I do like the basic thing, at least for each stream. to make them look like a little bit more interesting. You know, the best I can do at the very least. Let me see about the text. Maybe green, maybe blue. Blue's kind of cute, but I think... okay, I think the pink or red does have the most impact. I'll just increase saturation a bit, unless... yeah. Okay, that should do. You always look good on thumbnail, thank you. I always nail them. I think I sometimes don't nail them because you can't actually read what they're saying because I make the text too small. Like I said, I'm not quite the expert, but it says a food bar, maybe spatial stack while cooking. Don't worry, you know, I'll eat with you guys in the last like 15 minutes we have on this one. You know, once the thumbnail is done, I'll get it ready and upload it. And then I'll get some okonomiyaki and we'll switch over to the new room whenever I finish my okonomiyaki. Clickbait, you wanna do what for Easter? Oh god, no. I sometimes feel like whenever I get close to a clickbaity thumbnail, I start cringing and I'm like, I probably should, but at the same time I'm like, ugh. You know, I did one for my speed one, but I cringed the whole time. See one, click one. That's right, that's right. Okay, so let me just make the waiting room and then I'll... Or maybe, okay, hold on. I will quickly go and get my food in the microwave. So at least, because I think it usually takes like 5 minutes for the okonomiyaki to be ready. So let me at least put it in the microwave real quick. 1 second. I'll be on the roller sticker? Okay, okay. Well, I'm glad a lot of you guys would be willing to let them be stickers theoretically. Okay, I'll be right back. I've returned. Turns out this okonomiyaki doesn't take very long to get warm. So I'll just like put up the new waiting room. And then I'll go grab it basically. Welcome back, thank you, thank you. You know, wet spaghetti is the most done. You have 3 menu options, take it or leave it. I mean, I'm kind of excited because I haven't had okonomiyaki in a while. So I'm quite excited to eat some. Okay, doing some Easter lights, picking that up. Changing the thumbnail. Did I save this? I guess I can just save it like this. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Okay. And I'll set it at like 10, 15 past 6 to give myself an extra second to eat. I'll probably be done back with eating by then. Okonomiyaki time. Okay. Okay, so the waiting room for the Easter art is up. Very good. Hey Kevin, welcome in, welcome in. No need to rush it, exactly. Now that will give me plenty of time to eat it, I think. Okay. Then I guess I'll go get my okonomiyaki. I think it might be gone any moment. Maybe I should put it in for like an extra minute. Sometimes my microwave doesn't heat thoroughly. Please share. I love okonomiyaki. No sharing. It's my favorite Japanese food. I will eat all of it. I guess I'll put my tablet away for a second to make some space for me to eat though. I'm gonna shuffle that carefully over here. There we go. It's funny if you wash it, just unhinge your jaw and eat the plate. Take a picture. It's just a konbini okonomiyaki though, so it might not be very exciting. Like a drenched in sauce. Honestly, the sauce is the best part of the okonomiyaki, so... Okay, what I will do, actually put the BRB back up. Here we go. 1 second, I'm gonna go grab my okonomiyaki. My soul has returned to my body. I eat the meal in front of a group of starving buns. No double sauce left. No, all the okonomi is for me. You guys get your own. Buns get the red spaghetti. Take it or leave it. Hi Pelio, hi Sus, hi Tyler, hi. I can't look worse than the one I cooked myself in Osaka. That was a terrible result for a first try. Well, if it's your first try, you know, you can't be too hard on yourself. Do you guys want a picture? I mean, it looks pretty alright, I guess, but it is, you know, just an like a konbini okonomiyaki. But I can take one. I take one. 1 second. Okay. 1 moment. Make sure I send it to myself. Finished 2 breaks, I haven't even got my snack. Get yourself a snack! Didn't know konbini okonomiyaki was a thing. Honestly, the konbini okonomiyaki, especially at the Family Mart, is actually kind of good. I quite like it. It's taking a bit of a long time to load up though. I just send it to myself. Oh, crashed. Having an energy drink and then I'm going to the gym. Nice! Get yourself some okonomiyaki. Well, probably not before going to gym. Maybe afterwards. Not before, but maybe after. Might be the wiser move there. Okay. Let's send that over. Okay, 1 second. Gonna put the soul back in my body. 1 second. Okay. I'm too comfy to leave. I mean, I feel you. How late is for you? I often don't leave the bed till like 1 in the afternoon. Sometimes 2 on weekends, so I don't blame you. Yeah, when it's your favorite food, it's good to have a decent and quick version, honestly. And it's very filling. It's like... Now maybe because of that you can't really have it every day, but like it's a very, very nice food. And it just tastes good, you know, okonomiyaki. I'm eeping. Get yourself some eeps. Enjoy your eatings. I'm just gonna quickly. Right, I have the. Just the thing over here. Need to move that real quick. Where's my mouse? There it is. Wait. Okay. 1 second. And then. I like this music, it's nice. It's from the Dot Hecko SD. Okay. Do a quick crop on the picture. Okay. Now I can show you guys the okonomiyaki. I mean, it's nothing fancy, you know. It's nothing fancy to look at or anything, but it's a good, decent okonomiyaki. Here you go. Here you go. It's not showing. It's not showing. There it is. Oh, it's not very centered. Do you want it before the game because of the carbs? But wouldn't it be like a bit heavy on the stomach? Wouldn't you like want to eat it afterwards instead? But yeah, here it is, you guys. I'll try to get it more in the corner of the screen there. There's my okonomiyaki. And tea and all sorts of snacks. Nice. What's in it? So okonomiyaki is usually a mix of various different meals, like things mixed together, like almost like a pancake. But particularly I like the pork okonomiyaki, so it has like pork on top, like big strips of like bacon and pork, which is always very nice. Have tea and all sorts of snack options. Nice. Welsh snacks. Sounds good. Sounds good. But yeah, I'm just gonna eat this okonomiyaki now because it smells delicious. I like that the Family Mart, it doesn't put up enough sauce for like my liking, but I like a lot of sauce on my okonomiyaki. So like I think like it's pretty good, all things considered. It's like a savory pancake kinda. Perhaps when you use okonomiyaki on card, how about the switch? That's a good question, I'm not sure. You tell me. I'll get distracted maybe. It's a decent amount for the pre-applied sauce. Exactly. Plate I go to has a mayo of pork belly cooked in it and a fried egg on top, which is also very nice. The pork belly on top is always really good. But a lot of the time it's vegetables, potato, cabbage. They sometimes have like, you know, they do actually have octopus in it sometimes. Not this one though, but... I mean, takoyaki is pretty nice as it is, but I feel like takoyaki has the problem of being really hit and miss. Where like, good takoyaki is nice, bad takoyaki is awful. Like Fish Shop one or Styles for one. The Styles usually have the better stuff. But yeah, no, in terms of pre-applied sauce, it's not bad, it's a decent amount. You can hang out in the pre-chat for the next stream. No, I put it for like at least 10 minutes later. Actually, while I'm eating, you guys can take another look at the hairstyle options. While I'm eating anyway. Depends if you have control about what's in it. Yeah, it's actually quite nice to go to an okonomiyaki restaurant and like, you know, do some of the cooking yourself. Because, well, you have full control. Which is nice. There you go. I'll put this up there for people who didn't see it at the start of the stream. I made a bunch of options. And I might still add a few more. But you guys can start looking at what kind of art style, what kind of hairstyle you might like the most. Much more will like that Days in Butler. I mean, to be fair, that would be quite funny, but I'm not sure if it would have looked very good. So I went for one that I thought would still like look kind of cute. Photo will be one how. When? Soon? How? Not sure yet. I want to do the voting off stream for like at least a week or so that everybody gets a chance to vote, even if they can't make it to the stream. But I'm not sure if there's like, I don't know any websites. I'd have to find a website where you can have a bunch of different options and also maybe show images at the same time. But I might have to do some research to figure out where that is. I love the Himecut. The Himecut is cute, right? There's left to draw. I guess like pinned up like is one that like I haven't drawn yet. Like the hair pinned in the back or like bangs up. Men's messy braid is still a tough pick for me. Tundros is cute. I'm against the GHK because I don't think we're ready yet. To be fair, I don't think I'm very GI most of the time. I'm Tuny, which is like a bit different. But honestly, I do think GHK is very cute though. Style-wise, but I think like personality-wise. Yeah, I'm more of a Tuny dog, though I do have the Tuny bang in there. Which might be a tempting one to take regardless. In addition to like other ones, just to add them together, because it would be like a toggle like the other bang toggle I have now. But yeah, no, regardless of which one you guys pick, I think all of them turned out pretty cute, so... I certainly have my favorites as well, but I won't voice them too much, because I don't want to like, you know, influence you guys all that much. But I think all of them turned out really cute. GI works a lot better with red or black hair. It does. Or like purple can work as well, but you get like more of the contrast. But I mean, in that case, I guess like God Runa would still have the black and the red as the alternate for gods as the GIK. That would definitely work, but instead there's something more in line with Lolita fashion. I guess like a bonnet or something, but it's more of a hairstyle this time rather than the accessories. Should be a runner vote, that way people who ended up voting on less popular can vote for the popular one they preferred. Like a 2 round thing. So like first like the top 10 going through, and then like a second round featuring just the top 10. Or something like that. That could work, that could work. Try using straw poll. Straw poll? Let me Google that. Because if you guys have good recommendations on where I can do this, that would be very useful. Because I wasn't really sure. Does Topo allow you to put in pictures? Like pictures for every option? Because I think it would be best if I had a site where I could do pictures for like every option so people can vote for. Because then people know what they can choose. Messy hair says almost never do just woke up streams. That's true. I mean, I am often kind of sleepy, but... in the sense of like, you know, after a full day of work, it might be appropriate in a way, but yeah, I don't have a lot of waking up streams because well, today was a waking up stream. In a way, but... Messy hair's cute, but brings possibility for more go Phil. That's true, that's true. Like the top 4 goes to the final round, that makes sense. Throw them into the Hunger Games. Yampong is delicious. Are you eating some right now? But yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. Maybe we can do it like a couple of rounds. Like maybe 3 rounds total. Like first narrow it down to top 10. And then narrow it down to top 4. And then do the final vote from there. So that like people can like... and maybe for like the first round. Like I wonder if it's possible to let people like pick their like 3 favorites or something. I guess I could have to look at the options. You can do pictures with straw poll. I'll have to see if I can find a different picture site. It'll let you do ranked voting. Oh, that would be good though. Can I vote for double vote combined with Unibang? Honestly, yeah, I would allow it. Because I do think it's like versatile. It can definitely, you know, be added onto other stuff. I guess if the site allows it, there's also an option of putting like the full picture at the top and then putting all the options under, unless you can put like a picture anywhere on it, because that's no, ideally I'd like to have it like in the vote, but could have a link to the pictures companion to the poll, and both realistic, you need to look at the reference. True. I mean, if there's no other ways around. I did the Google straw poll, so I'll keep that open for after the stream so I can take a look at it. Thank you for the suggestion, by the way. Because I really wasn't sure where to go yet. There was like Google Forms or something. But I think they're quite limited in like how many options you can put in. Well, if you did like a tournament bracket. I feel tournament brackets can be tough because like some I think will be harder matchups than others. Tournament bracket is kind of funny in its own way, but would it be fair overall? Because with tourney, you're always wondering like, what if the matchups were different? Would like this other one have won in the end? I feel like weight and double weight could probably be combined into one vote. That's true. Double weight could probably function as one weight as well if I were to like turn one off and turn one on. Like, they could probably be one. They could probably be one. That's still. That's a fair point. Man, this okonomiyaki is really good, by the way. They've like got like little chunks of like meat on top of it, which is rare because usually they put like, you know, the chashu style meat on top, but this one is like little chunks. Which is really nice, I approve. Different way of doing it. To be fair, the word okonomiyaki actually means as you like it. So okonomiyaki is basically whatever ingredients you want to throw in there. Though like, you know, either pork or like fish are the most popular ones, but you know, in an okonomiyaki shop I always put cheese in because it's very yummy. Like adding some extra cheese because that's the good stuff. So probably not the best, as would otherwise say 1 and 3 could end up as each other. Yeah, and then you end up with like 1, 2 and 4 winning. That's what I was thinking. Like I feel like tournaments, depending on like where somebody starts, you can like wind up quite weighted. So it's probably better to just do like an overall vote and then like maybe now you guys like vote for like 3 of them, or like weighted poll. What did you guys say? Ranked voting. Ranked voting could be an option too. Either one of those I think would be fine. Like whatever. And then like do like 2 or 3 rounds to like slowly eliminate some of the less popular versions. Some of the less popular options as we go. But either way, I'll make sure to like, once I got the poll up, I'll make sure to announce it everywhere. Both on stream and outside of stream. And then I'll probably leave it up for like a week or something. Just to give everybody a chance to vote. Maybe turn it for the last 4 and number 1 gets priority being made. I mean, I don't have that much money. I can only get 1 made right now, you guys. I can't make 4 of them. You know? I am already, you know, paying all the shipping for the Agathon too, so I unfortunately have to stick for just 1, okay? But that is an excellent suggestion. It's still. It is quite cute. No, I think all of them are very cute, so I'll leave it up to, you know, popular opinion, popular polling. Popular voting, it's gonna be something considered for an outfit. Exactly. And because this is like just a standalone new hairstyle, if I ever get like outfit 2, and we'll probably have like a hair with maybe like extra accessories, clips or hats or whatever to match the outfit, but this has to kind of go on standard as well, so. I said I go straight up into the air, defying gravity. That's when I go Super Saiyan. But Super Saiyan hair isn't available right now. I'm afraid that's not an option currently. Here we go. Okay, I'm already halfway through the okonomiyaki and I'm still kind of hungry actually. Maybe it's because it's just really yummy. I wish there was more of it. Wow, I'm going Ultra Slug. Is this okonomiyaki at the 7 Chaos Emeralds inside of it? Mishigojo. Wait, that's not set in stone yet. But I'm considering maybe doing a Ryushi outfits at some point. Anyway, they all should look great. Thank you. Outfit 2 should be Gojo with exposed dummy. I mean, popular demand does feel like it might have exposed dummy on the second one. Do I have a Shikai or a Bankai? I have both. It's about to get more. You burn off the ones you just ate. That's true. But I think I still have like some banana jelly snacks in the room with me, so I can use that as dessert. It's like eating once, twice. Ice cream and okonomiyaki. I'm not sure about ice cream and okonomiyaki. I don't think that would be very good. You know, I'm sure somebody has tried it. I'm sure sweet okonomiyaki exists, but I'm skeptical. Okonomiyaki is for like meat and cheese and stuff. And of course, the yummy okonomiyaki size. I still have cookies. Let me check. 3 soft and moist baked cheesecake cookies. I finished all of the other ones. I still have 3 cookies left. And then next isn't God Toggle, there's a good chance the Bun desires to. I mean, the thing is with God, I can just remake it. Like, remake Toggle. Oh, George, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Nice TV model. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Showing off some of the new hairstyle options. But yeah, of course, I can make the God version of basically any hairstyle or outfit, because that's just me recoloring. Sweet okonomiyaki is just a pancake. I guess so, yeah. Actually, the pancake thing is an easy comparison, but I actually have the hot take that I don't think okonomiyaki is very close to a pancake at all. Because, like, the texture is really different. Like, okonomiyaki is, like, a lot flakier in the center. Now it falls apart, there's more things in the middle. Like, I don't know, I never liked the pancake comparison. Because I think they're actually quite different, but it is the easier way to describe them. Look at all them hairs. Then we got Sushiwuna. Might be tough, Sushiwuna has no hair. It is cooked like a pancake, and that's about the only thing that's accurate about it. It is cooked on a pan. It is indeed cooked on a pan, and I guess that's where the savory pancake thing comes from, but yeah, it's like a pancake if a pancake was something different. How I picked them. I'm gonna let you guys vote for them. I'll put up a poll to do community voting. Sushiwuna but with edgy red stripes and piercings, oh no! But Sushiwuna is so small and simple, it feels like wrong somehow. It's not cooked like a pizza. That is true. That is true. It's not a pizza. I just poorly added some messy bangs on the sushi. Better than comparing it to pizza and calling Japanese pizza, yeah? True that. Okay. Nearly done eating. Should be wrong, it's like an edgy Sonic OC. I mean, I guess maybe you could have a mohawk or something for Sushiwuna. Okay, I finished the okonomiyaki. Very yummy. How about a low twin tail? Oh, that's a good question. Maybe I should add the low twin tail as well, because I always quite like low tails still. That could actually be cute. That could be cute, because I feel like high twin tail is bratty, where low twin tail is like intelligent. You know what I mean? It's the great distinction. Shall just a Nashi Sonic OC? A little bit. You got tie hairs, but you wear them on all knobs or all 4? Just on 2. The other one gets the arm warmers. Oh, Big Mac, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I agree, right? It's all about the important tropes. Take a piece of Sushiwuna. No, don't eat. The higher the twin tail, the more pressure it puts on the grain. Yeah, no, actually they have a lot of mayo, like mayo, corn and cheese on them. It's quite common in Japan for the pizzas. You get used to it. Though I know a lot of people are very anti-corn. Okay, I'm gonna put the food remains away. I'll be right back, and then we'll get to part 2 of the stream. You guys keep looking at hairstyles, I guess. Now put this over here. There we go. Okay, I'll be right back. corn? Yeah, the Major of Corn Town. Did I take a big break? I was putting the okonomiyaki away. You know, well, the box away, so it's not like, you know, stinking up this room. Hey, Reaper, hey. Just gonna eat some of my banana jelly. Okay, I expect to eat popcorn like cereal. To be fair, I do the same. A lot of the time I just pour it dry in a box and just start numbing from it. So, you know, me and Kellogg's wife have that in common. Half the time I'm just too lazy to put the milk in. You know, the milk is nice, but you know how it goes. And the extra long Hima gets the best. I think both of the long ones look really cute too, and the Himakot is, you know, a classic after all. Okay, finish the jelly. Just grab a cookie for dessert. Double dessert. Okay, now I'm ready to go. Grab the tablet again. Put that back up. Adventure Breakfast Series peculiar story. This, I've heard of it before. Strange one, that one. Okay. Let's tap it back. Optimus for hair looks as good as I imagine. I'd let you do that even if it does not win. That's fair, that's fair. Like, I do think it's very cute, so I hope, like, add it to the options. Maybe that's called a low twin tail and, like, the bangs as well. Michelle, thank you so much for the resub. 33 months. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the emotes. Thank you. Now, I'm gonna put this over here again. Clean it up a bit. And then... Okay, I think the easiest way to do this is don't go anywhere. But I'm gonna go to the startup screen for a little bit. Send all the YouTube people to, like, the new room. Switch models. And then we'll meet here again on this screen. It might be about 5 minutes. Okay? Okay. So stream is not ending. We're just gonna go to the starting screen. I'm just gonna shuffle everything over and make sure everything is ready to go. Also switch models and all that. So, returning to startup screen. Here we go.